At a time.
Here goes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Election Night 2024, or as we call it where I come from, the night of the counting, the shouting, and the crying. My name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. This is my good friend Ruben Christopher Haynes. I got a couple other co-hosts in the background chilling like a couple of beers on ice, but they're good dudes. Anyway, yeah, Chad's back there like, God, what a way to introduce me. We're on Rumble. We are on YouTube. We are on Twitter. And welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to what the biggest political event of the year. The debates are over. The rallies are over. The get out the vote, well, still kind of going on. But in the meanwhile, we're down to it. Election night 2024 across the United States. We are on Rumble. We are on Twitter. And we are on YouTube. So please, if you have not done so yet, send out a link to your friends. Tell them, hey, these guys aren't, well, they try to be professional. They are not the most savvy. They may not have the best tech or the finest graphics, but daggone it, they're honest, they're real, and they're always going to tell you what they think. So yes, this is where we are. Again, my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes is here, the indispensable one, the classy one, the man, the legend, the way of life. He's doing his thing. Good evening to you, Ruben. We're glad to have you here in the house.
I'm glad to be here.
Good to have you.
This is it. This is everything. This is all the marbles.
Money is on the table, baby. Money is on the table. With that, I'm going to go ahead and bring in my co-hosts while the boys in the band are still playing over there on the side. You're doing great, fellas. The check's in the mail. Don't ask me about the other check. He is one of the greatest and most interesting thought provocateurs on the internet. He is a well, just basically put, a good old-fashioned shit stirrer. He is my friend from the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast, Brentley. How are you doing, sir?
Hi, how are you guys? Thanks for having me on.
Good to have you here. And not to be outdone, of course, he is the man of the Midwest. He is the man with the plan. He is author. He is commentator. Chad Manley. Good evening, sir.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Oh, thank you, fellas, for being here tonight. I suppose I should do a couple of housekeeping items before I get started getting your guys' commentary, and this is for the benefit of the audience. As anybody who's hung out on my channel realizes, technology and I are somewhat a mixed marriage that doesn't always work out very well. That's probably the generous way of putting it. But we've done our best tonight to try and make this as easy and simple as possible for you, our audience. Now, we have here a basic map of the United States and, more importantly, the listing of the presidential candidates. Okay, Trump will be in red, Kamala will have blue, Jill Stein, Cornel West, Chase Oliver. Now, do I expect Chase Oliver, Cornel West, or Jill Stein to win any states? No, but for the sake of fairness, they are declared candidates across the country. Jill Stein in particular. We'll get to that. With every state that gets called, we will obviously, tack off. Now, as it stands right now, there are two states where the polls have just closed, Indiana and Kentucky. Now, I point this out with a caveat. Most of Indiana and Kentucky, as you can see from this chart, most of it is Eastern time zone. There is a smidgen of each state that is central. However, the exit pollsters will probably be able to call these two states fairly early. They're not going to have to wait till 7 p.m. Eastern to be able to do it. And with that, I'm going to take a real quick check. As far as how we're going to determine if we need to call a state, much like many people across the internet right now, or, news junkies or politicos in general, there is a website, DecisionDeskHQ.com. They have been around for years, totally respect their work, and they are very, very accurate. And when they call a state, we'll pop it up on the board. And with that, let me take a real quick check and just kind of see where we are at to see if either state has been called yet. And no, such is not the case. Although normally, by this time, one of them has been called, one or both of them have been called, actually. So, all right, we'll just sort of wait that out. But anyway, gentlemen, how are you tonight?
That was pretty great.
Trying to figure out how to get this MAGA hat to sit on my head quite right. It's like really boxy.
The fashion trouble that you gays go through, I tell you what, it's just ridiculous.
It's very much a first world problem.
It is truly first world problem with you.
Did you gentlemen vote in person today, or did you vote early, or how did you vote? I went and voted in person.
Ruben?
I voted early.
Okay. Chad?
I voted in person today.
Brentley?
Oh, I was in person. I had to take a boat to do it.
And I did mine in person as well today. So, all right. So we've got a little bit of time. We're basically tracking to see how each state's going to perform. There are going to be other states that come in, and basically the way we're going to do this, if it's at the top of the hour or the bottom of the hour, when a new state's polls close, we will take a look around and see what we've got as far as if anybody's closed, if anybody has been called, etc. Gentlemen, while we're waiting on our first couple of states to come in, your general thoughts about this evening. What have you been seeing on the internet? What have you been hearing on the ground? People you're talking to? Ruben, I'll pass the baton off to you first.
What I've seen online is a lot of the idea that Trump is going to do very well. A lot of the past polling and the mail-in with the internal numbers have shown that. So there is a surge out there about Harris, but that surge is dwindling. But again, it's up in the air regarding what's going on here. I'm just looking for the first states to go through, and I want to see some flips in the states that he didn't expect to win. First up, I think it's New Hampshire, I believe, if that's going to be the case. But again, a lot of people are voting out there. Men are coming out in droves. That's what I've heard also. And people are in line. I heard a lot of problems that are going on. But again, it's typically what's going on here, but that's not what it should be. But right now, the momentum's on Trump.
Okay. Brentley, what are you hearing? What are you seeing when you're talking to people? What are you seeing online? What you got?
So I live in New York State, which is, notoriously left-leaning. Mm-hmm. And, so all the people sort of like that I was going to vote with were like, very excited to vote for, the left. And I was just sort of like quietly like giggling to myself. I was very excited to go vote in person. And I was a little annoyed that I didn't get like my mail-in ballot, but I had to do like this whole other process called an affidavit ballot. But it was fine, and they got it, and I filled out the paperwork, and she was like, "Don't worry, they'll count it." And I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Well, okay." But I heard there have been problems in Pennsylvania, particularly. Like they've been having machine issues. Mm-hmm. With count, I guess they use the machines to count stuff really quickly. Yep. But they're having problems there. Lines. I'm hearing a lot of lines, sort of everywhere. Although when we went to vote, there was no line. It was just we walked in and we all did our thing, and then we went back out, and it was very quick. Boom, boom, boom. We got a free taxi ride, so that was very nice from the local water taxi company here. So it was very, very easy for me to do it. Thankfully, I thought I was going to have to like walk 4 miles through beachy terrain in like 4 communities over. But thankfully, I didn't have to do that.
Wow.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people voted early. So I'm also hearing that some states are going to be refusing to certify or like call. I think Georgia is one of them. I want to say Nevada or Arizona has also been being like, we're going to need a couple of days. Like, I don't know what that's about. Like, how you need a couple of days? Like, there are plenty of places that are like third world countries. They can do their election in like a day. Like, and that's how it's supposed to be for like corruption reasons. Like, one of the big red flags at the UN for, such elections is when the results are dragged out for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And there's time to fiddle. So call it quick and be done with it. And that's generally the best way to go. That was kind of been one of the big problems in 2020 with all those mail-in ballots who came in 3 a.m. dumps, and Lord knows what happened. But the past is the past, and hopefully now that there's no more COVID and no more crazy mail-in ballots, we'll get a genuine outcome. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, before I throw it over to Chad, the one county that I've heard about so far, and this was real early in the morning, Cambria County in Pennsylvania had trouble with their machines, etc. Shapiro, to his credit, and the bodies that govern elections in Pennsylvania extended Cambria County to 10 p.m. tonight. Now, I don't know if they've done that for any other counties in Pennsylvania, but from what I understand, and I'm not trying to give Shapiro, the governor up there, any more due than what he deserves, but he's been right on top of it so far. And oh yeah, boy, okay, Milwaukee. I know, I'm hearing guys, and I'm not saying anybody's wrong for pointing this stuff out. And by the way, to our audience out there, if you've got information, stories, pass them on to us. Tag us in links on Twitter. We've all got Twitter handles here. You know, we want tonight not just to be about us, but we want this to be about you guys as well. So let's make this as interactive a process as we possibly can. And, you know, if you've got stories, if you got clips, whatever, like I say, tag us on Twitter. You know, I'll try to keep an eye on my Twitter, but tag these guys as well. And we'll do our best to get everything up. Chad, I'll throw it over to you.
What was the question?
Sorry about what are you seeing? What are you hearing as you're talking to your fellow folks out in the Midwest, neighbors, friends? Yeah. What do you got?
Yeah, well, you know, I live in a very rural part of deep red Nebraska. So, you know, this area is going to go for Trump. But as far as, you know, on a national scale, I have no idea. And I was tweeting earlier today about how it's funny how literally the day before the election, a lot of polling places that in the weeks leading up to the election had been very positive for Trump, very much leaning towards Trump, all of a sudden really tempered their expectations and said, I don't know, it might not be 306 or 312 for Trump. It might be, you know, 280 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, oh, maybe Michigan and Wisconsin are going to go for Kamala Harris now. And it is funny. I was looking at the Real Clear Politics, like their final guess of what was going to happen, and people were like, "Oh, Kamala Harris is going to win Wisconsin and Michigan because she was up." And I want to pull it up because I want to make sure I'm getting this accurate. She was up by 0.5 point in those two states. Okay, so to rewind, in 2020, Biden was up in those states by like 7 points. And he won those states by 1 point. I think Wisconsin, he won by like 0.3 points. In 2016, Hillary Clinton was up by like 5 points in those states. She lost. So when I'm looking at the Real Clear Politics final guess, and they do have Trump winning the White House, but I'm seeing that they have Harris up by 0.4 in Wisconsin, 0.5 in Michigan. You know, given their historical bias, particularly against Trump, I find it pretty likely that Trump is actually going to win those states. The bigger problem that I have, and Brentley, you were talking about this, is how I really don't think we're going to know who wins tonight. And that is very concerning to me. I know
blowout.
Yeah. Well, I know both sides, Republicans and Democrats, have talked about, you know, election integrity bills or something. One measure that I would really like to see enshrined into national law is that all states need to have their election results certified within 12 hours of polls closing.
Yes, 100%.
Yes.
Without question.
Even that is really generous because, like, when does California's polls close tonight? Like probably 9 p.m. 10 p.m. my time.
11 p.m. Eastern. I can answer that one.
11 p.m. Okay. So the idea, 12 years ago, the idea that we wouldn't know who won until 11 a.m. the following day would have been absurd. They were calling 2016 at like 1 a.m. Eastern. And that was not a blowout for Trump. That was a solid victory. It was not a ridiculous blowout for Trump. Fun fact, Trump won in 2016 by the same margin that Biden won in 2020. So, you know, anyways, the fact that we're not going to know, I even said on Twitter, if we find out who's going to win tonight, like tonight we know, I'll post poll. I said, not that poll, a poll, like a flag poll or something. Get your mind out of the gutter. But, you know.
What, this bunch in the gutter? What, are you kidding me?
But I really don't think we're going to know. And like, really, I want to do an over-under, probably with Lord Brentwood, about when they're going to stop counting tonight. I think, and this is the part that really sticks in my craw, it's only going to take one person. It's only going to take a supervisor at one polling location to say, you know what, we're done for the night. Because if you remember back to 2020, this is what happened. I think Georgia was the first state to say, we're done counting for the night.
Yeah.
And I remember watching the election with some friends, and I was just like, what? What? Why would you stop counting?
Sus.
It was super suspicious. And so but as soon as Georgia called, then Pennsylvania, then Wisconsin, then Michigan, then a bunch of other states said, "Oh, okay, yeah, we're gonna stop counting too." Night if one polling location in Philadelphia says at midnight, you know what, we're done counting. We're gonna stop and we'll pick this up in the morning. We're not gonna know who won Pennsylvania. If we don't know who, and then again, the signals to the other states. Georgia's going to stop. Michigan's going to stop. Arizona might stop. With all of that said, if Trump wins Wisconsin tonight, if they call Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin tonight for Trump, then he will win. He won't need Pennsylvania or Michigan, in which case, I don't think they'll stop counting until the morning. But this is a lot of ifs. Sorry, that was a rant, but that's
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I was just setting up some things. There are a lot of people betting on this, and I've got a clip here provided by one of our regulars, Miss Gypsy, who we are keeping an eye on her beloved state of Michigan, as there's a lot of moving parts there. But here's my initial thoughts so far from everything I've seen all day. Rural turnout in every state in the country is just going off the charts. I mean, we're talking counties that went for Trump in 16 and 20 that are outdoing their numbers that they did from 2020. At this point, depending on which city you're talking about, urban vote is lagging. That's got to be hurting Harris. Okay. But there are some weird reports that are coming out of various states. And when I say weird, to me, there's two states to keep an eye on very, very early tonight. Virginia is one, New Hampshire's the other. Now, last night I was on with Chris from My Morning Mayhem, and he had a couple other folks on with him. And we went past midnight, and as you guys know, in New Hampshire, there are two little towns that always vote very early on. And one of them is called Dixville Notch, I believe it is. In 2020, there were 5, and when I say very small, I mean there's like a handful of voters that vote. They always want the first in the nation status, which, okay, fine, I got no problem with that. It's a very old tradition in American politics. In 2020, Joe Biden, of the 5 voters, and it was just 5, that voted at Dixville Notch, he swept them all. Trump got nothing. In 4 years later, of the 6 people at Dixville Notch who voted, Kamala Harris and Trump split them 3-3. Now, to a lot of people, they say, what's that? It's no big deal. No. There have been reports coming out of New Hampshire all day long. Rural turnout is off the charts. Same thing with Virginia. In Northern Virginia, and again, they've got another, they've only got 40 minutes left till the polls close in Virginia. In Virginia, they're not getting the kind of turnout in Northern Virginia, Richmond, that they normally get on behalf of a Democrat. Now, does that mean that Donald Trump's going to win Virginia? No, but I say that to say this. If Virginia goes late into the evening and it still hasn't been called, even if Trump loses the state, that's probably going to be a harbinger for what's going to happen in other places around the country. Yeah, and Dave remembers this as well. Biden swept everything in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, the night of the 2020 election. So keep an eye on New Hampshire, keep an eye on Virginia. Like I said, they've got about 40 minutes left before the polls close on Virginia. And again, it'll be a little while before we start getting numbers in, but I've been hearing like early vote data. Again, not that the Republicans are necessarily winning it. And again, you're always making inferences, but
my crackpot prediction is that it will be Trump landslide.
Okay.
How do you define landslide?
Like we take majority in Congress and the Senate and the presidency.
But you said Trump landslide. So how many?
He'll get like more than 57% of the popular vote.
Dang.
More than what?
He'll get like less than 40, if that.
Ooh.
Wait. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, he'll get more than 57%. And she'll get really low, like less than 40, and we'll see third party.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, that's pretty bold.
I thought you said Trump was going to get 57% of the popular vote. I'm like, that's pretty bold.
He might.
The last time that happened was Poppy Bush back in 1988. He beat Dukakis by just a touch under 8%.
I think the border has been like the singular issue for a lot of people and the economy. And, it's really it's like always the economy's stupid. Like that's like the recurring thing in history. It's like every time the economy is bad, the incumbent loses. Yep. And the economy is bad and the crime problem is really hitting people. Like it's affecting people's lives. Like, and people are feeling the grocery situation in the wallet. And then when Kamala comes out and she's like, oh, price controls for groceries, no problem. It's just like, honey, what? Like, just doesn't make any sense.
Yep, absolutely.
So I think their whole like little spell cast didn't work.
Yep.
And they were able to convince like the women that watch The View, but like that's about it, and like dumb young people and people that are manipulated by dumb young influencers.
Well, and that was the thing about the more recent ads that the Democrat or some Democrat leading PAC or whatever put out, where it was like, ladies, you don't have to tell your husband who you voted for in the voting booth. It's like, I think this is really going to backfire.
It's totally backfiring. Yes. 100%.
I think a lot of people are going to go, oh, yeah, I don't have to tell people who I vote for.
Exactly.
And I know Mary Catherine Ham on her podcast Getting Hammered talked about this, and she and her co-host for the day were like imagining the exact same situation where there's a bunch of like urban ladies and their wine group for the night being like, oh yeah, I totally voted for Kamala, wink.
And yeah, absolutely. And I want to thank, we're getting comments and by the way, I've got to say hello to the folks on the Rumble side. The Wingnuts are already out in full force. WWG1 is here. TBA is here. Gypsy's kind of bouncing back and forth between the two chats. So yeah, send out the link to friends. And Jardom, thank you very much for the 5 British pounds. Brings up a very valid point. Abortion is not registering as high on exit polls as far as issues that voters care about. And yeah, that's going to be real interesting to watch that. And okay, when it comes down to a choice of can I afford bread and eggs versus going and getting an abortion, it's kind of like, hierarchy of needs. So there you go. We're still waiting for our first states to come in, which at this point, the polls have closed on Indiana and Kentucky. Votes are coming in. Decision Desk has not made any calls yet. In the meanwhile, I'd like to share, you got to wonder how sure people are of why they vote the way they do. Well, Gypsy provided a link to a video. This one is, you want to know how sure this guy is? How about 40 million sure? Folks, with that, check this out. And as always, give me a sound check. Let me know if you can hear this.
A few days ago.
Sounds good.
Nope. I know no sound's coming through on that one. Hang on.
No, we could hear that.
Okay, you can hear that? All right, hang on. Let me fix something real quick because you guys can hear
While
it.
you're fixing that, let me talk about Polymarkets for a second.
Go ahead. Please be my guest.
Yeah, and Kalshi.
Yeah, okay, so that was the thing. I know some people are like, oh, Polymarket, it's way more accurate and blah, blah, blah. And like they have Trump winning with like 67% or something. Okay, whatever.
Right.
But they also have Kamala Harris winning Michigan, and they just today flipped Wisconsin back for Trump on Polymarket. And my thought about Polymarket is like some people claim that it's better because it's like, oh, it's taking in real-time data and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, this is just vibes for guys. Like that's all this is. You know, the lady vibes are basically the Kamala Harris campaign. But like Polymarket is just vibes for guys because they bet on it. Like I don't know. I don't put much stock in it. You know, I'm sorry, I'm an economist. Like I think about the data, and it's just a bunch of people interpreting the data the way they want to, and then betting on it. Like that's not. It's not nothing.
Not a valid metric.
But I wouldn't put much stock into it. Shadow just jumped onto my lap. Hi, Shadow.
Oh,
Hello,
shit.
Shadow.
Yeah,
Well-
the other thing I thought about was that nefarious bad actors with the unlimited money cheat could easily manipulate those markets if they wanted to.
Oh, and they have been the whole cycle.
I'm sure.
They absolutely have been the whole cycle.
I'm sure. That was the other. That's why you take it's salt. It's taken with a grain of salt. It's like polls. Like polls. Like I'm always very suspicious of polls because polls query like 800 to 1,500 people, and then make inferences about Americans. And it's like, y'all, you just asked like 0.01% of us a question, and the 0.01% that you asked were like people that were like home and answered their phone, or like that you had on an email list. Like this is not a representative sample. Like.
I got a phone call from someone claiming to do a poll the other day, and she was like, do you have time to answer a few questions about the election? And I said, no, sorry, I don't. Have a nice day. And I hung up. The reason I didn't was, judge me as you will, she had a very very strong foreign accent. And I was like, is this a scam? Like, is she trying to scam me? I don't believe this. And she didn't say like, hi, I work for this firm, or we're doing a poll on behalf of this polling firm or whatever.
Right,
She just said, do you have time to answer a few questions? With a very, very thick accent. And I was just like, no, sorry.
No, sorry, darling. No, thank ya. No,
Yeah.
I don't even answer phone numbers that I don't like. I might pre-screen my calls. I don't answer phone numbers I don't recognize. Just as like a general basic like, because I get so much spam. Honestly, like ever since I lived in New York, and I was on mailing lists years ago, and I don't change my number. I have the same number since I was like 18. So I just don't. If I don't recognize the number, or if it's like a foreign, thing, or now that what this new scams will do is that they use like Google Voice to get an American number. So they call you from like, an American number, and then it's like, they're routing really from overseas.
Yeah.
And that's why like there was this new thing I just saw in Georgia on Twitter. Brad Raffensperger was saying that, Georgia was attacked by, hackers from Russia or something. And I was just like, Brad Raffensperger, like you are like the Democratiest shill pretending to be a Republican ever. And here you are on the eve of the election shouting Russia, Russia, Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's like, totally possible, anybody can spoof servers anywhere. So like, let's be real about that. Like, unless you got confirmed evidence that like the actual person that was doing the attack was based over there, like, please just stop. You just wanted to say Russia. It's
Exactly.
Like,
And let me say hello to someone else who'll be joining us here in a little while when the polls close in her state. Tracy Barkley from Gen X Marks the Spot. We're going to have various guests popping in and out. Matter of fact, we've been invited onto other people's live streams to snipe them. I guess that's the technical term. So yeah, there's a lot of individual internet parties going on. And to me, that's one of the great joys of this. But Tracy's going to be stopping by a little bit later. And Jardam, again, thank you for your generosity. A question for the panel. Trump says he will not run again. Do you believe him? Me? Yeah.
Yeah, because he's gonna win.
This is it.
Yeah, this is one and done.
Yeah. Win, lose, or draw. This is it.
Mhm.
This is his last dance.
And then we'll see whether or not JD Vance is, the neocon subversion tool of the establishment in waiting or not.
Yeah. Ruben, Chad, you guys want to take that one on from Joe Dom?
Wait. What's the question again? I saw you said you answered. You said it right now.
Trump says he will not run again.
Oh yeah. No, he won't run again.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, this is
All
last dance.
Okay.
Too old.
Yeah. Yeah.
He knows it. Unlike Biden, who just like going and going and going, like drool, like going out this ice cream. Like they got him wearing Trump hats. Like it's like, guys.
Exactly. Well, to get back to what I started to pull up a minute ago, there's a lot of bets being made privately or publicly about all this, and how certain are some people? To the tune of $40 million. Gypsy provided this video. Yeah, you guys have got to hear this. Check it out, folks. 40 million.
That's a lot of millions.
A mysterious trader called French Trump Whale made headlines internationally for allegedly tampering with predictive betting markets to give Donald Trump an edge in the polls. I tracked down the mysterious French trader to ask him why he bet $40 million of his own money on a Trump victory, and to ask him whether this is an ideological play or if he's just keen on making money.
I'm not supporting Trump. I'm just observing that Trump has a 90% chance of winning this election and a 65% chance of winning the popular vote. That's why I bet on both. The polls are really, really different from the odds in the predictive markets. It calculates something totally different. One is calculating what are the intentions of the people to vote. The other are bets made by real people with real money about who they believe the winner will be. My name is Theo. I'm a French trader and investor. In August, I started to realize that media outlets are making the same mistakes they made in 2016 and 2020, underestimating the Trump vote. Why? Because, again, it's underestimating the shy Trump vote effect. I deep dive into the polls, and I realized that most of the polls are definitely skewed to the advantage of Harris. I also read a lot about what we call the neighbor vote effect.
Can you show us the math that explains how you saw this skew in the polls?
New York Times yesterday published 3-4 the surveys in some states, in the swing states, and one was very astonishing because it was a clear outlier on real clear politics. It's in North Carolina, which is a very solid Republican state, and this showed that Harris is ahead 2% in that state. I'm going to show you what I found out and how skewed this poll is. Here you have the crosstabs of a survey that was released by New York Times, Siena, for North Carolina, with likely electorates. They basically sampled 1,010 number of respondents, 1,010. In 2020, we can see that 441 voted for Biden and 349 voted for Trump. Let's calculate the percentage based on the respondents. 431 divided by 1,010, you have 42.6%. 349 divided by 1,010 is 34.5%. So first, what we can see is that the percentage here that they display is wrong. It's fake. They display 42 and 40%.
Sure, so that's a very big difference.
Why they did that? It's because for people who are looking at these numbers, they don't compute like I did. I'm probably the only one who computed it. Because people are seeing 32 and 40% and they say, oh, you know what? It's quite fair. They polled for only 2% more Biden voters, 22 voters. Now let's compare with what happened in 2020. What did the people really actually vote into 20 in North Carolina. 49.9 people voted for Trump and 48.6. So basically 1.3% of people voted more for Trump. And if you compare with who they polled in this survey, you have here a difference of 8%. So basically, they're off by 9.3%. They're non-representative by 9.3%. It's a huge skew to the advantage of Harris.
Is this the only skew that you have, or can you demonstrate even more skews?
No, polls. First, this skews is in all New York Times Score straps. And I have another category where I can show you that they also use another skew. It's with what we call race education. Race education is what? Is measuring, for instance, the intentional votes of whites, people
who have college,
who have college,
don't have college,
and whites who don't have college. Exactly. So let's calculate. Let's do exactly the same calculation. Again, the percentage are fake. 30% is not 35%, and 40% is not 32%. We can see that they sampled more white college, but white not college.
Sure.
And by a lot.
Does this replicate across other
It's
states?
replicated across other states. I'm at the job. We don't have a time, but I wanted also to show you the results in Wisconsin,
Sure.
which is totally skewed. I made also the job on Michigan, which is totally skewed, in New York Times Siena. And I encourage you really to go to the Siena website, check the cross tabs, make the work I did, and you will be astonished. I tell you that Trump will outperform the polls, especially these polls, by 4 to 5% minute.
So, Theo, you're not actually a gambler, you're just a trader.
Yes, that's the difference between a gambler and a trader. I am a trader because I'm based on rationals. I'm based on analytics. I'm not supporting Trump. I'm just observing that Trump has a 90% chance of winning this election and a 65% chance of winning the popular vote. That's why I bet on both. And that's why I think he will win both.
What happens if he loses?
If I loses, I would accept that I was wrong in my analysis, but I really doubt about that.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
I like that.
Flip trade.
Well, there you go, folks. From
Told
across the pond.
Polls are bullshit, and it's gonna be a landslide.
And from Intello and from our brethren across 10 British pounds, breaking NBC exit poll, top issue among voters. Democracy, 35%. Economy, 31. Abortion, 14. Immigration, 11. Foreign policy, 4. How is immigration 11%? Great question.
What is
Can I
democracy an issue? How is that
guess
an issue?
on this one?
Go ahead, Chad.
I think when people say democracy, if I think about threats to democracy, I think specifically about how something like 75-80% of Americans are in favor of voter ID laws. And there are a lot of states where voter ID is not required, and it is possible for people who are in the country illegally, or not in the country illegally, but not citizens, to just go up and vote without even proving that they should be in the country in the first place, or that they are citizens who are allowed to vote in the election in the first place. When I think about threat to, so in my mind, democracy and immigration go hand in hand because one is leading to problems with the other.
Mm-hmm.
So, I am curious when people say that they're concerned about democracy. I am curious what exactly about democracy they're concerned about. Other concerns that I have about democracy are specifically that our First Amendment rights will be taken away. Kamala Harris has said that she doesn't think Twitter should exist because Trump is speaking on Twitter without regulation. It's like, do you not understand what the First Amendment is, lady? Prosecutor? Somehow lawyer? I don't understand. So I understand like exit polls are just asking super super quickly people like, hey, you know, what was your number one thing? But same thing with exit polls. When you're done voting, like it's a Tuesday, I got to get back to work. I'm not going to stop and answer questions about why I voted for who I voted for. I'm just gonna be like, sorry, I got to go home or I got to go back to work or whatever. So
Right.
I think it's the same problem with normal political polls where the only people who are answering are the people who literally have nothing to do but talk about politics in the middle of a workday.
Yeah, exactly.
With that, I got to bounce because I'm baking a chicken and, well, half a chicken, and my dog is going crazy. So I will log back on later tonight when they start calling some states. So I will see you gentlemen then.
All right, we will see you then. Thank you for popping
Sounds
on
good.
as early as you did, sir. Enjoy the chicken.
Thank you very much. Bye.
All right. That was Chad Manley, folks. The sage of the sawdust or something like that. Anyway, I was trying to come up with a quick term in my head and I couldn't do it. Anyway, we are at Election Night Coverage 2024. My name is Brian Trippett. I am joined by Ruben Christopher Haynes and my good buddy Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric Podcast. We're going to have some other co-hosts pop in here in a little while. Apparently I was wrong. I think Decision Desk and Indiana and Kentucky are going to wait until the other parts of the states close before they announce their results. But ladies and gentlemen, I can go ahead and assure you, I'm seeing the numbers coming in on Indiana and Kentucky. Donald Trump has nothing to worry about, folks. Really nothing to worry about. And we're only talking about like less than 5% in each state at this point. So yeah, I'm not too worried on behalf of friend Trump.
Trump 24.
That's right. That's right. And just for some fun, and like I say, we're going to make this as interactive for you guys as we possibly can out there. If you know me, you've been on my live streams. If you've been on my live streams, we have a section called the Merry Memes. Well, you can see all kinds of things with the Merry Memes. Well, the dance crazes for tonight have already started. So with that, check these out, folks. Yep. The MAGA Avengers are already getting down, baby, with Peanut, the ghost of Peanut, no less.
Oh no.
I am loving it. I am loving it, people.
Look at Joe Rogan.
Rogan breaking it down, man. Check that out. Woo! Didn't know Rogan could move like that, man. Got moves like Jagger.
I mean, AI is getting pretty good.
Yeah, I tell you what, AI is getting really good. Frighteningly so, as a matter of fact.
That's funny.
That is hysterical. Okay, now Brentley, I got to ask you. Now, did you vote because for Trump or against Kamala or because of Peanut? I got to ask you this. It was because of Peanut. Okay.
Yeah, because honestly, I haven't been feeling well. I had a nasty stomach bug. I'm like still inflamed and kind of like groggy, and like I was not going to go to the trouble to like go and vote. But you know, Peanut like struck the chords in my heart, and I was like, how dare they kill that poor little squirrel for doing nothing wrong? Like, what the fuck?
That was the craziest story
Dude,
I have ever
the October
heard.
surprise that like set the internet ablaze. Like they struck Peanut down, and he became more powerful than they could ever imagine.
Basically.
Like it really did. It's amazing. And they also killed Fred, I think was the raccoon.
Yeah. Yep.
Like why you got to go into somebody's house, take their pets, and kill them?
For your protection. It's always for your protection.
It's crazy, Looney Tunes logic. And you know what? That's the kind of that's the kind of stuff that Kamala Harris and the Democrats they believe. You know, they know better than you. Like, oh, they're blah blah blah, whatever. You can't have them as pets. Our regulations say so. Like, honey, it's America. Like, I know how much they want it to be like, communist perfection, dictatorship, whatever utopia, but they gotta stop. It's too much.
Yeah.
That's why they don't lose.
Yeah, it's
hard.
absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, we're just waiting for our first calls of the night, more so than anything else. And people are going to send us links. They're going to send us. We're trying to get our hands on as much information as we can. Got a report out of Denver, and I will pop this up here in just 1 second. But yep, they've already got problems out in Denver, and it was up in Connecticut who sent me this one. Let me get to it real fast. Potential voter ballot fraud under investigation in Denver. Apparently, there are quote, ballot irregularities and mismatched signatures coming in from a Denver adult daycare. Oh, crap. Here we go with this nonsense.
Sus.
Oh, my God. Just ridiculous. Just utterly ridiculous.
I love seeing all the different reactions to people, like on Twitter. Like some people are like really cocky, and some people are really like nervous. I guess you could say. There's a lot of like, this is the most important election of our lifetime. You should get out and vote. Take 50 people with you, like from the conservative alt-right media sphere, I guess you could call it.
Yep.
But like, do what you got to do to get your people out to vote. Like, for me, it was Peanut.
Yeah, that story to me has got to be one of the most insane things I ever heard of. Here's a family, and we talked about this the other night on my channel. Here's a family that has had this pet squirrel. They've raised it since it was a baby. It's been in their home. It never sees people outside of the house. It's playful. It's, and because somebody on social media got jealous of the fact that this little animal was getting more likes and more views and more subs or whatever,
Some female
they dropped a dime on them to the Department of Environmental Concern and Health. And now imagine this. You're a judge in New York State. Okay? You're a judge in New York State, and somebody comes before you, they want a warrant. Okay, why do you guys need a warrant? Yeah, we need to go arrest a squirrel. Excuse me?
Yeah, this guy has a squirrel and a raccoon, and we want to take it away.
Crazy.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, granted, probably probably keeping those things as pets are technically illegal in the place where they were living. That's probably true, because New York does have a lot of weird like animal laws, especially in the city and around the city. It's something I was well aware of when I lived there. It's very hard to have anything else other than very basic like dog, cat, basic reptile, like anything rodent or livestocky is a no in a lot of counties in New York.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Yeah, here's that story from the Denver Post that Up in Connecticut sent me. Let's take a look at this thing. Potential voter ballot fraud under investigation in Denver, Adams County. The ballots, which had suspicious issues with voter signatures, all came from the same daycare address. God, these Democrats have no shame, or no originality for that matter. Article by Lauren Pennington. We got the following. Potential voter fraud is under investigation in Denver and Adams County after election officials identified ballot irregularities and mismatched signatures coming from a Denver adult daycare. The ballots, which had suspicious issues of voter signatures, all came from the same daycare address, Denver clerk and recorder Paul Lopez said in a statement. Lopez said his team notified the Secretary of State, the Denver District Attorney's Office, and law enforcement in multiple counties about the potential fraud. Ballots from the Denver adult daycare were sent to multiple counties, according to Lopez's statement, but information about the number of fraudulent ballots and which other counties were involved was not available due to the ongoing investigation. Election officials said the address of the daycare was not released on Tuesday. Oh, boy. Jeez. Unbelievable. Yeah, Jardam, they're eating the dogs and they're eating the cats, and they're killing the squirrels. And the raccoons, by the way. Oh, just absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. You sent me a Freedom Tunes post earlier. Okay, let me check that out. I'll see if I can find it. But, Ruben, I know you. You monitor Twitter on nights like this like a hawk.
Yeah, I'm watching nothing yet.
Okay. All right. Just, yes. Here it is, Midmo. I just found it. Hang on a second. We'll pop this one up here because this looks kind of good here in a minute. But we're basically waiting for some calls to be made, particularly on the first two states so far, Indiana and Kentucky. And I'm really waiting because I can't wait to show off the cool graphic that I made for each state. I'm just a little bit of an egotistical artist in that regard. So I'm waiting to just show these off. I say that with such professionalism. But in the meanwhile, Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast is here. If you're not subscribed, Brentley, let's do a real quick commercial around the horn. Where can people find you on social media? What are you up to these days?
Well, mostly I'm just like talking smack on X at Capopolis. The Dangerous Rhetoric thing is kind of on a hiatus. We're doing like a little like restructuring, rebranding. I have like, trying to get back into the grind of being, having time for it, because I don't have time for it in summer and in most of the fall. So now I'm actually having time. I'm trying to, like, I had one guy I asked to be a guest, but he hasn't responded yet. So, we'll see. I'll start doing interviews and things again. And I think Mr. JL is going to be my co-host going forward.
Oh, very cool. Very cool indeed. Woobin, what about you?
Sorry, I was monitoring everything.
Oh, that's all right.
Promote yourself, Ruben.
Yes, promote yourself.
Oh, well, I do videos on YouTube. I do 2 on YouTube. One on my weight loss quest, my health journey, and then here on my regular channel, Ruben Haynes. I have Instagram, which I'm starting to get back because I'm doing Substack articles, and I do daily posts on X and Rumble. So I'm all over the place at Ruben Haynes. You can't find me all over the place. So lots coming out because this is the beginning. If Trump wins, when Trump wins, it's the beginning of the work, not the end.
Hey, preach, brother, preach. And my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. You can find me on Rumble. You can find me on YouTube. You can also find me on Twitter. And my Twitter handle is there for everybody to see. And we've got something here. And lest Midmo start saying that I don't, play his stuff. I'm just kidding you, Midmo. I love you. I've got something here to help us pass the time while we're waiting for some states to come in. And I'll go ahead and pop this up on the screen. So anyway, folks, here is Freedom Tunes theory about how Kamala would have done on the Joe Rogan podcast. With that, check this out.
All right, are you ready?
Am I ready? Who? You agreed, Joe.
Come on, I'm not calling you that.
You need this, Joe. Your show needs me.
Are you ready? Your Highness.
One moment, okay?
Yes, of course, my queen.
Okay, Joe. I'm ready.
Thank you, Kamala, for coming on the show. It is an honor to have a normal and natural, unedited conversation with you.
Conversations like these are so important, aren't they, Joe?
What income level was the home you were raised in, and did you care about your lawns?
I was raised in middle class family.
Amazing answer. So relatable. Me too, Kamala.
Joe, one thing I came here to talk about is Donald Trump. He thinks Puerto Ricans are garbage just because of the way they smell. This is unacceptable, Joe, and we will not stand for it. We will not stand for it.
Wow, Kamala, that is such a good answer. You are fit to be president. I love how good on your feet you are.
Yes, Joe, I'm very good at speaking to people. Ask me anything.
Okay.
No.
What about foreign policy? What would you do about Israel and Palestine?
Israel is a big country. Okay. Gaza is a smaller country. Okay. Israel went into Gaza. Okay. And that's why there is an Israel-Gaza war, Joe.
Wow, that is such a good point, Kamala. I will now officially endorse you for president. We need you to be president. 2024, I am voting for you for president.
You owe it to me.
I am filling out my ballot for you. Now, let's turn Texas blue.
Goodbye.
Oh, come on. I'm not saying that. Kamala, I only ever interviewed Trump because come on, I'm not saying that. I only interviewed Trump because I have a crush on you. Please date me.
This is sexual harassment!
What?
Did you hear Trump was caught colluding with Russia? What? You're shaking your head at me. What? The Loop? Your free daily newsletter delivered straight to your inbox every morning. The Loop is read from Congress to convents. They use biologically correct pronouns, and they're literally suing the FBI. Sign up for free.
You know, never let it be said that when you come to Jardin. I love this question from Jardin. When did the right have all the humor? It's such a pendulum swing. You know, I have no answer for that one, Jardin. I really don't. No answer indeed. Oh my goodness. And by the way, thank you again. Very generous of you. The left in Wales want to reintroduce wolves. Oh God.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not cool.
They
Not
need to
by
reintroduce rifles to their population that live in the area where they're going to reintroduce the wolves then.
yeah, really crazy. Yeah, we're getting close to the top of the hour. And we got a few other states that are going to start coming in. I suppose I'll go ahead and pop up which states at the 7 o'clock hour will be coming online. And give me 1 second here, folks. These are the ones we have to look forward to next. And these could be harbingers of the night. Now, you notice Florida, and I'll explain that here in a minute, but Georgia at 7 o'clock, the polls close. The rest of Indiana and Kentucky will come in, and more than likely, I'd say both states are going to be called by that point. South Carolina, Vermont, and then Virginia. Now, I said at the beginning, keep your eye on Virginia. Again, not guaranteed that Donald Trump could win Virginia because it's been 20 years since a Republican has ever won that state. However, if he's keeping it close and it doesn't get called until late in the night, that's probably going to be a harbinger of what's about to happen next. So we got a couple minutes to the top of the hour. I will almost bet South Carolina and Vermont will be called almost immediately. I'll be shocked if they're not. But we'll keep an eye on Decision Desk. And yeah, that's more or less where we are. So folks, settle in, get yourself a cup of coffee or a Diet Coke or a Coca-Cola or adult beverage if you think you need it. Huff on copium, huff on hopium, and which depending on which side you're on, and enjoy election 2024 coverage with us on the channel of the Front Porch Conservative. This is Ruben Christopher Haynes. It's Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric Podcast. We are hanging out with you guys, and thank you guys so much for being here with us. So Red Bull, all right, Red Bull that thing, my man. Red Bullet, there you go. WWG1 over on Rome says crack pipe at the ready. Look, man, let's hope it doesn't get down to that. I'm just saying, because crack is whack, you know. And if Whitney Houston knew what crack meant, well, never mind. We're not going to go there. Don't shake your head at me, Ruben. I was trying to. TBA from Nick Sotor breaking. ABC News is warning of, quote, severe cracks in the Democrat voter base in Michigan today. Now, you know, that's another thing I want to keep an eye on. Let me get your guys' take on this. Rashida Tlaib, a Democrat, this weekend had one last chance to endorse Kamala and didn't do it.
Oh.
Yeah, and that was noted by Politico in particular, noted that one. Would not endorse Kamala.
Well, the whole Israel-Gaza war not being wrapped up by election time was very bad for the Democrats.
Woo, brother, you can say that again.
It was very bad. They're not happy.
Absolutely say that. Mm-hmm. Let's see. I'll need that one. And more than likely, I'm going to need that one. Okay. All right. It's 7 o'clock. Let me take a quick look at Decision Desk, see if anybody has been called yet. particularly Kentucky and Indiana. But now there's no reason for the decision does not to do it. But we're just basically waiting on them. That's where we're at. All right. What else have we got? I think WWG1 sent me some stuff. Yes, the polls have now officially closed in Georgia. And Chris from My Morning Mayhem is going to stop by just to kind of give us a man on the street perspective of what's going on down there. But let me see. WWG1 sent me some stuff.
Oh, come on.
Where are we going?
No, nothing.
I'm seeing on Twitter that the exit polls are really good for Trump, and that Jesus, and it's not looking good for Kamala. Although there was also this thing that James Lindsay tweeted out from Disclosed TV that I put in the private chat.
Yeah.
It was this like Democrat lady saying that they are confident they're going to succeed in installing Kamala the next
Oh,
president.
no.
And it was just like install was an interesting verb. Like
Yeah, no kidding. No.
When you heard what Doug, you heard what Doug said yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm seeing 14 seconds ago Kentucky and Tennessee are being called for Trump.
Not surprised. I'm like I said, there's really no concern on the part of the Trump campaign about either one of those states. I'm just waiting to see it officially from the decision desk. But yeah, it would not surprise me at all if they'll call it here at any moment.
What is Russell Brand doing with an "Make Jesus First Again" hat? What is that?
Who knows? Who knows? All right, let me check on Vermont.
According to the decision desk, Kentucky was called and New Vermont was called.
Not surprised. So let's go ahead and pop them up on the board. So give me 1 second here, folks. And with that, we'll go ahead and make our first calls of the night. Vermont, with her 3 electoral votes, go to Kamala Harris. What other states did you say decision desk is called at this point?
Kentucky.
Kentucky to Trump, 8 electoral votes. Do we have a call on Indiana?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, folks, give me just a second and we will start filling in the board. It's going to be an interesting process throughout the night watching all this come in. So Kentucky be down, Vermont be down. And with that, giving Kamala Vermont, giving Trump Kentucky. And folks, our first of the night are filled in. Long way to go. They'll start the 8 o'clock hour. You're going to have states coming up fast and furious.
People calling Indiana and Twitter, but
yeah, they'll call Indiana momentarily if they haven't already. So I'm just keeping an eye out for that one.
Also, decision desk 3 minutes ago, South Carolina. They just called it for Trump.
Not surprised by that one either. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, Trump, South Carolina, 9 electoral votes, and we will go ahead and give that one to Orange Man. All right, moving right along, and Indiana will not be far behind.
No, they called it. Decision desk called it 3 minutes ago too.
They just called Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For Mike Braun as Republican governor and Trump as the presidential candidate.
And there you go, folks. 11 electoral votes to Trump. All right, he's off and running. So
Jim Banks got the Senate thing too, according to that.
Okay. Now with that, we have a separate board set up for that one, and it's not the fact that Jim Banks got Indiana is not necessarily a bad thing. It's the retention of a Republican seat. It's actually kind of funny because Mike Braun, who's running for governor of Indiana, held that seat, retired, and then, ran for governor. Jim Banks, a very conservative in the Freedom Caucus in the House, and he will be a wonderful addition to the Senate. So we'll go ahead and keep a running tally on where we're at and pop that one in for the Republicans. There are, talking about some of the Senate seats, there are a lot of expectations West Virginia will go, maybe Ohio. People are keeping an eye on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana, Nevada, Arizona. All of them very competitive states. So we will see what happens. If you just happen to be stopping by and you found our live stream, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by Ruben Christopher Haynes, Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric Podcast. We are, monitoring Twitter. We're keeping an eye on the decision desk, and we are seeing what we've got out there, folks. So as soon as we know things, we will do our best to pass them on. And again, as always, please feel free to send us information, links, etc. We are. Uh-oh.
Sorry, I just saw that apparently Joe Biden wore a bright red pantsuit to.
I saw that.
People are like saying that she's like signaling that she voted for Trump.
Oh my word. Oh my word indeed.
Show it.
Okay. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me.
The shade.
Yeah, well, you kind of got to wonder, was that on purpose, or did, what do you never know. You never quite know. All right, let's see. What else have we, I'm trying to grab everybody's links and stuff that they're sending me either in chat or on Twitter. So, gents, we have a few states that have filled in so far. And like I say, nothing major or necessarily earth-shattering. But, like I say, Virginia right now is the one that's intriguing me the most. The polls closed in Georgia, so we're going to start getting numbers out of there probably in the next half an hour, 45 minutes. Be very interesting to see where the votes are at, where they're coming in from. So, I mean, the Republicans feel really, really good about Georgia. So,
and no votes based upon decision desk. No votes coming in from Vermont, but they did declare it for her. Indiana is 12% in, and Donald Trump is winning 60% right now.
yeah.
Kentucky is 7% in, but Donald Trump is leading by 74% to 24 in Kentucky. Nothing yet in South Carolina, but it has been declared for Trump. So, yeah, just those 3 states so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, we're just basically waiting for from other numbers to come in. Like I said a moment ago, the really big states in the 7 o'clock hour that we're going to be keeping an eye on are these: Georgia and Florida. Now, Georgia and Virginia. Florida is a foregone conclusion. I don't know if you guys have been seeing numbers on social media today, but Trump's going to blast Kamala Harris right out of Florida. I mean, we're talking possibly 1 million vote victory, possibly double digits. That's how bad it's going to get. Oh, yeah, Patty. I've been seeing the same thing.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now we don't know yet. It's not the official number, but, I mean, between early vote, mail-ins, and day of, this could get, I mean, it's not going to rival DeSantis in 2022, but it will get ugly. Now, as all of you viewers out there are probably aware, and let me say this for the benefit of those in Great Britain or overseas who are watching us tonight, you'll notice that I said a moment ago that Florida, the polls close at 7, but like Indiana and like Kentucky, the state is split into 2 parts as far as which time zone they're in. And I'll go ahead and bring that up. And it's a fairly interesting phenomenon. Let me get this down here so you can see it a little bit better. You'll notice when it comes to the state of Florida, most of the state is in the Eastern time zone. This is that yellow shading. The Panhandle is the only part of the state that is not Eastern time zone. Now, why do I bring this up? Well, for the benefit of our European viewers, and the fact that I get to use that phrase on my live stream, it just sends joy through my heart. I've got European viewers. This is so cool. Anyway, in 2000, the networks called Florida on behalf of Al Gore. The only problem was the Panhandle of Florida still had 1 hour to go,
Right.
and it threw the get out the vote effort of the Republicans right into the trash can. Karl Rove, who was running George W. Bush's campaign, started screaming at the networks, "What's the matter with you guys? we still got an hour's worth of voting. So the rule is, especially where Florida is concerned, they will wait until both time zones have closed before they start announcing anything. But the way it's looking right now, at 8:05 p.m. Eastern, they will call Florida. I don't think they're going to need to wait for very long. It's just crazy, absolutely crazy. So, yeah, that's where we be. And let's see what other things we have here. I think this next one's compliments of I think TBA. Let me make sure about this. Yeah, this one's from TBA. It feels as if the whole country is waiting on the results of a pregnancy test. We either get a healthy baby boy or the daughter of Satan. That's cute. That is cute. Thank you for that one, TBA. We genuinely do appreciate it. Okay, we're just waiting for some numbers. I'm trying to keep an eye on Decision Desk at this point. Like I say, it'll probably in the next half hour, 45 minutes, we start getting some numbers out of Georgia and Virginia. But some of the states at the 7 o'clock hour have now been called. And that is where we be. So any surprises for you guys at this point, or anything that you're hearing or seeing out on Twitter or anything like that?
Nothing right now. Still looking.
No, I expected there would be shenanigans. You know, like they're saying, like there's some shenanigans in Pennsylvania, some shenanigans here, some shenanigans there. But my overall impression is that the Trump vote will just be so overwhelming that they won't be able to.
See, that's what I'm sort of wondering, and because I mean, and again, we're going to find out when we find out. But there are two schools of thought on this. One of them is, the votes are going to be so overwhelming in some of these states that no one's going to have the incentive to drag this out, even if they might want to. The other school of thought says, the Democrats aren't going to give this thing up without a fight. Uh-oh. Gentlemen, we have to be on our better behavior now because we're about to be joined by one of our co-hosts. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the finest commentators in the whole of social media, a genuinely cool dude, and a man with fantastic taste in music, by the way, which we ought to get into a discussion of that sometime. Anyway, please welcome the professor, Christian Watson.
Hello.
Good evening, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Working and living the dream.
I've been stream hopping tonight, so this is my last stop. So you got me for as much as you want me.
Brother, you're here for as long as you want to be. Put it like that. All right. So you are, as I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, you are a resident of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Man on the street time. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What do you know? What are you going to tell us?
Optimism. This is one word to describe all of it, optimism. At my precinct today, there were people that were talking. They said they haven't seen this long of a line in years, which is, and my precinct is a Republican precinct.
Okay.
So it's great. The turnout message the Trump campaign has been doing has been working marvelously, wonderfully. And I can only imagine how many more people would have been here if not for all the early votes, like the 500,000 plus early votes that have been cast already. So no, there's a lot of optimism in the air. I'm personally very optimistic. I never believed well, they're going to steal it again. If they could do that, then they wouldn't have tried to do other things that we don't have to mention this election cycle to stop Trump from even being able to get to this point. If you can steal an election, why would you go through the effort of trying to install these false stories or take someone's life or so on and so forth? So I never believed that. I always thought that there's always going to be shenanigans, and we've seen today there have been shenanigans, polling places, shutting down, tabulations not happening. So there's been some shenanigans, but I don't think so far, and the night's still young, but so far it doesn't seem as going to be as bad as it was in 2020. So I'm optimistic, and I think there's enthusiasm. I think that there is passion, there's fervor, and all the influencers all the conservative influencers are actually smiling, which is rare for them. So that also makes me happy too, because they should smile more, in my opinion. So yeah, no, I think there's a lot of good things happening here. When I was at the Trump rally in State College, which is where Penn State is, which is one of the biggest colleges in the entire state, and also a very noticeable college for its football team across the country, there were a lot of young Penn State students at that rally who were like, "This rally is sick. This rally is cool." So I think there's a lot of reason to be optimistic, sincerely.
I genuinely agree. Matter of fact, I was on my way back home this evening to get ready for the live stream. You know, it's a miracle that I didn't wreck my car because I'm half looking down at my phone, trying to read Twitter. I'm trying to drive, trying to look at my phone. But Charlie Gasparino of Fox Business, in one of his tweets, made the statement. He's like, I'm talking to people inside the Trump campaign headquarters, and he said they're feeling really good. Now, people were feeling really good in 2020. Nothing's done yet, but there's a lot of, man, we're seeing good numbers in this area, good numbers in this state, etc. And going back to something that Brentley said, we may have a telltale sign of how the Bidens feel about this race, or more particularly, who they voted for. Because did Jill try and give a signal with what she was wearing today? I'm just saying, I don't know, folks. I don't know.
Wow.
So
You know
we'll
what
see.
it is? It's probably she just wanted some attention, and she's like, you know what? We'll get them talking about me.
Yeah.
I wear
Yeah.
red.
Yep. And Jardam, from your lips to God's ear. So, and believe me, my European brothers and sisters who are watching this live stream right now, if you could send up some blessings to the Almighty on our behalf and prayers, we, the American people, would genuinely appreciate it. White House said she just okay. Well, darn it, it was hopeful for us anyway. Doggone it. Oh goodness, yeah, we're just waiting. We've got some states, Christian, you've probably already seen it already.
I'm seeing the decision desk thing like fill in a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Which state are we talking about?
No,
they're just coloring it in a little bit as
Okay.
the precincts are starting to
Right.
stuff.
Yeah.
So like
Here-
South Carolina, it's weird because they've colored it for Trump, but there's no numbers.
Well, but the exit polling, some of these folks can do some really good exit polling. They're realizing, yeah, we know how this is going to go. At this point, we have 4 states officially that have been called. Vermont for Kamala Harris, no shocks there. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina for Trump.
We're out in Indiana and Kentucky. Well, I guess they're only 15% reporting.
Yeah,
But
but I mean, they can look at where the vote's coming from and realize,
72 to 26 in Kentucky.
Oh, I know. Oh, the percentages are just crazy, just straight crazy. Oh yeah. Christian, other live streamers that you've been on with tonight, and if you want to drop names, feel free. If you don't want to, that's fine too. But what are you hearing from them? What are they telling you? What are they saying?
Well, I was on with John Ward. Not sure you guys know who that is. He was on John Ward about 20 minutes ago. We didn't talk very much about the election, unfortunately. We talked a little bit about it, but from what I understand is him and his crew, because they all have like a studio and everything, they're all getting drunk to try to. No, really, and that seems to be the spirit of some people. Yeah,
Okay.
I guess people want to drown out potential feelings of dread. I don't know. I think I want to be sober for this because, well, first of all, I don't drink at all. But second of all, even if I did drink, I want to be sober for this because I think this is going to be a very consequential night.
Yeah,
I genuinely believe because I'm firmly convinced that we're going to have an idea of who the president's going to be by at least 2 a.m. We may not know exactly statistically, here's the number of electoral votes, but we're going to have a general direction. So I'm very confident about that.
It's going to be a blowout.
Well, actually, Brentley, it's kind of funny that you just spoke because we have a question from the audience, Jadam, with another 2 British pounds. Thank you, sir, for your generosity. I'm curious how Brentley's gay mates are voting. Now, you do not have to answer that if you don't want to, but
I have a lot of gay friends on both sides of the issue. So I know gay people that are voting for Trump, and I know gay people that are voting for Kamala. I probably, if I had to say, like, just out of declared votes, I think I know more gay Trump supporters than I do gay Kamala voters.
Okay.
So take that with a grain of gay salt, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, no, like I know a couple people that have told me, in the last couple of weeks that they were sort of undecided and they're going to vote for Trump or they're definitely not going to vote for Kamala. So it just, to me, it seemed like it was going to be a blowout. Like definitely like the vibe I'm getting is that it's not There's no enthusiastic support for Kamala. You know, she's like basically a cardboard cutout candidate, just like slapped up there last minute because Joe Biden couldn't hack it, and this is their fault. You know, this is what the Democrats did to themselves. You know, they forced Joe Biden in there, you know, without not really having a primary, and he couldn't hack it at the debate. And then they were like, "Oh no! Now what do we do?" And they swapped her in real quick, and they're gonna get what they deserve for that. You know, I mean, you can't like putz around with the process and think that you're still gonna be able. You know, the Democrats are just so haughty. This is the other thing that I don't know if you guys, maybe you can elaborate on your experience. But every time I've had an interaction with Democrats, whether it was like online or in person, the energy that I've gotten from them is very haughty, very superior, very sure of themselves, very condescending. Like I got somebody that told me he like hated my hat, like casually, like just like walking about. Oh, I hate your hat. I'm like, okay, thanks, dude.
Wow.
Just on CNN, they're reporting that Jake Tapper is visibly stunned after seeing that a 20-point swing in from Biden to Trump in independent voters in Georgia.
Well, Jake, get ready because I got a funny feeling you're going to be stunned all night long, brother.
Oh, there's going to be so much wailing and gnashing of teeth. It's going to be glorious to behold, but also scary because they're crazy.
True.
And when
Very
the
true.
crazies, you know, throw tantrums, it's not pretty, especially in our cities where, you know, people can get hurt like they did in the 2020 BLM riots. You know, there were, dozens of deaths and billions of dollars in damage because people wanted to burn their communities down.
Yep.
Very strange behavior.
Very strange indeed.
Beverage.
Yeah, it is. It's really sad. It really is. And, you know, this is something about the mainstream media that always kind of just absolutely blows my mind. It's just, I want to ask some of these folks a question. Does it ever occur to any of you that you might be wrong? I mean, have you guys ever run that through your mind? I mean, the arrogance that they demonstrate talking down to the American people, I got to wonder in the quiet moments that they have when they're not in front of the TV cameras or anything else, does it ever cross their mind, what if I'm wrong? Or are they just so self-assured that, nope, we're right and this is how it's going to be? Just, it amazes me. It truly does.
Like, you don't win hearts and minds by calling people names and talking down to them. And, you know, this is all that they've been doing. Their entire campaign strategy has been talk down to people, call them names. You know, it's failing horribly. At least I think it has.
Yeah, I agree with you. It truly is. Yeah, we're just about down to the bottom of the hour, and we're going to have some more states that are going to close very quickly. And let me go ahead and get those pulled up right now because some of them are very close to home, at least for me anyway. Okay. I have not had a chance to see this. I have not had a chance to see this, but yeah, he's doing some fantastic work. But as far as the next set of polls that are going to close at the bottom of the hour, North Carolina, Ohio, and the most important state in America, whoever wins West Virginia, they're going to take the presidency, baby. I'm telling you right now, mark it down. I called it. Whoever takes West Virginia is getting the presidency. Those 4 electoral votes, whew, let me tell you. No, seriously, though. North Carolina, everybody's going to be keeping an eye on. And Ohio, always an important state. For many years considered a bellwether. But it's gone very Trumpy in his time that he's been here. So anyway, we'll be keeping an eye on those as they come down. My name is Brian Trippett on the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by Ruben Christopher Haynes, Christian Watson, Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast. And we're just waiting for numbers and stuff to fill in. And we want to thank you guys for being with us. This is, very gracious of you to spend your time with us tonight. And thank you for the links you're providing. Thank you for the super chats from everybody, which is greatly, greatly appreciated. And we will keep an eye on everything, and as soon as we've got numbers or calls, we will absolutely throw them up on the screen. But in the meanwhile, as you guys are providing us with information, we are always happy to show it. I think it was Ruben who was talking about the Harris campaign advisor, talking about, how confident they are tonight. Well, with that, folks, take a look at this, because this will kind of blow your mind. Check this out.
It'll be a long day. We don't expect this race to be called early, but we are optimistic that we are literally about to be able to turn the page on Donald Trump and install Vice President Harris as the next president of the United States.
Yeah, exactly. Not elect, install. Yeah, and Lana, I absolutely agree with you, dear. Your beloved. Well, now wait a minute. Trump won the Ohio in 2020, didn't win the White House. And that was one of the weird anomalies about that election. One of the very weird anomalies. Trump won Florida, Iowa, and Ohio. And it had been since 1960 when a nominee did that and hadn't won the presidency. Richard Nixon. So take that for what it's worth, So, yeah, so we're just, but yeah, I'm hearing a lot of optimism on the ground. I'm also hearing reports of a lot of chicanery and shenanigans on the ground. So, TBA says, Brian, there was cheating out the ass in 2020. Come on, man. Oh, I know, brother. I know. Yeah, so good evening, Motard. Glad to have you here with us tonight. Glad to have everybody here tonight, by the way. So we're just basically keeping our eyes on states that are coming in, and we'll be filling in their votes. And like I say,
have any interesting propositions in your state? Because they were trying to incorporate gender ideology into the New York State Constitution, so I got to vote no on that.
No, not that I know of.
There was one in my state, and it was on the question of assisted suicide, physician assisted suicide.
Oh wow! Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
euthanasia.
And
yeah.
I mean, if I can think of it a little bit later, I'll pull up the text of how that thing reads. But it's a constitutional amendment, and the language of it's pretty straightforward. I mean, it just says we will ban physician-assisted suicide in our state. It does not preclude, the providing of medication to people at end of stage life or whatever. It gives obvious exceptions built into the constitutional amendment. But yeah, it's the first time we've had something like that hit our state that I'm aware of ever. So we've got a TBA over on Rumble from Laura Trump. Throughout the day, we've been monitoring slow ballot counting in Milwaukee. Now our legal team has learned the counting took place in unsecure conditions. Uh-oh. I will say this, and you guys can chime in on this if you want to. Not that they're perfect, because there's a lot of stuff you got to keep an eye on legally. But compared to 2020, the Republican Party so far at the national level has really been on it. If someone points out something, boom, they're like putting people on. It's like, tell us what's going on, guys. Fix this. And so far, I'm not going to say it's going to stop everything, but they are minimizing. They're snuffing out stuff before it really gets going.
Sorry, I just scrolled past Jake Tapper being visibly stunned.
No, absolutely. But on the proposition you mentioned, Brian, so euthanasia is one of those issues that I think doesn't get talked about nearly as enough as it should in the national conversation.
Absolutely.
But it's actually making waves across the world. Earlier in the middle of this year, there was a few cases, actually. A case of a woman somewhere in Europe. I think she was in Denmark, where she basically said, "I just give up on life, and I want to die." And the government of that country is more than happy to provide her services to make sure that can happen. And in Canada, there's also been a very big conversation about it as well. So I think that's actually a very important issue. And I think it's actually I think it's an issue that a lot of people should look more into. Because, I've had a position on euthanasia for the past 7-8 years. And my position has always been that the right to life is inalienable. Having said that, if someone is in a place where they basically don't have much of life at all, and they wish to relieve their suffering, that has to be a consideration that the law respects.
It's about the autonomy question, right?
Yeah, well, like yeah, some folks would say that. Although and then again, but by the same token, if you take that bodily autonomy thing to its logical conclusion, you should basically also say that regular, suicide should be something that we don't interfere with. I don't agree with that. So I think
Well,
it's a very
then
thorny issue. It's a very thorny issue, but I think that's a very, very complex moral question that people should look more into.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And we're just keeping an eye on some of the numbers that are starting to fill in. Georgia's got 6% reporting. And again, this is very, very early.
I've seen a lot of Republican pro chatter on Twitter saying that they're going to take Georgia.
Yeah, again, very early on.
People are saying that they're going to call it before 9 o'clock.
If that happens, the whole tenor of this race changes, particularly in the Midwest and particularly out west. Now, do I think that this helps Trump flip California or Oregon or Washington? Not necessarily. But as far as the down ballot races, this could affect, Democrat enthusiasm. This could cost them some House seats if it looks like Kamala's going to get blown out early.
Also was called for Trump early.
I'm sorry?
West Virginia has been called for Trump.
Oh, my goodness. That was fast. But I'm not necessarily surprised. So with that,
Justice got the Senate seat.
Yep, that's right. The polls have now closed in North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio. So give me a second here, folks. We'll get some more of our.
So by the way, where are you guys looking at results at? There's a lot of places. I'm trying to figure out.
There's a website, DecisionDeskHQ.com.
Okay.
And I'm trying to use that as kind of like I won't say necessarily just a standard, because you're right. We could be pulling numbers from anywhere, but just for the sake of uniformity, just want to try and pull them from there if at all possible.
I like them better than the New York Times. So we're like, what's else?
But New York Times right now, did they settle that strike that those guys went on yesterday?
Oh, I have no idea. Did the New York Times in trouble?
Yeah.
Shocked.
It's funny. All these left-wing publications will talk a lot about these different issues, but their own, whether it be the SPLC, which has a lot of sexual harassment and also complaints from the union, or the New York Times, a lot of these coalitions fall apart when it comes to actual labor practices, which I find very interesting.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we can declare Donald Trump president of the United States, number 47. He's got it because after all, he took West Virginia, baby. It's all over. It's all over. The harbinger has come in for Trump. That's it. All right.
Great state of West Virginia.
The great state, West by God, Virginia. Thank you very much. And with that, we will fill in the board with one more. And yep, I'm not surprised by Indiana, not surprised by Kentucky, not surprised by West Virginia. Waiting for Ohio. I got a feeling I know what's going to happen there. There is one thing about Ohio and Atlanta. It's your state. I'm really interested to see this one. That Senate race between Bernie Moreno, the Republican, and incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown. I'm curious to see if Trump pulls Bernie Moreno over the finish line, because if he does, that's a pickup for the Republicans. I mean, with Jim Justice being declared the winner of West Virginia, we now have a 50-50 tie. Okay. If Trump and Vance go on to win, Vance is the tiebreaker in the Senate. If Moreno comes in, that gets past that problem. So just a little thing to look forward to. So there you go, folks.
Happy day.
Oh, happy day.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what happens. So, yeah, polls are starting to close. We're keeping no numbers in yet from Ohio. Let me check out the Old Dominion over there. Let's see what goes on. Which, by the way, Virginia's got a Senate race that, if it were a different set of circumstances, God, I'd love to see what would happen for this guy. Tim Kaine is the Democrat incumbent. He's running against Hung Cao. And great backstory on Hung Cao.
Yeah.
If it were a different state and a different set of circumstances, Hung Cao, I would give him like great odds to pick up that seat, even though he's running against Kaine. But man, Kaine's been there forever, and that's a tough row to hoe.
Ooh.
It really is.
They're saying they're calling. Georgia is like 54% for Trump, apparently, according to Fox News.
Wow.
Hang on, I'm checking out Decision Desk, see what kind of vote they. What's Fox saying is the?
I think that might be based on their exit polling, though.
Oh, okay. So they haven't got any hard numbers yet.
No, but it's still like leaning heavily towards Trump.
Woo. Well, I'm just looking at Decision
Oh
Desk.
my gosh, the betting market is now 67% Trump, 33% Harris.
I'm not necessarily surprised by that. Yeah, I'm looking at Decision Desk right now, and you know what? I think I can do this and not totally whack out the computer.
They're
Give me a
saying
second.
independents in Georgia, among independent voters, they've sung 20 points towards Trump in Georgia.
Yep.
Which is
They're saying.
early.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, a 20-point swing.
Jeez.
Yeah. I'm not. Yeah. I think Georgia's going to get caught sooner rather than later.
You may,
I mean, the one guy I saw earlier was saying they're going to call Georgia before 9 o'clock.
yeah, let me see if I can pop this up here for the benefit of everyone. And again, this is very early, so here we go.
With a grain of salt.
Yes, and you know me, I'm very salty.
Ooh, and Bitcoin is spiking too. What is happening right now?
Do what? Do what's it?
Bitcoin new as I mean, just double check it.
Okay.
It's poppycock.
Okay.
Oh wow, yeah, it's $70,651 right now.
Ooh, okay, interesting. Yeah, 8% of the vote in so far in Georgia, and again, keep an eye on the Atlanta metro area, Gwinnett, Cobb, Fulton, those counties in and around Atlanta, which are very heavy Democrat. But I'm hearing, and again, we'll see, but I'm hearing that vote is down in those counties. They couldn't get people out to the polls in the early voting period, and that is
Democrats are not enthusiastic.
No, they're not. Matter of fact, I've got a story in that regard. I was listening to a snippet of something. Rich Barris, who's probably one of the pollsters I follow the most, and he was on with Charlie Kirk today, and he was telling the story of a gentleman in Philadelphia that he was interviewing for some of his polling, and he gets knocks on the door from Democrat door knockers and ballot harvesters, and they said, "Sir, we noticed that you haven't turned in your ballot." And the guy looked at him and went, "Yeah, you're right. Do you want us to take it in for you?" "No, I don't." Slammed the door on him. And, being a pollster and trying to figure out why, he's like, Barris kind of asked him, he's like, "What happened here?" He said, "Well, I'll tell you what happened. Number one, they lied to me." Talking about the Democrats. The guy said, number one, they told me that Trump was a fascist. He's obviously not. But worse than that, they told me there was nothing wrong with Joe Biden. And this guy's senile as all get out. So he's like, I'm not going to vote for her just because they want me to after what they lied to me and did. So we'll see. Yeah, and I have. There was does anybody know?
I saw that too.
Yeah, bomb threat this morning.
And then Raffensperger was saying, we can confirm that the threats came from Russia. It's like, bro, like,
come on. Let's take a look at this real quick. Hang on. And that one breaks my heart. Not say that Mark Robinson was perfect by any means, but oh goodness. Hang on. Let me get to this.
Yeah, Robinson was a deeply troubled man, and not only was he deeply troubled, but I think that his rhetoric didn't help him at all.
Who's Robinson?
And his rhetoric for his entire political career, by the way, is
Yeah.
I used to live in North Carolina. I lived in there for 7 months, and I had a chance to meet him on several occasions. When he's not up on stage, he's actually a pretty affable person. When he's up on stage, he becomes this kind of bold, this kind of angry person that's like attacking groups, and it's just it. And we all knew, everyone knew, this is not going to fly in North Carolina, in a place where the research triangle is diversifying with tech people that tend to lean left. If they lean anywhere, you're not going to be able to get someone like him elected in North Carolina. Mississippi or Alabama, maybe, but North Carolina, no. So I'm not surprised personally.
Yeah, over on Rumble, TBA is like breaking. CNN's Georgia exit poll reveals that Trump is winning independent vote by 11 points. In 2020, Joe Biden won independents by 9. Independents make up 31% of voters. Game over. TBA also says, this is a tweet from Eric Dougherty, Trump is about to flip Duval County. Georgia has never voted to the left of Duval County, Florida in recent history. So take that for what it's worth, folks. Oh, goodness. Crazy. We're just basically, folks, waiting to check numbers, seeing what's coming in at this point. And yeah,
I'm looking closely at a few races. So I'm looking closely at New Hampshire's congressional district number 2, where
Oh,
Lehigh
yes.
Williams is running.
Yes.
Right now, it does not look good for her at all. I hope that these numbers change. Right now, it looks like she's leading. She's behind. Behind her opponent. She's behind her opponent by a lot. So her opponent's leading by 61%, and she's at 38%. Lily. So that's a very big gap. And
That's
I
a
don't.
really big gap.
It doesn't look good. So I'm also paying attention to the race that has no results in yet, which is the Gallagher versus Lake race, which I'm optimistic about. It'd be very nice to have Carrie Lake in the office. And I'm also looking at the McCormick and Casey race that has not been reported yet either. So that's what I'm paying attention to tonight. But if Lily doesn't win, then that's a bad sign for Trump in New Hampshire, because there's been this talk of Trump somehow putting in New Hampshire in play. I don't think it's going to happen.
I have heard that same thing. Well,
I hope I'm wrong, by the way. I really do.
No. I mean, you might wind up being absolutely right, but I've always wondered: is it just me, or is sometimes there's a disconnect between Trump's coattails and a candidate's ability to jump on them? I mean,
That's right.
some people just don't get pulled. I mean, and I'm not saying anything about the race you're keeping an eye on, but I just wonder sometimes if some candidates, just for whatever reason, they just don't get pulled along with the coattail effect. You know. Bernie Moreno right now has a very slight lead on Sherrod Brown in Ohio with 4% in. There's about 4% in on the presidential race, and Trump's got a fairly substantial lead. But again, that's real early around the state. So let's see. So let me start. Hang on a second. Talk amongst yourselves, fellas. I gotta pull some paperwork out here so I can keep track of what I got to keep track of. But Christian, go ahead.
I was just scrolling on Twitter, and they're still seeing posts about the squirrels.
Yeah.
Like the whole peanut thing, like, I think was really a very emotional chord that struck with a lot of people. And it made it made for amazing memes. And it's a perfect sort of iconic story of government overreach. So, like, I had this argument on Twitter about this guy. Well, not argument, we were discussing it back and forth. But this guy was like, we had like a 12K, new jobs in October. That's dismal. It's apocalyptic. Like, why isn't that getting more attention? Why is everybody talking about Peanut the squirrel? And I was like, dude, 12K jobs is like sort of like an abstract, like, yes, the economy sucks. Everybody knows that. We're feeling it in the wallets. We're feeling it in the bank accounts. We're feeling it in the price of groceries and at the pump, and et cetera, et cetera. But when you hear a story about like the government going into somebody's home and taking their pet and like murdering the pet, and especially when there's a lot of video of the squirrel being adorable and stuff, like the squirrel was popular. The squirrel like had millions of followers online. Like, you don't kill the squirrel. Like, bro, like, it was a bad idea. So I think that really got people zapped up. And plus, they got a lot of people running around really doing a lot of good work, like Scott Pressler registering all those people, inspiring people to do other similar things.
I tell you what, Scott Pressler is, regardless of how this election turns out, that man's a hero.
Yeah, that's totally. I mean, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, like, Scott Pressler probably gets, like, I would say, like 90% of the credit.
Well, I will say this. I don't know how coordinated an effort post-election the RNC wants to have with Pressler or vice versa, but I'll tell you what, smartest thing the RNC could ever do is start working with Pressler on a really regular basis. Yeah. I'm serious.
Very true.
Guys, I just took a look at Georgia. I'm going to pop this up here. Now, again, this is really early, and I don't know where all these votes are coming from yet, but I'll tell you one thing. That is a honking big lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, again, I don't know where, what, who knows. So take it for what it's worth.
It's early. It's so early.
Well, I mean, and the thing is, and I know it's kind of cheesy for guys like me to say that, but with I think someone said it best today. that given the way that 2020 went down, yeah, there's PTSD on the part of Republicans and conservatives over the 2020 election, and it kind of lingered over to this one's like everybody's on this like, yeah, we feel good, but you have the word but coming in after almost every positive comment, but, and it's like, which I mean, again, part of that's understandable, as you should never count the chickens before they hatch, but by the same token, it's like,
Also, you gave me a little I feel like you have to be a little bit detached from the result. Like, even if Donald Trump were to lose the election, which is you could still just you could deal. It wouldn't be the end of the world. It would actually be kind of funny because then we would have President Kamala, and we would watch the country go through another 4 years of destruction until people realized the Democrats were evil communists and woke up out of the spell. But I mean, it'd be funny, and I feel like if even if we did have President Kamala, she would probably be the last woman president that we'd have for a while. So,
yeah. WWG1 over on Rumble says, yes, but as it relates to butts, I like big butts, and I cannot like. Oh, for God's sake, WWG1! I hate this. Oh Lord. I was asked a question, Gypsy. Did Jim Justice win? Well, I can answer that one in the affirmative, folks. Absolutely. At this point, even though it's very early, they've called West Virginia for Jim Justice as far as the Senate seat, and for what that does for the Republicans. Let me pop it up here real quick. That is a net pickup for the night, and let me get this over here a little bit better. There we go. And there's the first Republican pickup of the night.
Wow!
So they're on their way. And again, there's a lot of board out there. I mean, Christian, what are you hearing about McCormick in Pennsylvania against Casey? As far as the feeling on the ground?
A lot of folks like McCormick. A lot of folks like David McCormick. Personally, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't trust him at all. I voted for him today. I don't trust him.
Okay.
And I really hope he doesn't make me regret my vote. I don't trust him because not only do I think he's a little bit too polished. I'm concerned about where his residency was before he moved here. I think that if you're going to represent the people of the state, you should have a deep connection to the state. You should,
absolutely.
I'm not a provincialist, but I do think that you should have at least lived here in secession for X amount of years. Not born here, then leave, or live here and for 5 years, then leave. You should live here in secession. But a lot of people like him. I voted for him, so we'll see what happens. I actually, funny enough, I met his grandfather at a convenience store. He was out there telling people to go vote for his grandson. Yeah. So folks like him. So we'll see what happens. Bob Casey's been in power for so long that I just think that a lot of people are getting fatigue over him. But he's been in power for so long that he's a name brand for the state. He has a lot of power in the state. Let me give you an example. So I'm 24 now. When I was 11, I went to his office.
Okay.
My mom and I visited Washington, D.C., I went to his office. He was still senator. So he's been senator of Pennsylvania since I've been born, I think, or most of my lifetime, which is absolutely ridiculous. You shouldn't serve in office that long. Yeah. In under no circumstance. I don't care how good your ideas are. And his ideas are not good. His ideas are a carbon copy of whatever the National Democratic Party wants them to be. So I really hope that he gets out of office tonight because I'm tired of him personally. Plus, he tried this play at the very end of the election season where he tried to first he was running away from Trump and attacking him. But then he said, no, I'm actually just like Trump. So I also have a problem with his moral character. Obviously, he's a liar. I don't like liars very much. But then again, I don't trust Dave McCormick either. So we'll see what happens.
Well, and I'd like to put this up here because, this is a fairly interesting comment. Going back to something that Brantley said, Jardam, thank you for the £5. Again, very generous of you, sir. I genuinely appreciate it. If you look at European history, queens have caused 8 times more wars than men. Now, Jardam, I'm going to take you at your word on this one because I have never looked up that statistic for myself, but thank you for the £5 and greatly appreciated.
I'd be very curious to know the context of those wars. Because oftentimes when you think of the Great Wars, especially the Great Wars with Europe, you think of Charlemagne, you think of King Richard the Lionheart, who went into Jerusalem, things like that. You normally don't think of queens, like Queen Victoria or something like that. So I'd be very interested in hearing the context around this, because I'm a very big fan of history. I think that history actually teaches us how to conduct civilization in the present as well as the future. So I think that is very important to have a grounding, not just an understanding, but a grounding to history as well. But that statistic, I don't know. I would like more information if Chardon can.
Yep. TBA, you've got a comment over on Rumble's rumor. Okay, it's a rumor. Red sweep of all 3 Supreme Court justices to Republican to form a majority on the state Supreme Court. Trump 55, Moreno 53. Issue number 1 is 56%. Crazy Blue Akron went Republican 51-49. Now, if that's true, that'd be real interesting for the state of Ohio. But let's see. So. Let's see how the numbers come in. At this point, we have races that have been called around the country, and I'll go ahead and pop them back up for the sake of discussion of context. We have Vermont, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, and South Carolina. We are waiting on results for Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina, and Ohio. Most of the polls in Florida have closed at the 7 o'clock hour. The Panhandle, which is in the Central Time Zone, will close at 8 p.m. So we're just basically waiting on those babies to come in. And again, folks, thank you for all of the information that you're providing, links, stuff like that. And again, we've all got Twitter accounts here, so if you find something interesting and you want us to talk about it, by all means, we want this process tonight to be fun and interactive for everybody. So, we're like the men at the blackjack table. Hit me. So, bring it on. We'll take a look at it and see what people have got. Christian, let's do a real quick commercial while I pull some other things up. What are you working on right now on your channel, and where can people find you on social media?
You can find me at Pensive Politics or at Official C. Watson, pretty much everywhere, Twitter especially. So right now, I for the past week, I've been doing primarily election content. And once this is over, I'm happy I won't have to do that anymore, because I think this has been a real drag on people, this election stuff. So we're going to be focusing a lot on the foundations of the country in the next month. We're focusing a lot on what does it actually mean to be America first, focusing a lot on some of the past presidents that actually, I think, defined virtue in American history, like Grover Cleveland, focusing a lot on my idea of worldview Americanism, what that actually means, focusing a lot on different aspects of history going into the next month or so. So I'm going to finally be able to do some of my more philosophical stuff, philosophizing, as opposed to some of the more current event stuff. But that's mainly what I'm working on at the moment.
Okay. All right. And again, folks, welcome into our coverage of Election Night 2024. My name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by Ruben Christopher Haynes, Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric Podcast, and Christian Watson, a.k.a. The Professor. We're basically waiting for the 8 p.m. polls to close, and there's a slew, and I mean a slew, of states that will be coming in at 8 o'clock Eastern. And I'll go ahead and pop this up here while we're waiting for other numbers to come in. Bama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, the Central Time Zone, Illinois, the land of Lincoln, Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, and that's Eastern Time Zone. And again, Michigan, part of their, I think it's the UP. Gypsy, correct me on this if I'm wrong. But the Upper Peninsula on Michigan is mountain. No, I'm sorry. It's central. Okay, somebody help me out here. We'll take a look in a minute. Anyway, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire. And yeah, New Hampshire's numbers will start coming in after 8 o'clock Eastern. Jersey. And by the way, I'm hearing some really weird stuff coming out of Jersey. I don't think Trump's going to take it, but man, the Republicans are coming out in force.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Some of the information. And again, we're not going to know until we know. But even if he gets that within single digits in New Jersey, Trump, if he gets that within single digits, that's just not boding well for her anywhere else in the country. North Dakota, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, the big prize of the night that everybody's keeping, one of the biggest prizes, let me rephrase that. Rhode Island, South Dakota, Texas, Tennessee, and the District of Columbia. So there you go, folks.
Apparently, Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister today.
Mm-hmm.
and people are saying it's to obscure criticism from Biden during the election.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, he's not. I won't talk too much about Israel, but I don't think Netanyahu is doing himself any favors, especially to some people like me that actually support
he
Israel.
sucks.
I mean, I support. I've made no comments about it. As a civilization, I support Israel. I think Israel is one of the most inspiring civilizations, one of the most advanced civilizations in the Middle East. That's a fact. And I think it's a bulwark against the kind of barbarism of Islamism, not Islamism, within that region as well. But their government betrays their virtue. The government betrays the virtue of the civilization, and it gives them a bad name. And that's why a lot of Israelis don't like Netanyahu. So he's just really not doing himself any favors, whether it be the kind of biblical language of annihilationism he's using to refer to the Gaza Strip, whether it be his own corruption. He's just not doing himself any favors. It's a shame.
Every time they have a political problem over there, they start crying about terrorists, and it's just like, it's tiresome. It's tiresome. Like, you guys they gotta actually do something positive for the people instead of just blaming somebody constantly and projecting all this hate. They're so corrupt over there. It's like really backward.
The government, I like to distinguish between the government and the people, because I think that the people of Israel are, from what I've seen, pretty good, pretty industrious, and pretty genius. But the government obviously is a different story, and I think that we should understand that, because I mean, look, you have to have sympathy for the Jewish people going through hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of years rather of history, being persecuted at every turn, everywhere they go, due to misunderstandings and biases and all kind of things. You have to have some sympathy of how they've been able to rise above that and basically, I think, become quite successful, and that during those times, and especially in modern times. I actually marvel at it. I wish more Americans could internalize that habit, because a lot of Americans,
nice if, like, the government of Israel wasn't using tens of millions of American taxpayer dollars to demolish.
No, I mean, look, I don't support foreign aid to anywhere, not Ukraine.
You just cut that off across the board. Like, I don't know why we're giving money out to.
Yeah, I don't support.
You know what I mean?
We just gave a few $1 million to Egypt. I don't support that.
Wow.
I don't support it to Ukraine. I don't support it to Israel. But the government of Israel and the people of Israel, very different. I think we should recognize that.
Totally.
It's like the people of China. People of China. I mean, we talk about China being the great dragon, the great enemy. The people of China, I think, are some of the most industrious people on the world. The stats show that. I think in some groups in China are actually some of the most persecuted as well. And it's just very unfortunate because they live under a tyrannical government. So.
Absolutely. Well, while we're waiting for certain polls to close, and in an effort to, thank our wonderful folks who are watching, we have a video provided by WWG1, and hey, conservatives get called Nazis. Why don't we play videos about them? This is a funny little thing that was provided. So with that, enjoy, folks.
Es ist dem Feind gelungen, die Front in Breite.
There you go, folks. Never let it be said that we do not have eyes and ears everywhere on this channel. So with that, it is the top of the 8 o'clock hour. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by Ruben Christopher Haynes, Christian Watson, and Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric Podcast. We are now waiting for some other items to come in.
That was a real treat. Thanks, Brian.
Well, we do. You can thank WWG1 over on Rumble for that. One of the OG wingnuts.
Gagging the entire time.
And TBA over on Rumble's got a piece of hot political rumor. CNN reports that Kamala Harris is, quote, very worried about North Carolina and Georgia. Gee, I wonder why. Okay. All right. Gentlemen, would you do me a favor and take a perusal?
The decision desk map just like colored in a whole bunch.
Loaded up real quick, big time.
All right, slowly but surely, give me states if you wouldn't mind.
Oklahoma.
Okay. Yeah, you just gave me the one I don't have the thumbnail ready for, but hang on a minute. I can fix that.
Sorry.
That's all right. Don't worry about it, brother. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, Oklahoma to Trump.
Missouri
Again, another one I don't have the thumbnail pulled up for.
I'm reading
See?
it from up to right.
I know. Bless your heart. Hang on. Let me get myself straightened out here. Give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves, folks. All right. So Oklahoma.
Looks like they called a couple for Kamala too.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not surprised by that.
These are the staples.
All right. Keep talking, fellas.
So-
Missouri, Mississippi.
All right. Hang on.
That's fun. There's like a lot of the South is going. But Texas is colored in with blue checker lines. I guess that's because so far there have been more Kamala votes in Texas than there.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Texas yet.
That's only with 8% reporting.
And Ohio too. I've been looking at this. Apparently,
Also Ohio, she's leading by a large percentage.
56%. Yeah.
Don't worry. The right parts of the state just have not come in yet. So I'm not worried about Ohio yet. Not by I'm not saying you guys are wrong, but I'm just depending on where the votes are coming from.
Yeah, most of the votes.
It's funny how many of these two that they call with like 0% reporting. Like Oklahoma 0%.
Yeah.
0.
Trump has Oklahoma, Missouri, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Indiana.
Florida is actually killing it. They've got 69% of their vote reported already.
All right, gentlemen.
To go Florida.
And the people and the states that went to Maryland.
All right, hang on. And okay, with that, Maryland.
DC.
I'm not surprised. Maryland. Okay, there's probably an easier way for me to do
Massachusetts and Rhode Island.
Hold it. Let's just do it like this. Give me the states they've called for Kamala on decision desk at this point. Let's just do it that way.
Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island.
Hold on. Rhode Island. Oh, hang on. Rhode Island.
Vermont.
Got it.
Massachusetts, Maryland, and DC.
Maryland and the District of Columbia. So I've got for Kamala Harris, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Vermont, Maryland, and the District of Columbia. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. What have we got called for Trump?
Oklahoma, Missouri, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, South Carolina, and Florida.
Okay, no big surprise there. Florida has come in. So, all right, folks, as it stands right now, Trump with 105 electoral votes, Harris with 31, but the big prizes are still hanging out there. So, that's where we be at this hour of the night. All right. And I promise, folks, I'll get some of my fancy schmancy. Let's see. So we've got Vermont's off the board. Massachusetts is off the board. I'm just scratching out some notes, guys. I'm so professional here, I know. Maryland, District of Columbia. All right, Maryland. All right, District of Columbia, Maryland, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. There's Rhode Island. Okay. Oklahoma, Missouri, Mississippi, Alabama. There's Mississippi. Alabama, Tennessee, Florida. All right, Florida's off the board. Okay. All right. I think that about catches everything up. And at some point we'll be visited by other commentators. I'm expecting a couple others to roll in here shortly. All right, folks, we're just keeping an eye on other states that are coming in. Has anybody called Connecticut yet?
No.
Decision desk hasn't called Connecticut?
No.
Really? It's kind of surprising. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's so New Hampshire, 16% of the vote is in, and Kamala is leading by 56% to Trump's 42%. So
okay,
I don't know what to think of this theory that he was going to flip New Hampshire. I hope it happens.
Yeah. Let's see. How much of the vote is in so far? Just out of curiosity.
16%.
16. Okay. Yeah. Well, the thing I'm curious to see, do I think will he flip it? Probably not. But I am curious to see what the margin is between the two of them.
Oh yeah, me too. Me
Yeah.
too.
So, interesting. I figured Connecticut. No offense to one of my viewers up in Connecticut, but I figured her home state would have been called sooner than that by now. All right, taking a look around the board, Virginia. Just to give you an idea of what's hanging out there at this stage, Virginia's got about 30% in, and it's under 10%. So, I mean, again, a lot of votes still hanging out there. And again, the longer in the night it goes, the stronger is the chance that, that things get different elsewhere. And I see Chad is coming back in. Welcome back, sir.
Hey, everybody.
How was the chicken?
It was excellent. Thank you for asking.
Oh, well, you're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. All right. So, over dinner conversations, any new and interesting information, or was conversation mostly about the chicken?
A little bit of both.
Okay. All right.
I was ranting again with Lord Brentwood about how, but what I said earlier in the evening about how people using the polls to make their predictions are assuming that polls that historically have been wrong by 3 to 5 points are now spot on and 100% accurate, which I find very unlikely.
Yep.
And we just don't know anything until we know anything. But it seems weird that so much faith is being placed into polls that historically have not earned the faith that I think people are placing in them, especially when it comes to Trump.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. If I can go on for a minute, it reminds me about for Netflix and other streaming sites, when you watch a movie, it will sort of take notes about the movie that you watched and that you enjoyed, and it will recommend other movies that sort of check some of the same boxes. And this is how they come up with their predictive algorithms to figure out what movies they think you would like and to recommend those movies to you so that you continue watching movies on their platform. But there is one movie in particular that Netflix and other sites found just broke their algorithm. That no matter what, it was just impossible to predict whether or not someone would like this movie based on what they had watched and enjoyed in the past. And that movie is Napoleon Dynamite. And for whatever reason, there is no way to figure out how likely someone is to enjoy the movie based on any of their previous watches, any of the previous movies that they've enjoyed. And in fact, this became such a well-known problem that within statistics, it actually coined a new term, which is the Napoleon Dynamite problem, which is an observation that for whatever reason just breaks the models. The models do not work for this. And it seems like maybe for Republicans more broadly, the polls can be pretty accurate. I think we saw that in 2022. But when it comes to Trump is the Napoleon Dynamite of politics. For whatever reason, he just breaks the models. And that's why in 2016, 2020, the blue wall over-predicted Democrat support by, somewhere between 3 and 7 points. And yet in 2020, the polls were, if I remember correctly, a little more accurate because Trump wasn't on the ballot. Yet candidates that Trump supported or endorsed were on the ballot, but Trump himself was not on the ballot. And I am really curious to see how that's going to change tonight. Frankly, I don't think it will. I think we're going to find once again that these polls are very bad at predicting who is voting for Trump and in what numbers people are turning out to vote for Trump.
I can't disagree with that at all. Not in the slightest.
Yeah, on that Napoleon Dynamite metaphor, see, so here's how I like to think about it. I like to think of voting as simply an expression of human desire. One of the many expressions, one of the many ways of expressing that, but just an expression. And one thing that we know about human beings above all else is that many of us are indecisive. Our desires are in flux, and they can be influenced by different things, which is why, I mean, that's the entire basis of campaigning. And when you are influenced by a personality, or you're influenced by a larger-than-life figure, your desires can shift from what they traditionally are to something else. And I think that's what Trump did. Trump actually managed to hack human psychology in a way that very few people can do, therefore allowing him to defy the traditional models that rely on a certain condition of human psychology that has been measured throughout the years. And that's really a beautiful thing, because it kind of shows you that, we're not these sort of deterministic robots wound up, by people, even though propaganda does dominate our age. We're dynamic, rational, living human beings that have the ability to change our minds and to pursue things that we want to pursue. That's the beauty of the country. That's the beauty of us as human beings. And that's really, I think, the beauty of the Trump phenomenon. I think that he actually really exemplified that. So very good observation, Chad.
You're very good. And let me go ahead and bring in one of my favorite people is making an appearance tonight. Bless her heart. We're so glad she is here. And by the way, fellas, mind your P's and Q's. We got a lady coming in here. Miss Tracy Barkley from Gen X Marks the Spot. Hello, darling.
Hey, and Brantley scoffs. She's not a lady.
Well, she's okay. Y'all gays fight this one out. Okay. I ain't getting into that. How you doing, dear?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Oh, doing great. All right. Woman on the Street report. What's going on in Tennessee? Let's hear it.
Red Eagle Politics has already called Tennessee for Trump, and I think that's pretty accurate. I had the pleasure of voting against Megan Barry, who I absolutely hate, and voting for Mark Green, her opponent, because when she was mayor of Nashville, she managed to use public tax funds to have a very public affair with a security guard.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very happy to vote against her. And I think, of course, Marsha Blackburn's going to win the state again by a huge margin, as will Trump.
And actually, now that you mention, I just checked the decision desk. Tennessee has been called for Donald Trump. Not necessarily a surprise, but you like to get that one out of the way early. So with that, we will now fill in the board just a little bit more. And
y'all, I have had some wine, so it's going to be just like I was on the night of the debates, a little bit louder, Tracy, than normal.
All right. Well, we're glad you're getting good and saucy. We love it.
And Harris is struggling in Virginia right now. It's only it's only a 6% game. It's only 20% of the vote in, but she is struggling 6%. I mean, by now it should be like wildly for her, but she's struggling in Virginia, and that is a good sign for Trump.
Earlier tonight, I said I don't put much faith in Polymarket because it's just vibes for guys, and I stand by that. But I will say I just checked, and Polymarket has Trump's odds of winning the presidential election up to 70%. It's refreshed in the amount of time it took me to say that. It's 69.2, but
the Decision Desk has him at like 70-something% now.
Well, just to give you an update on Virginia, and with 32% of the vote in, we're talking just a touch, and I mean a touch over 6%. And if you stop and think about that, folks, go back to 2020. Joe Biden carried this state by 10%. Now, again, there's like 2/3 of the vote still yet to come in. And just to give you an idea of what's going on in Nova, as it's called, Loudoun County, they've got 95% of it in. Trump's holding his losses, it looks like, to a reasonable minimum. Now, he could probably be doing better in Fairfax, obviously. And that might, in the end, be the thing that costs him Virginia. But in the northern counties so far, Prince William, he's deep. Hard to say. But yeah, this race in Virginia is a little tighter than people had thought. And keep in mind, smaller counties out here in the Southwest, which is Trump country, which makes sense as to why he went to Salem on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't come in yet. Now,
and they're getting redder. The red parts are getting redder. And if you haven't noticed, the urban vote is down overall.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing the same thing, Tracy.
And I'm not saying Trump's going to win Virginia, but all we need is for Kamala Harris to struggle in Virginia. And that will set the tone for the night. And she's struggling.
I agree with you. And we've been talking about all evening. If the margin of victory that she takes Virginia by is like single digits, I mean, like let's say 4 to 6%, like similar numbers that Hillary had in 2016, she's in trouble. Because this is a state with the amount of federal employees up in Nova and every other advantage the Democrats have built in over the course of 20 years. This is a state ought to come off the board fast.
I mean, it's DC suburbs, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, it ought to just be 20% for her, or double digits at least. I mean, and I don't know if y'all have heard, but independents are breaking for Trump by 11%.
We've heard that.
And it's a beautiful thing.
Yep, absolutely. And we'll go ahead and fill in the board. Tennessee, as far as has Tennessee been called for Blackburn at this point? Just out of curiosity.
I don't think it has, but you can call it. She's.
Yeah. Well,
I don't personally like Marsha Blackburn. I'll be the first to say, but the woman is a bulldog, and she's exactly who you need on your side.
Yeah,
it's like that. It's like the surgeon that you hire because they're the best, but they don't have the best bedside manner. They have the worst bedside manner ever.
Yeah.
But when push comes to shove, that's who you want working on your heart. That's Marsha Blackburn.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and fill in the board on our Senate chart as well. There are some other Senate races. Vermont, which would probably be Bernie if I had to guess. There'll be others.
They've already called it for Bernie. And congratulations to Jim Justice.
Absolutely. Going to the United
Baby
States
Dog.
Senate. Yeah, I can't wait to see him march that dog onto the floor of the Senate for the swearing in ceremony. That's going to be priceless. Motard asks, who is winning so far? Well, at this stage, Motard, let's answer that question for you. By terms of the Electoral College, Trump is winning. But then again, the big prizes have not started coming in yet. And we're keeping an eye on Virginia, Georgia, Ohio, North Carolina, among others, and some smaller states too. The 8 o'clock hour, we're still waiting on results from Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Kansas, Maine, Michigan, New Hampshire, Jersey, North Dakota, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, and
Trump is holding his own in Jersey right now. It's amazing. If you go up and look. Again, not saying he's going to win it, but he is flipping some counties right now.
That is true. I'm hearing that same exact thing. So,
yeah, 48-50. Yeah, it's right there.
Ooh, that's tight. Now, again, it's Jersey. This state hasn't gone Republican since 1988. But again,
Kamala Harris has pissed off some Jewish people.
Jewish people, Muslim people,
Italian people.
Yeah, name them. I mean, good grief. So anyway, hey, Brent, would you do me a favor? Check if you got Decision Desk pulled up. When you get a second, just take a run through the Senate seats and just see who's been called and who hasn't. If you get a moment, I'm looking for most everything in New England. I mean, the Maryland race, there ain't no way that Larry Hogan's winning that one. But
right now, Hung Cal is leading Trump in Virginia. That's huge.
Get out of here.
I really want Hung Cal to win. And on the House side, I want Lily Tang in New Hampshire to win so badly.
You and Christian are on that bandwagon together.
For the reasons is she's a patriot. And second, I just want to be able to say Lily Tang.
Bad news, folks. Decision Desk has called the Virginia Senate race for Tim Kaine, unfortunately.
Well, Hung Cal was leading Trump.
I know. I believe you. I believe you. So, a retention for the Democrats, and
I don't think they've called anything in the Senate yet.
Okay.
They have it they have percentages up, and you can scroll through it and go by county.
Okay.
But they don't have. It's weird.
You can call Marsha Blackburn. I'll guarantee it.
Yeah. Let's see. What else are we looking at here? Let's check Virginia again. Keeping an eye on that one.
Georgia is up for Trump by like 10 points.
Okay. How much of the vote's in?
Like 47%.
Ooh, that's coming in fast.
Yeah, Fulton County did not show up for Harris.
Yeah, we'll put that up on the board. Let everybody have a look at what we're talking about. Yeah, that's a pretty healthy lead so far. But again,
most of those counties that remain to be called are going to be red, with the exception of those few suburbs around Atlanta.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, we shall see how much. Let me see Atlanta Metro. Fulton's got they've got 75% in. Cobb has almost 60. Let's see. What did I look at here? Fulton. Why have we got two Fultons? DeKalb's not in yet. That makes me nervous. Cobb, Douglas, Henry. Okay, there's still parts of the Atlanta suburbs that have not come in yet. But yeah, so far that's a pretty good lead. But we'll see what happens as the night wears on. Okay, let's see what goes on in North Carolina, if anything, at this point.
Somebody tweeted, just a few hours until Liz Cheney is executed by a firing squad.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
People need to stop that stuff. It's propaganda fodder.
They do. It's a funny joke, but yeah, we need.
Well, it's just so funny that they took that meaning out of what he said. It was clear.
No, I certainly agree they did, but we need to stop giving these people fodder to misrepresent conservative positions. Seriously, that's terrible.
Oh, I thought. I mean, it's pretty obvious, Jim.
Yeah. Okay, we're still looking around.
The left would take and be like, "Look at this! They're totally excited that they're gonna execute Liz Cheney." You're right; they totally would do that.
Ruben, what are you seeing out on Twitter, my man?
Just a lot of everyone just still. You can hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, no, they're still following. Everyone's where we are now, waiting for different things to come through.
Okay. All right. Well, Tracy, I tell you what, while we're waiting, let's do a real quick commercial since you are the newest entry into the room. Where can people find you on social media? What can they do to help you out? And what are you working on right now?
They can find me here on YouTube. If you're on YouTube at Gen X Marks the Spot, I am about to release a couple of interviews, as well as I'm working on a video on the 1980s cartoon Visionaries, Knights of the Magical Light. I'm probably the only one here that's interested in Gen X nostalgia, but I'm about to release in depth. It was a cartoon that's not very well known, but it was like the Arthurian legend put into like futuristic space knights, and it was like one of my favorites. So I'm about to release that. And if you want to follow my fleeting thoughts throughout the day, that is on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Gen X Marks.
There you go. And you and I have a movie review coming up in the near future, don't we?
Yeah, tomorrow night we're doing
Excalibur. Yeah, 6 o'clock.
From 1981.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the soundtrack to that is just extraordinary, Ruben. And you know the music I'm talking about.
He's using Wagner. I know what they're doing. I know the context of it too. What they're trying to, at least they're trying. Again, that is the best. Again, no qualms to J.R.R. Tolkien, but that is the original Ring trilogy or quadrilogy. It's four. The Ring and the 4 books. But it's not outside of the whole Arthurian legend. But the way they did that, I love that movie.
Well, that was what it was supposed to be, and then they lost the rights to Lord of the Rings, and then he pivoted to Arthurian legend to get his movie, and I think that's just awesome. So it's probably why it's so Tolkien-esque like.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just bouncing around the board looking for different results on different states at this point.
What do we know about New Hampshire?
Well, that's a good question. Give me a second.
Because I don't think Trump takes New Hampshire. I
agree with you.
No,
but if he is within spitting distance, this is going to end up looking a lot more, I think, like 2016 than 2020.
Well, here's currently according to Decision Desk with about 24% in. And man, that's a lot of that state. I forgot how New Hampshire operates, man. There's a lot of tiny little counties and cities and districts, etc. So, but yeah, that's where they're at. 25%. He's got it within 10. But, let's see if that gets closer throughout the night. Well, look who just showed up on our door. Ladies and gentlemen, from Real Talk, please welcome Darius Simpson from the great state of Texas. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How's everybody doing?
Oh, let's turn it into a party now, man. I mean, I tell you what, we got Illinois represented, we got New York, we got Tennessee, we got Nebraska, we got Pennsylvania, now we got the Free Republic of Texas. All right, man on the street, what's going on down there?
Well, I think the people was a lot nervous quite a bit at first because over the past month or so, especially, I'm coming across people who are very, just very concerned. Some people to the point of tears because they are really hoping that another 2020 is not pulled, and so they was hoping very, very much so, praying and all those type of things that Trump wins because people have really been feeling the pinch. I know several business owners who definitely have had issues with employment issues, of course, income problems. Some people who own restaurants have had to adjust their operating hours. So they go down, instead of having lunch, for example, they had to cut that out of their schedules because overhead was getting too expensive. So, I talked to a Kamala supporter the other day. I thought at first the way the conversation started off, I thought we was on the same page. And I said, "Yeah, I'm voting for Trump." Yeah. She's like, "Trump?" She said, "Kamala Harris." I said, "Well, let's have a conversation real quick about it." So I pointed out a few things to her, and at the end of the conversation, ended up being a cordial conversation. And so anyway, she said, "Well, maybe the best candidate win," and we conceded on that point. But other than that, also real quick, as some friends of mine who had recently had a trip out there to Perryton, Texas, and she called me, the wife called me and was like, "Darius, I gotta tell you something." They stopped at this gas station just to refill before heading back to Amarillo, and let me pull it up real quick because I asked her to tell me what the story again. And she said when she walked in the door, she was standing in line. Well, one of the customers, a guy, turned around, looked at her, and when he saw her, he said, "I can't believe the evil and the corruption in the presidential candidate." So she's thinking, again, this is Texas, so you're thinking you're gonna have more Trump supporters than Kamala Harris supporters. So she says, "Yeah, I'm voting for Trump." And he said, "Trump," and he said, "No, Kamala." And anyway, he looked shocked because what he did is he assumed when he saw her, she's of Hispanic origin, so she's a Latina Hispanic in her, and she's a female. So he was thinking, that she was going to be okay with how, with Kamala, because she's for open borders and all that kind of stuff. And so now she said, "No, I'm voting for President Trump." And so this guy proceeds to talk a little bit more, and the husband comes in and said, long story short, the temperature is a little different out here, of course, than you would in a more blue state. And so from what I can gather, a lot of people are really on pins and needles hoping that Trump wins and that we don't have another 2020 repeat.
Fair enough indeed. And folks, we do have a call, and my apologies for not bringing this one up sooner. At the bottom of this hour, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, there is only one state that has results that turn in, and it is the state of Arkansas. And as you might expect, we can now safely say, on the basis of projections from Decision Desk, that Arkansas has gone to Donald Trump. So there's 6 more electoral votes there. We'll go ahead and pop that up on the board, and we will keep on rolling down the road. We're waiting for results to come in from various states around the country.
Hey, Darius, did you notice how much Trump has improved in Dallas?
I did not, honestly. Let me check real quick.
It's about a 13% improvement over 2020. So that's huge.
Oh yeah, that's huge. I mean, because the biggest issue for the Trump is getting a lot more black support, for example. And they was I forget who was talking about it, but it was one of the Fox News journalists was talking about if he gets up anywhere 30%, he's going to have this election in the bag. So that is definitely a tremendous jump.
And Virginia is now a 3% game.
Say again?
3%.
Hang on. Let's take a look.
In whose favor?
Oh, it's still leading Kamala, but Trump's within 3%.
Yeah, call it 3.5. Let me pop it up on the board and let everybody take a look. And that's 40%. It's gonna be
40,000. It's just over 40,000 votes.
Oh gosh, if he
that is a very good sign for Trump.
Even if he doesn't take the state, I agree. That's a very good sign.
Look how much the independents are taking from Kamala, because none of these people would have broke for Trump. I mean, you got Cornel West, Chase Oliver, Jill Stein, all heavily leftist.
Mm-hmm.
They are killing her. Looks like going after RFK was the wrong move.
Like about 1.5%. That's definitely not helping her, and not at all.
When RFK joined the Trump campaign, it was like such a moment. And then when it was on Rogan, it was just like, oof. And
now you got Ron Paul, the grand poobah of the Libertarian Party, possibly joining the Trump administration. I mean,
what?
And the New Hampshire Libertarians endorsed Trump, that's the only state in the union that the Libertarians could actually flip the vote.
Some
I'm
of the
saying
stuff,
it's going to happen. I'm not one of those.
No, I understand.
I just want to see her struggle in some of these counties, because we need the popular vote. We need the Electoral College and the popular vote to ram it home to the Democratic Party. You're doing things incorrectly. You need to shift back toward the middle.
Yeah, the fact that she is struggling in Virginia at this point, and again, let me go back to Virginia. I want to see the percentage on that. The fact that she's struggling with Virginia, and with 40% of it in, the longer this thing goes into the night and they don't call Virginia, that to me gets really interesting.
And North Carolina is only a 1% now. It's about to flip.
Yeah, the vote. Let me pop over there real fast. I'm just checking in on something else right now, but let me
Sorry,
get that.
y'all. I'm just really hyper. I didn't.
No. That's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Feel free to say, Tracy, shut the F up.
You good?
Tracy, shut the F. No, I'm just kidding. Folks, to give you an idea of what we're seeing at this point, this is from Decision Desk. Now, keep in mind, this is only with 15% of the vote in. There's a lot of places, and again, I am no expert on North Carolina, so I'm not even going to begin to try and do this like a Rich Barris or a John King at CNN or any of those cats. But yeah, Trump is about probably in the next vote dump, he's probably going to take the lead in North Carolina. Now, I'm saying he takes it, but let's see what happens. It's a long
14% in North Carolina. He's got it. He's within within 0.5 points to take the lead.
Yeah.
Half a point.
Yeah. And again, not that it necessarily at this point makes a huge difference. Yep, there it goes. It just flipped. Trump just took the lead.
Wow. That was
not 4%. It's like a 4%.
Oh my God, you're right.
Which
it just flipped in real time. 2 more percent dropped in, and it just gave him the lead. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now, Lana, somebody hand her the smelling salts. She's gonna be okay. I'm not worried about Ohio, darling, but I understand where you're coming from.
It all depends on how they dump their votes.
We're looking at North Carolina. North Carolina went for Trump in 2020.
By about
Georgia
didn't.
I remember correctly. Yeah, but the thing is that's what I'm saying. I have the 2020 map here right now, so nothing has changed at all regarding anything. So the biggest flips we're going to see would probably be, if any, like New Hampshire does anything, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, of course, not Vermont, Virginia, and Georgia. But yeah, those ones, Georgia should, should do something fairly soon. That'll be the first.
Yeah, they just flipped 11% Trump for Ohio.
Yeah.
52% in Georgia now, still ahead.
Yep.
blowout.
And yeah, it's starting to fill in.
He just needs Pennsylvania at this point.
Well,
but if he
Pennsylvania
were
is
to
not
flip,
looking good. With 10% in, she's ahead by like.
Yeah, but it's probably the urban and the early mail-in.
Yeah, like for example, Harrisburg and Pittsburgh and Philadelphia; those are Democratic strongholds.
Yeah,
so I'm not surprised to see this. I think when more of the other counties come in, it'll be more interesting.
Yeah, it's Pittsburgh and Philly basically carrying the state.
And,
and Harrisburg too.
What did she do what did Biden do in 2020? Has she lost ground in those?
That's a good question. I don't have that pulled up in front of me right now, but yeah. I mean, Christian, this is your state. You know this neck of the woods better than any of us here. So, I mean, the expression that I've always heard is, you got Pittsburgh on one side, Philadelphia on the other, and Alabama in the middle.
Alabama in the middle. Yeah,
Alabama in the middle.
That's what they say.
Yeah,
that's kind of look. I think that first of all, I think Pennsylvania is much more prettier than Alabama. No offense to Alabamans, it's a great state. I like Alabama. It's nice, but I think Pennsylvania is much prettier from an aesthetic point. That's just me being biased, though. But no, look, in the middle of the state, it's primarily like mountains and mountain towns. It's a very rustic, and of course, you go a little bit up, you have the more old still towns like Scranton and the Lehigh Valley. You got Bethlehem and other towns that were popular during the still times, but have kind of declined and then had a resurgence afterwards. And that's pretty much the heartlands of America. That's pretty much rustic Americanism. Bootstraps type mentality. And that's one of the reasons why I think Trump was so effective in Pennsylvania before, because he ate into Biden's coalition. Because Biden, called himself Scranton Joe and kind of tried to wear the skin suit of that rustic Americanism without having the substance of it. Well, Trump has the benefit of both having the substance and, having the appearance of it. And I think that's going to resonate this election. So I'm not worried about these numbers. Harrisburg, I was born in Harrisburg. It's a very progressive city. It's also a failing city too. It's unfortunate. I can't even go there at night because I'm afraid I'll get mugged or shot or stabbed. In fact, we had two, and I hate saying this, by the way, because I have pride in the places I was born. I'm a Pennsylvania boy. I hope to raise a family here, get a partner here, and die here. But Harrisburg is an absolute disaster because it's been under Democrat leadership for so long, and they've just spent the city into the ground. It has no money. It has no money whatsoever. Businesses are fleeing. So there were actually two state representatives, because Harrisburg is the capital, that were walking back from I think a wedding or an outing, walking through a section of Harrisburg called Midtown, which is like, the artsy district where all the gays and artists live.
Sure.
I considered moving there, but I didn't because it's in the city. And they were held at gunpoint by someone. These are state representatives in the capital city of the state, held at gunpoint a few blocks from the Capitol. Yep. It's absolutely atrocious. So I'm not surprised it's going for Kamala, not at all.
Brent? Oh, okay. I must have misheard. Yeah. Christian, let me ask you a question. Generally speaking, if a Republican's going to win statewide in Pennsylvania, what kind of vote share do they need out of Allegheny or out of Philadelphia counties?
Ooh, you're asking the wrong person. I'm not. I only speculating.
Okay,
but,
fair enough.
Yeah. But my suspicion is, I don't know actually. I only speculate. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Well, Christian, I'll tell you what. Since I'm going to make an executive decision here, would you do me a favor and monitor Twitter for any news related Pennsylvania? If you find something of interest and you think we need to hear it, pop it up there. Let's hear about it.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, I'm watching several races. I'm watching the Dave McCormick Bob Casey race, which is very interesting to me because I'm really interested to see how that goes. Which is at the moment Bob Casey with 11% reporting is up 71%. Dave McCormick is at 29%. Of course, it's very early. This could change. Although that's a very commanding lead for Casey, which concerns me. But again, parts of the map that you would expect to go for Casey are going for Casey. So this is not necessarily too surprising to me. Then, of course, I'm watching the Kerry Lake race, which I don't think has really reported yet, which is very important because if that lady wins, I think there's going to be something very special that happens with that. There's going to be a few things that happen, actually. I think she's going to be exactly like Ted Cruz was at the beginning of his career. If you guys remember that. At the beginning of his career, he was this kind of Tea Party renegade that was willing to buck the leadership of both sides, willing to do filibusters for many hours on the floor to stand on principle, and willing to do a lot of things that made his conference uncomfortable. And if you're going to be a good politician, you should not do that. But if you're going to be a statesman, you should do that. I think Carrie Lake has the character to be a stateswoman, a very powerful stateswoman. And that's what excites me most about her candidacy. And so, I've interviewed her on my show. I think she's a wonderful person. I think that she is genuine. And I think America would have a great credit if she won.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're just keeping an eye on right now North Carolina, Ohio, Georgia, Virginia, and a bunch of smaller.
2%. It's 2% now.
On what? Virginia?
Virginia, 44%.
That's amazing.
That's extraordinary.
That's amazing.
That's
Trump should feel very happy right now.
That's under 2%, and they haven't even got to the halfway mark yet. Ooh, baby.
Wow.
Baby.
Like I said, not saying she's going to win it, but she's struggling this much. That is huge.
That's a bad sign. That's a really bad sign.
If he wins it, it's over. If it's over now.
Well, and Tracy brings up a very valid point. Let me go back to the map. And, I think all of us
Darius,
at one time.
I see that smirk on Darius. He's happy too.
At one time or another, we've all talked about this. So I need for the audience to kind of follow, and I know this audience well enough to know they can follow where we're going with this. Everybody keeps talking about, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, or as I affectionately refer to them, the three wise men. Okay. The assumption being that, okay, Trump takes North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. In other words, the Sun Belt. At that point, all he would need is one of these. But what happens if he were to flip Virginia? The three wise men become irrelevant. She could win all three of them, and he takes the presidency if he runs the table on the Sun Belt. So if by some miracle he flips Virginia, this race is over. Because as it stands right now, he's got a lead in North Carolina. He's got a lead in Georgia. Now, again, they have not been called yet, and it's a long way to go. But that's 29. 16 is what? 45? 45, 56. Yeah. He takes those four states, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. It's over. He's won. And if he holds everything else, which probability being he will, so take it for what it's worth. So,
and it's only a 10. I know they probably already called it, but it's only 10% New Hampshire. As I recall, it's normally in the 15, 16% range.
Well, let's
so
just.
She lost ground in New Hampshire.
And the thing is, if Trump somehow does flip Virginia, let's say he does do that, sometimes elections have swing states that nobody predicted, in which case Virginia would be one for this year. Mm-hmm. But the other thing is that you do have to wonder what other states would end up being swing states or end up being very, very close if he did end up flipping Virginia. If he did flip Virginia, and look, the night's still young as far as elections.
Exactly.
But if he did flip Virginia, then I think we need to have a very serious conversation about Trump flipping Minnesota. Because
decision desk just called Virginia for Kamala.
What's that?
They did.
They just called Virginia for decision desk.
Hang on.
Who's decision desk?
There's a website that we're following, which is decisiondeskhq.com. And yep, they've done it, folks. I'm a little interesting. 847, but that's tighter than it should be. That's still tighter than it should be.
Yeah, it's only 45% in.
So yeah,
who knows?
I mean, and again, these guys know what they're doing. These guys absolutely know what they're doing. So
you guys track too. Who knows?
You guys,
they're not partisans. I mean, I get it, but still, isn't that's less than 2%? Is that not closer than it was in 2000?
They also have been calling states with 0% reporting too, though.
Yeah, true. And TBA's asked that I put the link for the Decision Desk HQ, and I'll be glad to do it. That's no problem to me. So give me 1 second here, and I'll drive.
DecisionDeskHQ.com.
Yeah,
yeah. Are you guys seeing the result out of North Carolina right now?
No, why?
52 to 46. Donald Trump's in 52 to 46. That's just
53, 46 now. Yeah.
Yeah, he hit a all-time high on Polymarket too.
That's Jesus.
72% chance to win.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and fill in Virginia since Decision Desk has called it. Okay. Well, folks, remember what I said about him taking Virginia? Forget that. Anyway.
I want to see what Biden wanted. Hang on, I'm going to check.
Yeah, no, I can do that for you right now. Biden won Virginia by 10%. I'm looking at the result from the 2020.
He's only winning it by less than
1.5%. Yeah, less
than
2%.
What was it in 2016?
Give me 1 second and I'll tell you.
I just think that 2016 is going to be the better comparison than 2020, just because 2020 was so weird.
I want to say it was a little over 4%. Hang on a second. I'll tell you real quick. Oh, I hear the keyboards going. This is awesome.
Okay.
Come on now. It was here it is. Okay, I've got it now. It was a margin of 5. Yeah, just a little under 5.5.
Okay, so Kamala Harris, let's say that she keeps the 2-point lead through the other half of the votes that get counted. She will have won Virginia by a smaller margin than Hillary Clinton, which again is a bit of a harbinger for the night to come.
Yep, I agree. It's gonna spell trouble for her in any number of different places. However, you got to think in one sense that they are breathing a sigh of relief at Kamala Harris's headquarters, knowing now they've got Virginia in the bag. But still, the fact that it's that close, even though it's been called for them, is not a good sign by any stretch of the imagination. None. Hey, Chris from the Morning Mayhem. Yeah, we got room to put you in here, brother. Hang on a minute. Give me 1 second. I'll find some room. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I can step out too.
I can step out if I need
No.
to.
I got room enough to do it. I got room enough to do it. Hang on a minute.
So you can add 3 more people.
Yeah, I think I've still got the room to add 3 more.
Simultaneous streamers at a time. Wow.
Chris, come on in, brother. You know us. More the merrier. I think. No. We'll get him in here in a minute. Get him good.
While we're waiting, I just want to see a show of hands. Who thinks Trump wins the popular vote tonight?
I don't know. So
okay.
Fair enough.
I hope he does, but
yeah,
regardless. Regardless, well, actually, it's very interesting because people say it'll provide a mandate. Since when has Congress respected the people beyond trying to get their vote?
Good thought. Hey, that's a good question, Christian.
What mandate? I don't buy that. I'm sorry. The only mandates that Congress respects are the mandates that come out of K Street and Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon and all of that. Anyway.
Oh, that's good.
I heard Homer Simpson out in the audience who went, "Oh, what was that?"
It's me.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it's funny. I just saw this in chat. I know the Decision Desk has called Virginia, but she's only up like 0.3%. This is crazy.
Do they ever uncall? Do they ever uncall?
That's what I do.
Happened. It could go the other way. But that is
look, they still have plenty of room to call it. So I mean, they still have plenty of room for the changes in the vote. So
I don't think anything should be called until it's at least 50%. I mean, if they're leading by 10% or more, sure you can.
They called Illinois for Harris.
Well, whatever.
Okay, I'm not necessarily surprised by that.
Now Trump is doing good in right now. At least when I last checked, probably about 6-7% over in Texas, and Ted Cruz at the moment is winning.
Okay, let me look at something here real fast.
Yeah, Ted is up by about 3%.
Okay. Well, folks, let's fill in the board because yes, Ruben is absolutely correct in that Illinois has been called for Kamala Harris, so we will
get me the fuck out of here.
Yeah, really. With that, yep, she's got Illinois, and we will pop that up on the board. And
still think it's too early. It's only 24% in.
There it goes. No surprise necessarily in Illinois, but again,
Trump is now leading in Virginia.
Huh?
What?
He's leading in Virginia by 0.02%.
Yeah, he's leading.
So are they going to uncall it, as Tracy said?
Look, I hope. But still,
I like the idea of them
bellwether
uncalling
for the
it,
rest of
but
the
also
rest of the country.
TBA over on Rumble's going nuts. Like, come on, guys! Illinois is only 12% in. This is bullshit.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. 12% in only.
Yeah, that has something nefarious written all over it.
Wait a minute. One word: Chicago.
Yeah.
Now you understand why they called Illinois. I'm sorry. I used to live out there, guys. Trust me, I know.
Used to be nice here.
Yeah.
But if she does come back, if she doesn't win in Virginia, it's going to be like a 1 point. It's going to be like a 1%, 1.5 game. I think it's going to be 2% or less, which is huge. Is huge.
You know, Brian, I actually want to get your thoughts on something. So I was in Chicago, I think a few years ago, I think for like an event, and I was on one of those rooftop bars, and I could look out and I saw the skyline. I'm like, this is one of the most handsome skylines in any of the cities in the country. It's just pure marvel. It's beauty. And, you know, you think, how does a city like this with so much architectural beauty and so on and so forth go to such crap and become a war zone? So why do you think Chicago's declined? Because it looks like a beautiful city from the outside. And it seems like it has a lot of potential too.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I mean, that's a city that, you know, and it's funny because
it's the mayor. It's the mayorship in Chicago. It's always been that way because again, the mayor can run perpetually forever. So Daley went in there and was there for a very, very long time, and then you had Washington come in, who really changed the state. You had Byrne in there before in the 80s during after the big what do you call it again? Snowstorm blizzard. But it's been classically a Democratic, it's got sconce hold for a long time because again they get the benefits, you get the nepotism, everything. So it's been like that very, very, very long time. So when that party, when Daley went away and then the Washington front went away, it just became an ordinary Detroit where it's just they just shovel in a mayor after a mayor. If it's only Democrats, that's all they think. The mentality has been that way for a very long time. And the grift has gotten so bad, all the corruption and all of the arrogance of the Democratic Party. You think that people like Pelosi and Schumer and Raskin are arrogant to people? They treat them like shit. The Lightfoot and then Brandon Johnson, they treat people like shit. They treat reporters like shit. It's no respect for the politicians. It's crazy. And I still the fact that they're still voting Democrat is beyond me. I don't understand. It's just corruption.
Who left? Who
Brentley
checked
left.
out? Brentley left? Oh, he shouldn't have done that. All right. Well, guys, get your shot glasses out. We got a Georgia boy in the house. Chris from My Morning Mayhem. How you doing, brother?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Oh, we're doing good. We're doing good. You're doing good. Do you know everybody here? Do I need to do any introductions?
No, I just know I've been watching Christian and Gen X. I've seen her on her channel and on yours. So
all right.
I don't know the others.
Okay, well, let me do a quick round the horn here. This fella to my immediate, this guy is, this guy is Ruben Christopher Haynes, content creator of his own YouTube channel and fabulous commentator. Of course, you know the Professor Christian Watson. Darius, get back on camera, daggone you. All right. Maybe he stepped away from him, but Darius Simpson, he's got a channel called Real Talk. Obviously, you know Miss Tracy. There you go.
Hello.
Darius, Chris, Darius.
Hey.
That son of the plains over there. Notice I didn't call him a son of a bit. No, never mind. The son of the plains over there is author and commentator Chad Manley. I think. Have we still got everybody on the board? Am I missing? And Brentley just stepped away for a few minutes. All right, man on the street time. What's going on in the Peach State?
Well, so I was on another stream earlier and we were breaking some stuff down. I heard you guys just a second ago talking about how they're only calling some of these states with so many, percentages in, and could they flip them back and everything. The one that struck me as very interesting was Maryland. I mean, yeah, it might go Kamala, but he's got 66% of the vote or something like that. And they called it for her. So I thought that was funny. But as far as Georgia goes, I looked on the just the local level, and I'll refresh it real quick to make sure nothing's changed. But something did change. All right, so they did call a House seat for Austin Scott, which is the incumbent. Figured he was going to win, Republican. Earlier, Sanford Bishop is Democrat. He's the incumbent, and he was losing to Wayne Johnson, who is the Republican candidate. Now they only got 28% of the vote in, and the Democrat has taken back over the lead, but that's a tight race. So it'd be interesting to see how that goes for the House. The sheriff here, Republican, has basically ran away with it. And as far as electoral college popular vote, Trump's killing it. Trump's doing a fantastic job, and that's with Fulton County and some of the other worrisome counties up in Atlanta being called already. So it's very exciting to see what's going to happen when the rest of the state starts reporting.
Absolutely. And it's now being the top of the hour. We've got more states that are going to start coming in. Give me 1 second here, and I will pop up who is next on the list. And we got quite a few. You'll be able to read them here in a second, just as soon as I've got them up and going. But with the 9 o'clock hour Eastern, here are the following states that are going to come in. Oops. Hang on. There we go. That's better. We've got Colorado, Iowa. Yeah. And Seltzer, 3 points. Kiss my ass. Kansas, the mountain, the rest of the state, again, divided between time zones. Louisiana, Michigan, the Upper Peninsula is going to come in now. So we'll probably start getting results out of the Wolverine state. Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York. The Dakotas. Go ahead.
Yeah, it already hit right now. Wyoming.
Yep.
For Trump. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Trump. New York.
AP still has Virginia as pink.
Yep.
New York
really
is going for Harris.
Okay.
Have y'all been watching Virginia going back and forth between light blue?
New
That's been
Hampshire's
fun. That's been fun to watch.
Yeah.
Ruben, what'd you say about New Hampshire?
Harris.
They have called it for Harris.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And okay, you said New York's been called for Kamala?
Yes.
Well, darn it.
Mm-hmm.
Not surprising, but it does break the heart just a little bit. Okay.
With 0% reported in New York.
Just happened right now. Also, Texas for Trump.
What I'm talking about.
All right. There you go, folks. We're going to start filling in the board. Give me 1 second here.
So right now we got Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma.
Wait. Hang on. All right.
It was saying the back.
All right.
Wyoming.
Go ahead.
It just reset right again. Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia for Donald Trump. And
All
so
right.
far for
They called Ohio?
so far, not
Did
yet.
you say
Ohio, yes,
okay.
they did call Ohio. They called Ohio.
They've called Ohio. Okay. There's Ohio
for
now.
Trump.
That's okay. There's Ohio off the board.
Starting to look like a red
194 is
What is the-
95.
what is the breakdown
Harris
for
has
Nebraska?
Illinois.
Harris has Illinois.
Illinois, Virginia, Maryland, New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts.
Wait. New York. Okay, go ahead.
Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Vermont, and New Hampshire.
Vermont and New Hampshire. Okay.
Trump currently leads the popular vote by 4 million votes.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but California hadn't come in yet, nor New York for that matter.
I don't. AP hasn't called Virginia, have they?
AP hasn't called several of these yet.
AP still has it as pink. Trump's still ahead by like 1% in Virginia.
So Decision Desk says that they predict Harris is going to win. Oh, they just updated it. They think Harris is going to win Virginia by 4.6 points.
4.6?
But right now, with 50% reporting, Trump is ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now there's still about half of the vote to come in from Arlington up in Northern Virginia, so I can maybe see that. Prince William still, Prince Williams is almost all in. Southampton still got a report. Northampton County still got a report. I'm a little surprised Decision Desk is calling it this early. I really am.
Is this like a Fox News Arizona situation?
Yeah.
Way too early, and they're like, "Oops, but we don't want to retract it, so we'll just roll the dice."
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Same thing.
Look, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens, but okay. All right. So going back to the board, Ruben, let me make sure I've got all these called off correctly.
He dipped out.
Okay. Oh, he dipped out? Okay, no problem.
So I'm curious about the breakdown.
You're right. I'll be back.
Okay, that's fine. Take your time.
I'm curious about the breakdown for Nebraska because Nebraska is one of the only states that actually splits up its votes.
Yeah.
So it's expected that Harris is going to win the district that's around Omaha.
That's what I want to see.
But the rest is going to go for Trump.
Yeah. All right. They have not called the Senate race for Deb Fisher yet. Ricketts is okay. So Ricketts is special unexpired term, and we're going to go ahead and fill that one in. That's a retention for the Republicans. Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay. All right. Back to our board. Yeah, I'm like you. What? Hey, explain something to me, Chad. Why in the end did the legislature not? Because there was a move afoot to make Nebraska winner take all again. Why did it? I mean, and again, it's your all's decision. I'm not telling you. I'm not saying you guys are right or wrong. It's your guys' state. I understand. But why in the end did Nebraska not go forward with making their state winner take all in the electoral votes?
Yeah, I don't know why the decision was originally made to split up the votes. I know that for this election cycle that there was, thoughts of bundling them all together. So that it would be winner takes all, with the expectation that Trump would win, and then he would get that extra vote from the Omaha area, and then doing that after the deadline had passed for Maine to do the same, so they could not sort of retaliate to try to take that point back for Harris. I am glad they did not do that. I do wish Nebraska was winner takes all. I think it, in general, just going along with the principles of the founding fathers when they set up the Electoral College, I think it should be winner takes all for a state. I think you need very good reasons if you're going to do something different. But I don't like the idea of changing the rules for one election only to, I would assume, change it back for the next election, because that looks a lot more like some shady business. And like, I don't care if it's Trump, but I would not do something like that. Now I do see the argument of splitting up the votes. If you do have large cities, that could carry over the entire state when the state itself is kind of split up, kind of like Illinois. We were just talking about being dominated by Chicago. I think the reason Nebraska, a couple of reasons I can kind of guess why we didn't end up bundling everything together for this election.
Right.
The first is the concern that Omaha and Lincoln would end up growing too big, and then that could end up flipping the entire state blue in future elections if those cities continue to grow.
Sure.
And the second reason is that we have a unicameral system here. We only have a Senate. We don't have a state legislature, or sorry, we don't have a state Congress. We just have a state Senate. There are a couple members in the state Senate that really do things that kind of piss off their constituents. So there was, for example, a few months ago, maybe about a year ago, there was a 6-week abortion limitation that was up for a vote, and it lost by 1 or 2 votes in the state Senate. Both of the sort of defectors who everyone thought would vote for the pro-life position ended up voting against this legislation. They were state senators who were admittedly pro-life, but they thought that 6 weeks was too restrictive.
Okay.
And so now, there is that issue where you just have state senators who don't really represent their constituents or their desires that well. And as a result of that, we now have on our ballot this year, we have 2 ballot measures. I'm actually interested to see how those turn out. Proposition 434 and Proposition 439. Proposition 439 was basically an attempt to change the state constitution to add an amendment that would allow abortion basically without restriction. And the language of the amendment is really concerning because they say that abortion should be allowed basically at the discretion of the abortionist, health care provider, which in most circumstances would be the person directly profiting from the abortion, happening solely at that person's discretion, with, according to like the language of the amendment or of the proposal, with no interference from the state. But that could, in practice, mean that even safety measures would be prohibited by that amendment. So if that amendment did pass, and then the state later tried to pass some sort of safety laws saying like, okay, facilities that offer abortion need to meet the same health and safety regulations as any other clinic, that could be interpreted as a violation of this amendment to the state constitution. So that there is that. I'm being really long-winded. I'm sorry. That was 439, basically abortion without restriction. And so in response, there is a big petition measure, or a big petition to get 434 onto the ballot, and that is more that I forget the language exactly, but it does add abortion restrictions to the state constitution. I forget what the cutoff was, but it was sort of like the pro-life response to 439. So we'll see what ends up happening with those tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Folks, we're just
a little bit of an anomaly in New Mexico. Chase Oliver and Donald Trump. This won't last, but Chase Oliver and Donald Trump locked at 20% and 20% right now in New Mexico.
Okay. All right.
Libertarian and Republican. Kamala's not even on the board yet.
So
it won't last, but it's all good signs for Trump.
So there is some good news for Lily Tang Williams, I suppose. So 15% of the vote isn't in her district, and Maggie Goodlander is only ahead by 2,981 votes. So it's 52% to 47%. That's with 15% of the vote in. So that gap could close. It's actually, yeah. Well, okay, apparently they've called it already, but on the map I'm looking at, they haven't called it. So
okay, all right, fair enough. All right, yeah, I would love to see Lily Tang get into the Senate. That'd be fantastic.
She's something else, isn't she?
Oh, she just lit up. Now, and here's something for grins and giggles. New Hampshire Governor Kelly Ayotte, who's a former U.S. Senator, is leading Joyce Craig, the Democrat, by just under 1%. Just under. So, okay. Oh, well. Yeah. I'm not okay. Thank you, Motard. Appreciate that. Let's see. What else have we got going on right now? All right. So, Chris, any updates out of Georgia you're seeing at this point, or?
No, not really. Nothing exciting.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, there's some other states that, Wisconsin is now, polls have closed. We're waiting for results to come in. Trump's still holding roughly a 5.5 point lead in Georgia with about 68% of the vote in.
Mm-hmm.
And let me look. Let's see. I'm looking at the Atlanta. DeKalb's got 68% in. Fulton is about 80. Cobb's got about 80. See, that's the thing about Atlanta Metro. That always scares me to death. They say they've got this percentage in, and then all of a sudden they dump at the end. I mean, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that?
No, you're right.
Okay. All right.
Harris just took the lead in Virginia. I know they already called it for Harris, but she just took the lead. She is ahead by 400 votes. Out of 1.1 million. She is ahead by 400. And Decision Desk predicts that she is now going to win by 4.7 points.
And that's Virginia. Okay. AP is showing Trump beating her right now by 10,000 votes right now.
What percent is reporting on AP?
51.
Okay, I got 54 with Decision Desk.
Okay.
Yeah, and remember, folks, Hillary only won Virginia by about just a little under 5.5. Mm-hmm. This is 2016 pattern of where we're at. So, just saying. Oh, and Darius, I checked on Cruz in Texas. They've called the state for Trump. Have not called anything yet on Ted Cruz's race, but he's got a very solid lead on Allred. Matter of fact, let me pop that up there real fast for people.
And everyone, New York Times, the needle is at 67.7% Trump to win.
Ooh, I felt a thrill go up my leg on that one.
That's a sexual experience, y'all.
Oh baby, hold me down. Can I stand the excitement?
Didn't Chris Matthews say that about Obama?
Yes, he did. He did. I have look. If I don't care if it's Matthews or anybody else, if I like the line, I'm going to steal it because, as they say in NASCAR, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So, and yeah, Chris, you and I need to sit down and have a conversation over old school NASCAR sometime. That'd be a load of fun. Let's see. Where else have we got around the globe? All right. Still waiting on results. Let me check in on Ohio. Oh, Ohio's been called for Trump, I remember.
Yeah, some people are saying that Decision Desk is being a little bit too hasty with their projections.
They might be. I mean,
So,
I'm not
in favor of the Democrats.
So I'm just throwing this out there. I was looking at Decision Desk earlier, and I'm not looking at them now. But I'm looking at AP, Axion, and 270 to win. So I'm just trying to find like a balance on what everybody's doing. So yeah, the Decision Desk seems to be calling them some of these a little early. It seems like.
Yeah.
Virginia. It seems like Virginia flips when about 55% reporting. That's when it flips for Harris. So let's see what it looks like on the other sites. But that's when Decision Desk flipped.
Okay. And in the state of Ohio, and this is a Senate race I'm really keeping an eye on, Bernie Moreno has a very slim lead on Sherrod Brown, the Democrat incumbent, to the tune of about like 1.3%. But he is, yes, Trump has got Ohio. It's bagged. It is in. So yeah, we're just waiting to see what happens with Bernie. And I'm tell you what, you're talking, Christian. You were talking about Carrie Lake. I would love to see her and Bernie Moreno working together in the Senate.
Absolutely.
God, those two could be fantastic together. So
yeah, no, she would be a credit to the nation if she. Well, she already is a credit to the nation, but she'd be even more so if she got in the Senate. Seriously.
Oh, absolutely.
That lady, I mean, I was even pulling for her to be VP. I know it was a little bit of a pipe dream, but that would have been awesome as well. I'm really a big fan of hers. Really big fan.
She would have been, and she still got upside, for a long time to come in Republican politics.
Absolutely. I look forward to the day where she's possibly running for president or she's vice president of somebody. I think it's very possible.
Yeah, she's a lioness.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Now, as far as some of the other big states around the country that everybody's keeping an eye on at this point, Michigan. Let's see where we be. And again, this is really early. So 11% reporting. Harris has a very slim lead, but again, there's a lot of the state that has not come in yet. So, so there's Michigan. The other big one of the wise men is Wisconsin. And at this stage of the game, very early on, about 2% reporting. And again, now, when it comes to Wisconsin, keep an eye on the WOW counties, Waukesha, Washington, and Ozaukee. So, I guess the general operating theory is you've got to offset the, whatever Dane is going to produce for the Democrats, and then, just bust it out around the state with the Republican vote around that. So we'll see what happens, but that's very early on with the other of the wise men. Chris, since we've got a second here, how about a real quick commercial? Brother, where can people find you on social media? What can they do to help you out? What are you working on right now? I mean, I was on your channel the other night with Robert and Sean and Phil and everybody else. Yeah, so tell people about your channel. What do you focus on? Where can people find you? What can they do to help you out?
All right, so I run the Morning Mayhem, but I'm at My Morning Mayhem because the Morning Mayhem is one character too long. So I'm at My Morning Mayhem pretty much on all socials, from X, let's see, Rumble, YouTube, Odyssey, BitChute, Minds, Truth Social, even Facebook. I'm just trying to be everywhere. But I do a show every Friday morning, not live, but I do a show every Friday morning. I cut the segments up and release those throughout the week. Most of what I do is this kind of stuff right here. Political news. I do some entertainment news. I'm also a filmmaker. So I cover a lot of entertainment news and just general trending news, I guess, so to speak. So right now, obviously everything leaning on the politics side. But I do that every week, and every Saturday night I jump on with a buddy Sean on Third Relify for his live stream. And occasionally I'll hop on some other ones. But this week, just because with all this going on, I said I wasn't going to do a show this week. So we did the live stream last night, live stream tonight, and I'm on 2 other live streams later in the week. So just live streaming it up this week. But yeah, you can keep up with me at My Morning Mayhem on pretty much all socials. So, holla at me.
All right. Thank you, sir. And thank you for being with us tonight. We genuinely do appreciate it, because there's a lot of people bouncing around at this point. There's one more guest who is supposed to be popping in here in a little while. However, being the now international star that he is, we'll see if he shows up. And by the way, Mike Harlow, if you hear this, I'm just messing with you with that comment, dude. I'll explain that international star stuff when you get here. But yeah, it's an interesting night. Everybody's keeping an eye on Twitter. My name is Brian Trippin. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I've got channels on Rumble and YouTube. You can find me also on Twitter. So consider giving my channel a sub. Thank everybody so far for the super chats, the links, the comments, the everything else. And we're just basically waiting for results to come in and chatting amongst ourselves doing it. There is one thing about Michigan that I'm very curious to see. And, we were talking about a little bit earlier. Rashida Tlaib did not endorse Kamala Harris. You had leaders in the Islamic community who came out and endorsed Donald Trump. Now, what does it all mean? In the end, who knows? But, we shall see how that all shakes out. And, okay, we've got a call on the state of New Hampshire, and I'll go ahead and pop this one up here real quick. there is a retention for the Republicans as far as the governorships. It looks like, yep, we can now officially say it. Well, no, wait a minute. Okay, Decision Desk isn't calling it, but all right, other people may have this out there. But yeah, it looks like Kelly Ayotte may be on her way to winning the governorship of the state of New Hampshire. So, all right. So there you go with that. We're just basically waiting for some other states to come in. We'll take a run around the horn just to give everybody an idea of what's hanging out there at this point. Georgia, with 69% of the vote in, Trump is holding steady with a good 6-point lead. And Chris, let me ask you, since it's your neck of the woods. I mean, there's been some discussions about, well, are they going to call Georgia tonight? Or are they going to wait till tomorrow? I mean, is there any talk or scuttlebutt in your state about, well, if it reaches this point and he's got this much of a lead, they will call it? I mean, have you heard anything about that?
I haven't heard anything about that, but I can't imagine that if he just blows her away, they're not going to call it for him. I mean, they may try to do something. I don't know. I don't trust Raffensperger that much.
Well, that's the truth.
Kemp's on thin ice with me too. Never really even cared for him. But yeah, I mean, if he just blows her out of the water, I would imagine they'd call it. But I don't think they're in any hurry. Honestly, I think they're just like anybody else, just willing to take their time. I say anybody else, not Florida, not some of these other states that can get it done in one night. But yeah, I'm sure they'd put it off if they could.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. So that's where we're at with Georgia. We'll pop over to North Carolina real quick and take a look at what they've got going on right now. And Trump wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. We've got a call. And this one, for purposes of our evening, is very significant. Let me get this thing pulled up right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Decision Desk has just called North Carolina for Donald Trump. The 16 electoral votes, that's the first of the Sun Belt states to fall. And with that, we will go ahead and change out the board. Give me 1 second here. Yep, they have called it with 52% of the vote in. And North Carolina has fallen. With that, one moment, we're going to fill in the board. Boom. It's done.
So a few things here. Number one, I think this just shows you that even if a down ballot candidate, one that's quite close to the top, loses, that does not mean the president will lose necessarily. Mark Robinson was an absolutely terrible candidate, but the people of North Carolina overlooked that and voted for Trump instead. And so I give them a great credit for that. And number two, I think this kind of just, I would like to be in Mar-a-Lago right now as opposed to wherever Harris is. That's all I'll say.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that.
This is looking very good.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Well, it's looking like a red wave, y'all. You think?
I don't know about red wave, but I'll say this. The strategy that everybody thought was going to happen may be starting to play out because, again, if Georgia gets called tonight and Arizona, I mean, again, nothing is guaranteed until it's done and done, but the kind of early vote lead that I've heard reported out of Arizona, if they don't call Arizona tonight, I am going to be shocked because the Republicans, I think, had like a 200,000 vote lead, early vote lead before they ever had day of.
Wow.
And yeah, it's that massive. And no one's talking about Nevada yet.
I was going to say, I heard the same thing with Nevada.
Yeah, Nevada could wind up being the strangest state of the night in that regard because the Republicans actually won the early vote. Straight up won the early vote out in Nevada. Nevada. I'm just saying. So,
wow.
Yeah. But that North Carolina call at 9:30 Eastern on election night, that's huge.
Wow.
Because
I just found something interesting. So according to like a CBS News exit poll in Michigan, younger voters 18 to 29 are going more for Trump than they are Harris narrowly, which is quite significant. I think we're seeing Gen Z begin to pull more conservative. We've seen this even before this election with, a lot of different other things. I think that the attack on men that has been happening culturally has been really pushing them. I think the fact that a lot of them are now realizing Gen Z, we're like in our mid-20s now, we're realizing that the prospect of owning a home is becoming distant. They're realizing the impacts of a bad economy. So I think that Gen Z may be a new constituency for the right if we play this right.
Absolutely.
Beyond this election, of course.
Absolutely. I agree with that completely.
There's something I'd add to that too. And I mean, I think we got to give him props. Barron Trump really pushing his dad to get on these podcasts and really get out there, because a lot of these guys, I think a lot of these Gen Zers and folks, look up to these guys, and Kamala just can't hold a water to them on any of these that she's gone on, the call your daddy or whatever. That's not Joe Rogan. He's all the podcasts that he's been on, all the people he's been associating with, again, with Barron Trump kind of being that young, youthful voice in the conversation, I think has really, really helped Donald and steered him in a direction maybe he never thought of before. Vivek, was it Vivek that kind of got him on the crypto thing? Kind of leaning toward that. I think he's got a lot of really good players on the team that's helping him kind of mold and shift a little bit. And it's attracting that younger age bracket right there. And I think that's huge. That's going to be huge for him, like you're saying.
Yep. I agree. I thought that was an excellent strategic shift and plan that actually put Trump out there on the map. Because now people had the opportunity to see Trump, this billionaire from New York, this hard-nosed person on an everyday type level. Man to man, man on the street type level. And he Trump held his own no matter where he went.
Yep. Very true. Very true. So we're going to start. I need to, hang on. I need to start cleaning up some stuff here. Trying to keep all my tabs straight. I think it was WWG1 or TBA over on Rumble said, "Hey man, how many tabs are you going to have up tonight?" I was like, as few as possible, given what I'm having to do here. So, just trying to keep it all together here. Just trying to keep it all together. Oh my goodness. All right, let's take another. Ted Cruz. Fox is predicting that Cruz has won Texas and retained his seat. Decision Desk doesn't have it yet, but then again, Decision Desk is being kind of But anyway, I just want to pass along that piece of information. So Darius, y'all doing your job down there in the Lone Star State.
They're trying to turn us blue. It ain't gonna work.
No, one thing I'm going to be interested to see when it comes to Texas is the Rio Grande Valley down there along the Mexican border, because I've heard a lot of reports that it's going seriously red. I mean, seriously red.
Well, when you think about all the border crossings, the illegal border crossings, there's a lot of stuff that's not being reported. That's happening down there. I don't know if y'all I ain't had a chance to check it out yet, but James O'Keefe, y'all familiar with James O'Keefe?
Yes.
O'Keefe Media?
Yes.
He actually just came out with a powerful documentary or movie, whatever he calls it, called Line in the Sand, that has to do with the sex trafficking, human trafficking things that's going on over the border. If y'all get a chance to check it out, like I said, I'm planning on checking it out when I get a chance, but I'd encourage y'all to watch that. I hear Mar-a-Lago played it. He's got some of the other heavy hitters who's taking a look at it. It's powerful, but yeah, I can see why along that border, while it should go red, because ranchers are experiencing some situations out there, to say the least.
Well, I'm going to put this comment up in chat for a very good reason. Everybody is still fairly salty about Virginia, and I can't necessarily blame them, especially with the latest updated number. Trump's got a 2,000 vote lead in Virginia.
Wow. So he I forgot his name. Was it Chad? Is that his name that was in there?
Yeah, Chad.
Yeah, he was saying at 55%, it looked like it was flipping for
Kamala.
For the desk. Yeah. But on AP, they're showing 56% and still showing Trump in the lead. So, I don't know. I think Virginia is absolutely.
I know TBA's been screaming this over in the Rumble chat that, Decision Desk has called it too early. I can't disagree. I cannot disagree.
Not especially with these results.
Exactly. What TBA says, in Virginia, the vote counts for Trump are 22,000 ahead of Harris. Is Decision Desk trying to dump more votes for Harris? I have no idea, brother. Yeah, that is 22,000. That is 22, not 2,000. I stand corrected. That's 22,000 vote lead for Trump. Yeah, TBA screaming to the top of his lungs inside of his house right now. It's like,
Yeah, I figure she's probably going to win it, but the fact that she's struggling that much is
close. Exactly. Just mind-boggling to me. I mean, I'm taking a run around some of the other states. Connecticut. Connecticut's surprisingly close at this stage. It's under 7%. Interesting.
I know a lot of people in Connecticut that voted Trump a lot.
Let's see, Maine's not reporting anything yet, but that's not necessarily unusual. Jersey, where are you, Jersey? And 3, that's under 10%. That's interesting because in 2020, Biden took Jersey by like 16%. That's a shift of about, what'd I say? It's under 10% in Jersey right now.
The New York Times needle is down at 69% for Trump.
On the needle?
On the needle.
Okay. All right.
It was 67 about 15 minutes ago.
Pennsylvania, we're checking in.
It gives him a 55% chance of winning Pennsylvania right now.
Wow.
Giving him a how much of a chance to win Pennsylvania?
55% on the New York Times.
Okay. And I can kind of see that. I'll pop up the latest, or at least the current results. Decision Desk has 26% in on Pennsylvania. Now, here's the thing about Pennsylvania, and Christian can back this up. A Republican, if they hold their losses down in Pittsburgh and Philly and start filling in the rest of the state, it turns into a long night. I don't know if you guys remember 2016, but it was like 3 a.m. before they finally called PA.
It was PA and Wisconsin were the last two that got called for Trump. Yep. It was a long night.
Oh, yeah. I remember I was up for that whole thing. And which, again, not to say you guys have to hang out with me until whenever, but, so.
I'll be here. I couldn't sleep. I mean, I voted for Hillary in 2016. Don't yell at me. So okay. I was up late for a different reason. But I remember it was a long night. I've come a long way since 2016. I was Bernie. I was Bernie, then Hillary, then Trump again, then Trump, and now Trump again.
Okay.
You forgive me 2016.
Okay. And we have a call at this stage. Give me 1 second here, and I will get this thing pulled up for you guys. It looks like that some of the West is starting to come in. Okay. And this state, I'm not necessarily surprised because it's been trending to the left for years now, but it looks like that Vice President Kamala Harris has taken the Centennial State. Ladies and gentlemen, Decision Desk is projecting that Kamala Harris has taken Colorado.
Yes.
So give me a second. We'll fill in the board.
Shocker.
Well, true, but I was kind of interested to see what was going to happen out there. But that said, we will fill it in, and 10 more.
With everything in Aurora and stuff, I was hopeful it might get closer. Maybe it did get closer. We'll have to
maybe
analyze
it did.
that.
Maybe it will. We'll see. But as it stands right now, here we go. And everybody's looking at Arizona and Nevada. Some of these states, see the 9 p.m. hour, most of that stuff's coming in. We're just basically waiting for results. We're waiting results out of Georgia. North Carolina has been called for Trump. It's off the board. It's done. So we're going to keep taking a run around the rest of the states. Again, if you guys have got information out there, feel free to pass it on to us. We're doing our best to keep our eyes and ears open for everybody. But, let us know what you see, what you hear, and, we'll keep on moving this thing. So, let's see what else is hanging out there at this stage. All right. The 7 o'clocks are in. The 6 o'clocks are in. Still waiting on decisions out of some of these states. Georgia's the big one.
And Pennsylvania.
But let's see where we're at on Georgia. Still, yet 75% in, and Trump is holding steady with a 6% lead. Now, Chris, let me ask you a question.
Yep.
These states that haven't reported anything, like Hancock, Washington County, Wilkinson, are these like Republican counties or?
So pretty much the blue that you see is the blue. Right around Columbus right there, though. Those other counties that hadn't been called yet, I wouldn't be surprised if they might go blue. That is the only one, like, semi close to me where it was the Democrat had won for a House seat, and that section right there is fairly blue just because it's a college town right there, both in Georgia and I think Alabama's got another one right there close to it.
Okay,
so that's a very big college area as a whole. Right there, Savannah's blue. Macon is that little dot right there in the middle, and of course you got Atlanta. Augusta's, I don't know what they got going on, but as far as the other ones go, most of those are going to go red. Most of Georgia's red outside of Columbus, Atlanta, Savannah, and literally just Bibb County for Macon. And I guess Augusta's in the mix now too. I didn't really think about them, but yeah, Atlanta, Columbus, and Savannah are the big three.
Now, why
areas.
are there two different Fulton counties? Is there like because for some reason, no, what? I'm sorry.
This one is just a weird shape. It's a very big county. It's a very large county.
Yeah, and the 80% of that is in. DeKalb's got about 70% in. Gwinnett, long way to go on Gwinnett. Okay, Rockdale. All right, it is what it is. So that's where we're at with Georgia. And there's about 0.25% of the vote yet to come in. All right.
But I feel positive about the ones that haven't been reporting yet.
Are these larger counties or?
No, they're not that big. Jones County is the one that had one of the ones that had the bomb threat earlier. And I lived in Jones County for a little while. It's a bunch of, hey, I lived there, so I can say it, backwoods hillbilly folks and also some country folks with some money too. It's really diverse on the different sides of Jones County, but I mean, it's about as red as red can be. So it's definitely going to be red. It's definitely going to be Trump.
Okay. All right.
Trump has 88 million votes.
Where? Oh, nationwide?
Nationwide.
Popular vote, yeah.
Wow.
Have y'all had that?
Say 88 million?
Yep, I sure did.
Wow.
Darius, what did I say?
88 million.
I said he's going to break 90.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that part.
No, I mean back when we were doing little interview.
Yeah. He's going to break 90. Man, I'm glad I didn't bet you.
You do realize who's reporting the 88 million? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, that's a high number there.
Tim Pool right now.
Okay.
Decision desk
reporting it. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Man.
Holy cow. Wow. Yeah, do you guys know what Joe Biden got in 2020? 81 million.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. 80 million. What?
That's what they said.
Well,
No. But my point is this: the Democrats have been rubbing it in everybody's face for 4 years. Joe Biden got more votes than any other presidential candidate in history.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah? Suck on this, boys. The felon got almost 90, and we're not done yet.
Wow.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Now, again, New York, California, this is going to level out, but still, the fact he's got 89 million votes, that's extraordinary.
Hey, I have a call.
What?
Vice President Kamala Harris has just won Ukraine.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, give us a second. We'll pull it up on the board.
Man.
And I had $20 down that Trump was going to pull that one out. Yet.
Oh man. Well, they got them a good one.
I could say something wholly inappropriate right now. I will refrain.
Best Tracy's a lot more fun than sober Tracy.
and we love you all the way around, baby.
Check out the DM in our group. I put it in there right now. You can look at it. It's funny.
All right, Doc Holliday.
All right. What do you got? What do you got, Ruben?
I put that DM in our group. Kamala Harris wins Ukraine.
Oh God, that's funny.
So you can put it on the board. You can literally put it on the board.
Hey, put that on a t-shirt.
I'm sure somebody has.
No kidding. No kidding. Too funny. Oh my
Somebody
God.
has made a decision card for that. I'm slacking it over. I mean, I am twittering it over.
Oh yes, by all means, please do. Please do. That's just funny as hell. Oh my God. Too funny. All right. All right. Somebody say something. It's flowing like mud around here. I think everybody got. I think everybody's like. I think
New York
everybody.
Times needle at 69% for Trump.
Okay. Okay.
69, dude.
Nice.
There you go. All right. Let's see. Let's take a quick peek at Michigan. Let's see where we're at. And 14% in. Okay, let's see what happens in a
And according
Wayne.
to NBC, Gen Z voters are breaking 5% for Trump in Michigan.
Here's the current decision desk, 14% in Michigan. Now that number is going to move around quite a bit. So, but still, she's not really taking anything home here at this stage. But again, it's real early with Michigan's vote. All right, let's take a look at Wisconsin, see where we're at there.
I call bullshit.
On what?
Decision desk. They just revised Trump's number
to
for
what
number of votes coming in. 83 million.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on at their offices tonight. They take too much
that's
caffeine, or what's going on?
That's BS, motherfucker.
Yeah.
That's just
what are they gonna do now? Drop it down below.
We all saw it was at
88%. It was 88 million. And
I'm
New
showing
York Times has Trump at 286 electoral votes projected right now. 69% chance of winning.
Wow.
I'm looking at Decision Desk. I ended up pulling them up. I'm still showing them at 89 million votes on the page that I'm on, but that don't mean nothing.
Sounds like they're very undecided.
Indeed.
in Decisive Desk.
No, really. Crazy. Okay, here's a piece of information about the wonderful world that is Milwaukee. Local news, Fox 6 just called Milwaukee elections are run by incompetent people. A 30,000 ballot recount is due to human error. Oh, God. Sweet Lord.
I guess they're not going to be calling this the most secure and perfect election this year, are they?
Yeah, really. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Decision Desk. I really don't. Yes, gentlemen over in Rumble, WWG1 TBA, I agree with you, but I trusted Decision Desk. That's on me as a host. Yeah, I think the next time I do this, we're not going to be using them. No. No. So, but I still love you guys, no matter what. Okay, let's see. Here is Wisconsin currently. And again, this is going to jump around quite a bit. But the big one right now that I'm keeping an eye on is where's Georgia? Where is Georgia? 78% in. Trump's still holding a lead of roughly, what is that? 5.5? Yep. I will be. Chris, what do you think? Are they going to call Georgia tonight?
He's running away with it. I mean, I would think so.
You would think.
And again, with Raffensperger, I don't really trust the guy, but in the things that have been popping up, he has been jumping on them. So I am kind of excited about that. Every time that something has come up, he's jumped on it, or somebody has jumped on it within his team. So, I got to give props where props are due. I mean, it seems like they're on it. I don't understand for the life of me why we do this every 2 years or so, elections, presidential every 4 years, whatever, why it's always like the day of, the night before, the week of, that we just all of a sudden find out issues. Like, we are not testing these machines. We're not doing, like, I don't understand why everything happens at the last minute. I mean, I do understand. Don't get me wrong. I know why.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't. It shouldn't. It doesn't make any sense to do that.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. So that's where we're at, folks. Basically, Georgia's waiting to come in. We're checking in on Pennsylvania. And as expected, it's starting to tighten up. With 34% of the state in, Kamala Harris is holding a lead. But if Pennsylvania goes like most other nights, we'll see what happens here. So,
well, you know, Butler hasn't reported yet. I'm interested to see what Butler does in Pennsylvania, given what happened.
Oh, very true. Very true. Yeah, there's Butler right there. Not a thing. Not a thing. Erie County up north. Nothing's come in yet. Beaver County. Some of these others. Pike. Lackawanna. Still got some vote out there. Monroe. Okay. But again, it's 34%. Long way to go with Pennsylvania. So, all right, folks, that's where we be at this stage. So
I dropped something in the private chat. Apparently, Trump is making inroads with Latino voters in Pennsylvania, in certain areas.
Well, okay. So, yeah, that I'm going to be. I would love to know. Let me take a look at something real fast. I want to see what they've got in as far as the percentage on Philadelphia.
While you're doing that, Decision Desk is now showing 54 million votes for Trump.
Might as well just switch over to the AP at this point.
They've been horrible.
Hell, even the New York Times is more accurate.
Yeah, I agree with you, Trace.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm looking at CNN and New York Times right now, both of them.
Okay.
I normally never look at either of them, but they seem to be very reliable tonight.
Yeah, let me. What is it? AP.com?
AP News.
Okay.
APnews.com.
Trump is closing the gap in Pennsylvania. It's now 51-48. So.
Okay.
Should be interesting.
All right. Very interesting indeed.
Because the AP has not called Virginia.
And Trump's still holding a lead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Goodbye, Decision Desk.
Yeah, and Axios is the other one I'm looking at too, and they're not exactly where AP is, but they haven't been in a hurry to call stuff either. So I kind of like that too. So
according to the New York Times map, Trump's leading in Virginia 50-48. According to that.
And per Twitter, MSNBC is melting down.
Poor babies.
I kind of went over to the Young Turks to see what was happening because rumor has it that Anna Kasparian was on actually on with Daily Wire earlier on their election show instead of being on the Young Turks. She may be at the Young Turks now, but Tim Pool was just on the Daily Wire show as well, and they said that earlier Anna Kasparian was there, which that is biblical.
Oh, she's been speaking up lately, big time against all the madness on the left.
Yep, absolutely. You got to talk amongst yourselves.
She voted Trump. She went in there and she voted Trump, and she's not telling anybody. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Talk amongst yourselves for a second. I'll be right back.
A hush falls amongst the crowd.
Yeah, I don't give Anna Kasparian just personally.
I can still hear you, Chris.
I don't give Anna Kasparian much credit. She's spent years pushing ideas that are fundamentally harmful to the country, and until she decides to forsake those ideas fully, I don't give her credit. I really don't.
I agree.
I mean, Tulsi Gabbard at least had the decency to say, you know what, I was on the wrong side of the principles for a long time. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at least has a decency to say, you know, I don't agree with Trump on everything, but there are enough that I do agree on that we can work together with. So I don't give Anna credit. I don't give any of these on the left people credit. I don't.
But I'll tell you who, if it comes down to Trump having much better results with wine moms like myself, I'm not a mom. I have fur babies, but wine moms like myself, it will be because of Jillian Michaels. I don't know if you've seen her. She'll be a huge part of that. The trainer from The Biggest Loser. she's been breaking hard on the right side. And
Yeah, she has.
she admitted to Dave Rubin she voted for Trump. She says, I don't like Trump, but he was the best choice.
Mm-hmm.
And she actually, her wife is a Republican, kind of helped bring her over. So, yeah, I will credit her for persuading a lot of suburban wine moms.
Yeah, I have no clue who that is, but more the merrier, I suppose.
Yeah.
She is. She came in a biggest loser, gym teacher.
Mm-hmm.
But she's really big on. She's discovered of late through Kennedy and other when the pandemic happened about how detrimental it was, and how the food was being poisoned. Glyphosate and all that stuff. So yeah, she went really hardcore on that. Yeah, and then basically, she's had this awakening from what's been going on in the world.
Yeah, she actually testified before Congress about the dangers of health at any size. That movement. I mean, I was almost 400 pounds about 3 years ago, and
the fat positivity.
I'm still at 250. I still have a long way to go.
Yeah, thankfully that movement has really declined in the past year or so. It's really gone because a lot of their influencers are dying out, and really, the entire basis. Yeah, the entire basis.
Literally.
The entire basis of that movement was that they were trying to they had a false idea of self-love. Self-love does not mean rejecting self-refinement. Self-love means that you love the whole of who you are, and in loving the whole of who you are, you also will the highest good for yourself, and in willing the highest good for yourself, your actions accord to what is good for you.
Exactly.
See, most people have a pop slogan of what self-love means and self-esteem means. And I think both of those terms, by the way, they're not just terms of self-endearment. They're also moral terms too. And I think that as a culture, we need to have a revival, a renaissance of moral education, because self-love was at the root of the philosophies that informed the American experiment. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway.
And she said she actually testified before Congress about the dangers of that movement and the dangers of untested vaccines. And she said that the hate she got online from the left side of the aisle convinced her that maybe she needed to look into things more closely. And so she did. And that's what she's been doing on her podcast. And as a result, she's ended up voting Trump.
That's great. No, I mean, when your movement treats expression, which is basically just an action, expression, sometimes even in a reflexive action, right? If I stub my toe, I'm going to express discomfort. If a movement that treats expression as a virtue is going to end up expressing themselves in a way that will turn somebody off. And I'm happy that more influential people are being turned off by that movement. That's very good. So it's great.
Somebody else who I thought did a really, really good job of answering, and it was the moderators, but JD Vance, when they were going after him on what he said about Trump, his views on Trump prior to him running as his VP. And he said, you know what, I didn't like him. I didn't agree with him because I believed what you all told me. And I thought that was just a mic drop moment. I mean, he called out the media. And to your point with Anna Kasparian, I think it's great to see that she's moving towards the center or towards the right or whatever. But she is the media. She is very much so responsible for a lot of the misinformation and corruption that's out there as far as that goes. And so another one is Chris Cuomo out there peddling everything he did. And now he's trying to kind of find his footing a little bit more with the conservatives and the more middle of the road folks with people he's associating with now. And it's like, you guys have just, you have not, asked for forgiveness. You haven't made, right on your wrongs. I mean, you guys are the ones that have been peddling the lies for so long. You could have cost people their lives, their livelihoods, their happiness, and then just their general sanity, because you have been lying to them and they could see one thing, but you're telling them to believe something else. And that messes with people, especially in a fragile society. And if the left has done anything, it's made us as a society more and more fragile over time. And through, like you were saying, with the health stuff, I mean, people are suffering at mental health illness is at a higher rate than, imaginable. And a lot of that is what's going in our foods and what's in our air and everything that's going on there. And they are taking full advantage of it.
If we hang on here, which I am 99% sure we will, and we'll see a Trump victory tonight and a sweep of the Senate and a hold of the House, I think I'm not saying red wave. I think we'll hold on. And there's going to be a huge mental health crisis in this country. I don't think we're prepared to see the epic meltdown that's going to come. Some of it's going to be fun to watch, I have to admit. But some of it will be very dangerous, and we need to get these people help. These people need to be helped, and I don't know how to help them. You know.
Yeah, I think
hopefully if Trump does everything he wants to do, he'll convince them that he's not Hitler, he's not Satan, that he's just a moderate that wants to see this country thrive.
Yeah, I think the own the libs culture that the right has really contributed to a lot of unfortunate attitudes on both sides towards these issues. I think it's made politics more of an antagonistic blood sport than it has made politics a sort of coalition building exercise in both self-governance and external governance as well. And so that's one of the reasons why, I hate when I see these videos, Ben Shapiro owns or Charlie Kirk shuts down. No, you don't shut anything down. What you do is you more often than not go to an uninformed college kid. They manage to stumble on their arguments and you rhetorically best them. And then you claim victory for your millions of followers to indulge in, as opposed to edifying them, as opposed to building anything with them. We need to focus less on burning or beating people or owning people or destroying people and more on building things. Because ultimately, we have to live with these people. I've got a dear friend, a progressive couple. They're much older than me, but I respect them as if they were my grandparents, and they've been nothing but nice to me. But they're totally convinced that Donald Trump is Hitler, that he's a fascist. They even gave me a book and said, you need to read this book, Christian, written by this academic that basically goes through the history of fascism and compares Donald Trump to fascism, and so on and so forth. And, these are people who I dearly love, who are captured by delusional and false ideas. I don't want to own them. I want to, if not help them, I want to extend an olive branch to them and build something with them, because we live in a society that's going to be full of diverse ideas. So we have to, not saying you guys, but I think in general, the right-wing ecosystem needs to look at itself and say, okay, are we contributing to a healthier society by owning people? No, we're not. We're contributing to mental health crisis. We're contributing to factionalism. We're contributing to antagonism. We're contributing to the corrosion of American society. We're not contributing to anything that's constructive.
Christian, I so agree with you, and I'm glad you said it. I enjoy watching certain liberals melt down. I'll be the first, because some of them have been very, very cruel to me. But overall, I think we need to find a way to bridge the gap and bring this country back together. It doesn't matter who's in office. We're going to fail ultimately if we're not unified as one. And I don't know what the solution is. And even though I love the Ben Shapiros and the Matt Walshes of the world, we need to find a way to be more. I mean, I'm a Christian. I'm a gay Christian, which is unusual. But I want to find a way to love these people and love them well and bring them back into the fold of being an American, because they are Americans. And
absolutely.
I don't know what the solution is.
Yeah, no, the Matt Walshes, the Ben Shapiros, they're good salesmen, because that kind of stuff that I all mentioned, it sells. People love seeing a blood sport. It's as old as human civilization. We loved watching people back in the day go into gladiators' rings and break knuckles and chop off heads. We loved going to see crucifixions in ancient, Judea, or they crucify people. We love that, because it's just something visceral about our nature. But as we've gotten more civilized, I think we've been able to tame that part of the beast that is humanity. But my fear is that beast always likes to poke its head out the door a little bit. Yeah. So there are ways to control it. Sports is one way. I mean, a lot of aggressive, pent-up male energy, if it doesn't go into sports, where does it go into? And probably places you don't want it to go into. Yeah. But blood sports concerning real-life things, which is a little bit more intimate than just sports in an arena.
If men aren't marrying and having families, they want to do something destructive. That's proven scientific fact.
Absolutely.
So we need to be encouraging families, whether they're heterosexual or homosexual. We need to be encouraging families that want to build and grow, whether it's adopted children or having children. And as a gay woman who can't produce children, I understand that ultimately a heterosexual marriage is more beneficial to society than my marriage, but my marriage is still, equally important in the realm of things. But as society, a heterosexual marriage that can produce children is much more beneficial to society. But there has to be a way to meld those two, because us gay people, we're here for a reason. And, God doesn't make mistakes. So, maybe we're just here to make the world a little more pretty and to have a little more fashion sense. I don't know.
And I don't want to hold the conversation up too much, so I'll just make this point real quick. But I think there is actually a place for non-traditional kind of marriages, because marriage itself is a morally instructive institution. I think that the traditional view that marriage is primarily just like the incubation place for a child. That's an effect of marriage. That's not all marriage is, obviously. That's all marriage was. And all you would expect husbands and wives to do are lay down, the wife conceives, and nothing else happens. No, you better have much more than that, or your marriage will fail, and you'll contribute to the high divorce rate within America that goes up.
Oh, yeah.
But marriage is morally instructive because marriage teaches people on an independent micro level on the importance of duty. And duty is the key constituent of any moral behavior. So I think for that reason alone, homosexual marriage is important, because it teaches people commitment, loyalty, duty, which will then bleed into their behavior in the broader society.
Agreed. And I would love to think that if perhaps we had called homosexual, not marriage, but call it, civil union or something, there might not have been as big a backlash, because most people I talk to, they have no problem. We shouldn't have co-opted the word marriage. That was one mistake. But other than that, yeah, I absolutely think you're right.
Chris, I saw you're getting ready to jump in. What you got?
Well, I was, but then I don't know. Now it's flipped again. I was just going to say Pennsylvania, Trump took the lead. But then Harris came back and took the lead shortly thereafter. It is an extremely, extremely tight race there. But I was going to say, I think I'm going to dip out for now. And I may be back later, depending on how things go. But yeah, just wanted to thank y'all for having me on. And like I said, I may pop back in a little bit later.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, you got the link. Come on back in.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
We'll see. Thanks, Chris. Okay, we've got some calls on some states to make. Out west, the polls have closed in the following states, and we'll go ahead and pop these up here on the board. Idaho, Montana, Nevada, another big one everybody's keeping an eye on. Oregon, Mountain State Time is closed. Utah has closed. And we do have some calls to make on some of these. So give me just a second, folks, and we'll take a run right through them real quick. None of them are necessarily big surprises per se, but we do have a call on the state of Montana, which, by the way, has a very, very big Senate race. Not surprising necessarily. Montana has gone for Donald Trump. So we can take that one off the board. And also, state of Utah, even though very little vote is in at this point, Utah has been called for Donald Trump. So we will go ahead and tack both of those up on the board. And we will get a feel for where we be at this stage. So give me 1 second. Utah and Montana, that's starting to fill in. And with that, here's where we're at, folks. And again, some of these states have not come in yet. We're waiting on the three wise men. There's little or no results out of Minnesota. We're going to check on Georgia here momentarily. And has anybody seen Iowa yet? Just out of curiosity.
I saw Eric Daw say on Twitter that Selzner was way wrong, which is good news. So he must have some sort of inside track.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, Trump's got a lead out in Iowa. And yeah, and they've only got like 35% of the voting. It's not a real big lead, but then again, it's going to spread out as the night goes on. So
and New York Times Needle has Trump at 71% chance of winning the presidency.
Now there you go. There you go.
I hate to use that, but it's so pleasurable to watch it tick up.
Very, very true. Well, it's the top of the 10 o'clock hour, or as near to it as we could get. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by a whole wonderful cadre. Ruben Christopher Haynes is here, the Professor Christian Watson, Darius Simpson from Real Talk, Tracy Barkley from Gen X. We've had Chris from My Morning Mayhem, Brentley from good Lord, I just had a brain fart. Dangerous Rhetoric. Thank you. God, it sucks getting old. The Dangerous Rhetoric podcast, and also author and commenter Chad Manley from Nebraska has been here. So, yeah, we're waiting for some of these states to come in. We have abandoned to the happiness of the wingnuts over on Rumble, and I have to take a moment and say hello to a very old friend of mine. And we go back a long way to college, and she's still just as lovely now as she ever was. She popped in over on the Rumble side. Good evening, Miss Gretchen. Please give my regards to Dr. Sci-Fi when next you talk to him. And this is probably going to cause a conversation between them as they're sitting on the couch watching these returns come in. And no, I'm just kidding. Everybody loves everybody. But yeah, Gretchen and I are old friends from a long way back. So anyway, glad to have you here tonight, Gretchen. Thank you very much for stopping in. And be careful those wing nuts over there on the Rumble chat. They are rather a addictive and badly influential bunch. So they will influence you to bad behavior. Let's put it that way. Oh, goodness me. All right. What else have we got going on right now? Interesting. Trump's got a little, I'm not going to comment. Well, yeah. Oregon's got a little bit of vote in at this point. Trump's got a very slight lead, but it's Oregon. So you never know. And Trump just flipped back the lead in Pennsylvania with 47% of it in. So again, it's still early, and this is from
75% on New York Times Needle, and New York Times is now estimating Donald Trump will win the popular vote.
Oh my God! You've got to know that makes some people want to tear their hair out.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, I don't want to be premature, but I'm pretty confident. I won't regret this come the next few days. I think Donald Trump is the presumptive president of the United States. And I think right now the right needs to focus on what is our agenda for 2025, 2026 for the next few years. And most certainly for the next 74 days after this, because we understand what's going to happen. We understand that there's going to be mobs deployed by very wealthy people to try to disrupt the election process. We understand that come January 6th, there's going to be an attempt to not certify the election. We understand there may be court challenges from Democratic attorney generals. We understand there will be pronouncements from media figures that are trying to drum up the mentally ill within our country to get them to do something. We understand a lot of things are going to happen that are going to be very unpleasant. This is going to be a very unpleasant next few months. And now that's where my mind is, because I think our country can survive easily, no problem. But the toll that this is going to take on people is going to be unlike anything we've seen. I mean, many of you guys have been alive longer than I've been born, but since I've been politically conscious, like I vaguely remember when Obama got into office. I vaguely remember his second term. I more so remember the first term of Trump, and so on and so forth. And up until that point, things were very static. They were very blasé. They were very lukewarm in many cases. Yep. When Trump came in, an explosion happened. And so this past 8 years has been so unpredictable. I'm not entirely sure there's a parallel to anything else in recent American history. So that's where my mind is right now.
And winning the popular vote is so important.
Yeah.
Because that will solidify in these people's mind. He has the backing of the entire country. There'll be a lot less likely to try some shenanigans.
Yeah, so how disingenuous would any attorney general be if he wins the popular vote decisively and they vote to decertify him?
Quite. I don't trust these people.
I know, but that would make them look so petty at that point.
Yeah,
they don't care about it.
I know they don't care.
Thank you. Yeah,
but I know that Trump, if he does have a popular vote win, he's gonna be very gracious, very, very welcoming. He's gonna have RFK up there. He's gonna have the dream team up there. And again, the only equivalent, and I know that some people say this, the 92 dream team in Chicago. This is the only equivalent we can have in an alignment of people coming together, the best of their craft, doing the one thing politically. And because it is political theater, even though, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, I've always loved Tulsi, and I respect her, and I respect a lot of other people. Because although the bench on the Republican side, just for women, is very strong. Carrie Lake, Kelsey Gabbard, Sarah Sanders, McCaskill, Marjorie Taylor Greene. You've got strong women. And again, smart, sexy and smart women both together. They're always going to hang around with Trump. That's how it works. And I think that's the thing. If he does win, hopefully, thank God, then it's just going to be just reach out. I'm going to sit down and talk to anybody here. I'm going to sit down and
79% chance on New York Times right now.
Good.
What is it?
79. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm really excited. I'm sitting here just like ready to launch off the seat.
Hey,
yeah, but I'm not.
He's already the president-elect in my mind. So
I'm with you, Christian.
I don't know why. I'm still very dark on that. I'm still very scared. I won't say it yet.
No, I get it. We all have PTSD from 2020. We
I
do.
agree with that.
I get it.
Well, I was already, my mindset was even coming into this based on everything. My thing was this: Trump has actually been holding rallies since 2021 when he actually left office. He'd been holding rallies behind the scenes. A lot of people didn't know it, but he did. And so he was going to get a lot of attention then, going to get a lot of support, meeting with people, talking with people, and so forth. So this has actually been a 4-year campaign for him that is going to culminate on tonight. So I've been telling people honestly, some of the people who've been asking me, I said, listen, I get your fears. I understand about what's going on with and how things might look based on recent memory of 2020. And then also what was supposed to be a red wave in 2022, that didn't occur either. I said, but based on the things I've been observing, what I've been watching, I really feel strongly that Trump is going to win this. Now they're going to try to do some stuff with it, but based on one of the telltale signs for me was when Jamie Raskin at some little forum where he was giving a little speech at had said that come January 6th, is what Christian just mentioned, they're going to try. It's going to basically be a civil war like environment. Okay, so he basically said that. So they already are anticipating a Trump victory. So what they want to do is try to interrupt or stop his inauguration. So in my heart and my mind, what we need to do is, for those who believe in that, is pray, because that's what my church and others have been doing. We pray, you vote, and you prepare. And then I wanted to real quick touch upon what Christian and Tracy was talking about earlier about, the aftermath basically of this Trump victory. How do you reach across the aisle so that you calm the temperature a bit? Okay. The Bible says, with loving kindness have I drawn them. So I had a relative, and the same thing happened in 2016. We're on opposite ends of this thing. She's anti-Trump, I'm pro-Trump. And so instead of me battling it out with her, trying to fight her with convictions, because she's a Democrat, I'm a Republican type, I said, what are your beliefs? Once she told me what her beliefs was, I told her how I believed. That particular part squashed it. I was just trying to reach across the aisle. Now, she does not agree with my decision, but I didn't attack her for her decision. And so once Trump's victory is secured and announced and acknowledged, I'm gonna reach back out to her to encourage her. Now, I'm not saying she's violent or anything like that, but I know her feelings. She's gonna feel a certain way about it. So my goal is to see what can I do to help smooth things out, or provide some type of hope, extend an olive branch, if you will, to her, to other people, because I think the media, they already have a game plan. They are ready for tonight, Trump to be announced, and they've already got plan B, plan A, plan B, plan C ready to go.
No, I think that Trump needs to, after this, I would just stay at Mar-a-Lago for a bit, take some time, recalibrate, because I think things become even more dangerous for him and people within his orbit, most certainly. If he wins, once he wins, I think he's already won personally. Once he wins, then they have been this entire election season, and that really concerns me. So I think we have a new can of worms we got to think about, and this may be even more stressful than the election.
Okay,
but this is.
Let me throw this at you, Christian, and this for anybody on the panel here. But
hang on, I'm sorry, I've got to do this. I'm out on Twitter. Decision Desk has retracted their call on Virginia. They pulled it back.
As they should.
All right.
They have pulled it back, ladies and gentlemen.
As they should.
Okay,
they haven't updated it on their website yet, but according to what I'm reading on, this is from a gentleman named Dr. Ben Braddock, who editor at large. He's got a Substack account. According to what he's seeing, they have pulled it back. So
awesome news.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, because I'm looking at, on Decision Desk, Trump's got a 10,000 vote lead with 70% of it in. The AP is showing 65%. Trump's got a 30,000 vote lead.
Either way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That's a major swing.
Yeah, actually, I'm not surprised. Decision Desk should be ashamed of themselves. I'm
Yeah,
not
they
sure
really
what's
should.
going
I
on.
agree.
I'm not sure what's going on in their offices tonight, but their reputation has taken a blowout tonight, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely.
It's
absolutely.
terrible.
Yeah.
When the New York Times is more accurate than you, and you're supposed to be and they're not. Their main thing is not even elections. Your main thing's elections, and they're more accurate than you. Well, you got to do like a physician. You got to do like a physician heal thyself moment, in my opinion.
Tucker Carlson is doing a show live right now from Mar-a-Lago, and he's interviewing Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So it's basically, not don't leave, but I'm just saying he's doing a live show from Mar-a-Lago, which is nice.
Really?
We have another projection, and this one's big. It is now projected that Mark Cuban is an aging lesbian. Just saying. And that comes from MSNBC, folks. And Tracy, you got another member of the family. Just saying.
Well, people are trip, man. People are
shame. Yeah, Mark Cuban's not. Look, I love Shark Tank. That's one of my favorite shows.
Too.
Yeah, I love, and Cuban always struck me as one of like the most pragmatic but also compassionate guys on Shark Tank.
Yeah,
and it's really a shame to see his conduct recently. It's just really, he knows that a Trump presidency will be 100% better for not only his own businesses but also for the entrepreneurs that he signs up on Shark Tank due to the various economic policies Trump has. And yet he went on this massive tour trying to convince people, business people, that a Kamala presidency where she raises corporate tax rates and she tries to stop quote unquote price gouging, which is just natural, defensive mechanism of the market, would somehow be better for them. He, in my opinion, I would never take financial advice from Mark Cuban ever again.
Oh, God,
because his political wisdom is so horrible. I mean, it's terrible. Yeah.
No, I agree, man. I lost respect for him. He came out like this. I was like, I did not expect. If anybody I would have expected from that program to talk like this, I thought it would have been Mr. Wonderful.
Kevin O'Leary.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was shocked when I seen him on Fox.
I love him.
Kevin O'Leary.
He's
I was like,
hardcore ride. He's based. I love Mr.
I think
Wonderful.
he's great.
He's a trip. Hey, he endeared me to him because I'm like, he talked like this. He think, man, that's
people rag on him because he's a little bit of an asshole on the show, but he's that way because he's hardened by the business world. Yeah. So I respect him. I like him a lot,
and I like Dr. Phil too. I love.
Oh man, me too.
Dr. Phil arc. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was just listening to Dr. Phil before a little bit before I got on the show here,
and I think he genuinely cares about people. I really do.
He does.
I really do.
The way he did his show versus someone like, I don't know, like a Jerry Springer or a Maury or a Steve Wilkos is just night and day. Dr. Phil, yeah, it was a little bit sensational, yes, but he still tried to help people get practical solutions to their problems. So I like him.
Yeah, I mean, I like it that he's a no holds barred, straight talker. Don't have to be disrespectful, but can be. And at times he was hard nosed, but you know where it's coming from.
And also, y'all, I've been instructed per Twitter or per X, pray for Joy Reid.
Indeed.
Fired because she's been one of the biggest.
No, I think she's just having a terminal meltdown right now.
Good for her. See, those are the type of people, and I really want to touch back up on it, Christian, when you was talking earlier. People, I do take some satisfaction in the Joy Reids of the world who get lambasted and have to eat crow and big time eat it because they have been some of the ones who have pushed this anti-Trump, basically anti-America agenda, which has led to a lot of the division that this country has been facing over the last, like you said, 8 years, pretty much since Trump came down that escalator. This is what we've been faced with. People like her, people like Morning Joe, Rachel Madcow or whatever her name is. All those people have been instrumental in dividing this country for those who followed them. So now I'm not saying I'm unforgiving towards them, because as a Christian, of course, I forgive them. But there's some people who have to be held accountable for their deeds, because people like that are people who have caused the situations where Trump was nearly assassinated on at least 2 occasions. I'm aware of probably about 3 or 4 developments of it, but at least 2 publicly. So, so those are the type of things that disturb me. However, I know there's a lot of victims out there as well. So that's gonna be one of my goals post Trump's election, is to help people out.
I agree. I mean, we really need to reunite this country. I miss the days that I remember as a kid. I'm almost 50, and I remember, presidential elections where it was almost jovial at the debates. They would just dig at each other, and everybody laughed and had a good time, and they just talked about the issues. And then no one hated each other. The biggest pranks we ever saw was when somebody had like a Reagan sign and somebody had a Mondale sign. Somebody mischievous would go out there and switch the signs. That was the biggest sort of thing we had in my small town. I want to see America get back to that, and I think we can. And what really makes me angry is that these media sites like MSDNC and, CNN, they have become propaganda machines. And I think you see everybody leveling off on that. I think they're coming back to the middle, which is good. They have to, so that we can actually trust the media again. But, all of that is on their head right now, the way they have divided this country. And the Democrats have done nothing but divide this country. I was president of College Democrats of America when I was in college. I founded a chapter at a very conservative all-girls Baptist school. And I didn't leave the left left me. I know people have said that many times over, but I don't recognize the Democratic Party that I used to stand up and fight for. And it's sickening. It's sickening to me.
Well, that goes back, and that goes back to, and I keep going back to Christian too, because he said some things I wanted to address earlier on that, is that in Chicago, why is Chicago the way it is? It was like a little paradise at some time, right, Christian? I didn't know. But
no. So I went there like 2 or 3 years ago, and I was on like a rooftop, and I saw the skyline, and the skyline was absolutely immaculate. Like there were skyscrapers and everything, just absolutely beautiful. And and if you think about Trump, his main thing was contributing to America by building great buildings.
Right.
And so normally, where there's great buildings, there can be a strong culture that follows it. But underneath all those great buildings is like squalor, crime, gangsterism. So I'm trying to figure out how it went from being like obviously this architecturally great city to being this like horrible city. And I think, or at least this horribly crime-ridden city. And, Ruben kind of answered that a little bit, but I'm open to more insights because I want to really understand, what's going on.
See, and those are the things that cause me to question, because if you look at a lot of Democrat-led cities, they pretty much have that same MO, the same blueprint, the same type of outcome, that the cities are run down. The education system's a bust, especially amongst the African-American community. The economy of those cities is horrendous. Again, I don't have the statistics on it, but this is just basic, some things I've heard. And so it disturbs me because I'm trying to figure this out, that why would you put certain leaders in position, especially in today's world where they keep talking about putting Black people in leadership? What happens under their leadership, and then how come they're not being held accountable? So I'm thinking that I personally think there is an agenda behind that. For whatever the reason is, there's an agenda.
Guys, excuse me just 1 second. We have a call, and I think this one's pretty. Do what?
It's a big one.
Is it the one I think it is?
Georgia.
Who's called it?
Let me find out. Fuck.
Is it Decision Desk or is it AP?
Never mind. It was Decision Desk.
Oh, okay. Well, all right, but there is a call. Oh, you scared me to death there. I thought anyway. We do have a call, and again, this is Decision Desk. But then again, I think this one's a pretty safe one, ladies and gentlemen. According to Decision Desk, Donald Trump has taken Iowa.
Wow.
So, well, yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean,
that lady should be ashamed of herself.
But
I'm sorry. I'm being mean tonight.
She's done this for years.
Is she retiring or something and just decided just fuck it all?
She needs to retire and go out somewhere to Wyoming and retire. I don't know. It's terrible.
I mean, Trump's got an 8-point lead according to the AP right now. So, yeah, I think we can I think Decision Desk is going to be safe on this one, kids. So, with that, tack on 6 more to Trump, and he's moving right along, folks. And Tracy, since you're the official needle watcher, where stands the New York Times at this point?
82%.
Well, he just keep climbing.
Gone, baby. Gone. Get up there. Get up there.
Over 60% for Trump carrying all 3 of the wise men.
Yes. As a matter of fact, Christian, this will do your heart good. I'm looking at Pennsylvania right now, according to the ape, and you're probably watching it too. But for anybody out there that hasn't seen this yet, as a matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and pop this up on the board just for the benefit of folks watching at home. Let me see if I can enlarge this a little bit to make it better. Well, that's not going to help matters. But according to this right now, Trump's got roughly about 110,000 vote lead, with 55% of it coming in. So,
yeah, he's doing good.
He's doing great. He's doing great.
I figure this is going to happen. I think the total is going to be a little bit closer than this ultimately, but I have a feeling he's going to win. I think he's going to win.
Yep. And looking at
I'll tell you what, I'm not going to sleep yet. That's for sure.
Oh, no, not either am I. I'm going to be up for as long as it takes, really.
Arizona officially, I've got Arizona coming in at 11 o'clock. Oh, that's right. It's split between 2 time zones. I forgot about that.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Arizona's always doesn't switch time zones.
Oh, that's okay. Okay. Then we'll keep an eye on Arizona. But yeah, Iowa, take it off the board. Georgia has a roughly little over 3% lead. 88% of it's in. Unless there are some big counties for the Democrats that have not reported yet, I'm not going to say it's over, but it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. I mean, I'm treating Trump like he's the president-elect already. So, so I think, I'm worried about what's going to happen the next 74 plus days.
I agree with you. Christian, and you and I have talked about this, through some DMs through Twitter, but I can't disagree with your assessment. This is probably one of the most dangerous periods of American history. If Trump goes on to win tonight, then between November 6th and January 20th, I don't care what he's got to do. I don't care what his people need to do. But by God, pardon my language, there better be some really amping up of the security.
Yeah, it's like that Bee Gees song.
Mm-hmm. Staying alive.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But you know what? God is on his throne. God is on his throne.
Amen.
I have to say it. If you're not religious, I apologize. No, I don't. God is on his throne.
I agree with you. God is
on his throne. And if Trump wins, it's because God wanted him to, and the American people wanted him to. We're going to be okay.
Yeah, we will be okay. I believe that 100%.
Yeah, I'm of the same sentiments that I believe this is a divine orchestrated thing because God, milliseconds from having his blade drawn out, turning his head like that was nothing short of a miracle. So yeah, I think this is good. I think at this season or this juncture in our nation's history, we're going to see witnessing a divine miracle take place.
Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of divine miracles, it's being reported anywhere and everywhere. It came across from thehill.com. We have another of the biggest projections of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, it is official. The Peach State has gone to Trump. He's got Georgia.
Can we call him president-elect for the rest of the stream, please?
No, go ahead. President-elect for the rest of the stream, please. Don't prophesy.
Go on and preach it, son. I see that hand out there.
Well, that's the first. That's the first take back.
Well, that's true. Strictly speaking, that is the first take back. And now
That's
with
the first
that,
take back, Georgia.
With that, let's fill in the board, folks. He's sitting on 240. We're still waiting for the three wise men to come in. And you know what? I'm taking that one. Let me correct my board until somebody tells me officially it's done. We're taking Virginia off the board. I'm not totally trusting. Oh man, I would love to be inside the war room at Mar-a-Lago right now. I really would.
Kamala has a 0.04% lead in Virginia. How terrible do you have to be
and think about it?
The DC suburbs.
For 20 years, the Democrats have had an absolute iron lock on the Commonwealth of Virginia. Okay, this is a state that from 1968 till 2004 went Republican. For 20 years, the Democrats have had this, and she's within an ace of losing this thing.
I just did full on witch laugh. I was on mute, but I just did full on witch laugh.
95% in right now.
I couldn't help it.
Go ahead.
But 95% in. Kamala has it.
Are you sure they didn't cast you in the movie Wicked? We don't know about it yet with that laugh.
20,000 votes, probably.
I've got all right. AP on Virginia has got Kamala with like a 0.6 lead. And yeah, it's like a difference of about 18,000.
Yeah, it's
somewhere
close
in there. New Jersey went. Daggone it. I was kind of holding out hope.
I thought that.
How close was it though? Was it closer than in 2020?
I'll check it here in a second. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we can, and it was probably projected earlier. My apologies for not putting this one up. Yeah, she's got the Garden State. I was kind of hoping, but
I thought it looked like she was going to get that, so I wasn't really worried about that one.
Yeah, true. So with that, let's just fill in a little bit more of the board. She's got that. And has anybody seen anything on Connecticut yet? I have not seen.
No, it's still.
I don't think it started yet.
No, they've called it. They've called Connecticut.
Oh, they have?
AP. Yeah, AP is showing that it's called for Kamala Harris. Ooh. Okay, we'll tack that one on. So,
okay.
There's always parts of me that hold out hope. I'm always an optimist, but you know, it is what it is. Ooh, man, this is just ugly. I'm sorry. This is just ugly. Look at this. I mean, granted, California, Oregon, that's going to be 20. That'll be 74 more electoral votes, but still, I mean, this is just piss poor if you're a Democrat. It really is. I'm sorry.
So how are we feeling about Kari Lake's race right now? I'm looking at some of the results, and I don't know how to interpret them personally.
Yeah, Arizona. Well, Trump's got a lead in Arizona, finally. 50% of it's in. Let me see what's going on with her race. Hang on a second, or try and get a feel for what's going on with it. Folks, if you're here right now, it is 10:30 on the East Coast. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I am joined by the inestimable Reuben Christopher Haynes, the Professor Christian Watson, from Real Talk, Darius Simpson, and from Gen X Marks the Spot, Miss Tracy Barkley. We've had other commentators. Got a question from the audience. What's the toss-up balance? Toss-up balance, you mean for the Senate or for the... Or what do you mean, Lana? I'm not understand the question. So, but anyway, let us take a look at. Let me see. Let's see what goes on in Arizona. I'll start with Decision Desk. God help me. Arizona's tighter than it should be. What the hell? Come on, boys. Okay. Decision Desk is saying with 54% in, Kari is trailing Gallego by about a little under 7 points. That's what they're saying. So, but again,
there's some counties that are outstanding, right?
Yeah, one of them, for example, is Apache County, Cochise, La Paz, and as far as Maricopa is concerned, there's only 55% of the vote in on that one. So if that tightens up Pinal still got some vote hanging out there. Graham, Greenlee, Mojave. Yeah, there's still some room here. She's got time. Same thing with Trump. I'm just very curious where some of this vote's coming in. I mean, currently it's showing he's barely, and I mean barely behind Kamala Harris, but still, I don't think we've got it all, not even close yet. Not even close. And that's just it. Yeah, and Trump just took the lead with 50% of the vote in on AP. So yeah, we're just basically waiting for some of this to come in, folks. But yeah, Georgia has been called by decision desk. They're saying it's over.
Nice.
And other media outlets are saying the exact same thing.
AP has not called Georgia. They have not called North Carolina. They have not called Iowa. They have not even called Kansas yet.
Gretchen, what in the world goes on out there in the corn? Good grief. It's where she's from originally.
According to the AP, he's ahead like 1.5% in Wisconsin right now with 54% of the vote.
Okay. Yeah, they've got it. Yeah, AP's got him at 1.5%.
And AP has not called Virginia yet.
Okay. Hang on a second, guys. I got to send a message to somebody. Talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm seeing here Nebraska.
So what big state are we waiting for right now?
Well, I would say Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Michigan, Virginia, Yeah,
I know. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Nevada. I'm looking at the idea that he has switched Georgia so that if things stay the same right now, Kamala still wins, as opposed to 2020. He has to flip another state.
Well, the way things are going, I think he will.
Okay, hang on. AP just updated something here. No, they just said Kansas. Good grief. Of course he's got Kansas. Guys, come on. And it's barely a lead, but Trump's taking a lead in Michigan. I mean, again, it's very early on, but yep, he's got leads in all three of the wise men at this stage. They're small, some of them, but they're there. Mm-hmm. They're absolute. Matter of fact, let me put this up on the board so everybody can see what we're talking about. In Wisconsin, it's about, call it 1.5. In Michigan, it's like 0.5%. Pennsylvania is where he's got the most robust lead, like a little over 3%, with almost 60% of the vote counted.
Not surprised at all.
Yeah, I'm not either.
He took Butler, of course. He took Butler.
By George, he better.
Butler.
66%.
Yeah, he almost took a bullet for Butler, so they better be jumping.
Yeah, my old friend Gretchen's like, yeah, it's the effects of a Democrat governor out in Kansas is why it took us so long to get it. All right, well, girl, you brought it in. You did your job, honey. Dr. Sci-Fi, don't you dare get mad at me. It's a long story, y'all. I'll tell you sometime. Anyway, I'll tell you some of it. Let's put it that way.
Oh, my.
No, it's not that. It's a long story. We go, Gretchen and I go back a long way together.
For the buddies, for the men out there, Sydney Sweeney endorsed Donald Trump.
When?
Supposedly. It says here. She says she voted for him.
I don't care if she did it allegedly. I'm happy about that.
Who's Sydney Sweeney? Who's she?
Who's
actress
she?
Model.
I
She's
love
the it girl nowadays.
Darius, you're breaking my heart, brother.
The names sound familiar, but I'm not all that familiar.
I'm just messing with you. Yeah, folks, that's where we're at this point. Everybody's feeling good. Everybody's good and loose. We're waiting for certain states to come in. And again, nothing's done until it's done. But If you're Donald Trump right now, you have got to love the situation you find yourself in. If you're Kamala, it's not good. Uh-oh. What are you laughing about down there?
Breaking on Twitter, Ann Seltzer has fled to Canada.
Bye.
I wouldn't be surprised. No, I had heard somewhere that she was actually thinking about retiring after this cycle. No, I mean, seriously. I had heard this. And frankly, her credibility is done. Just absolutely done. Have they called the Texas Senate race yet?
Yeah, I don't know if they called it yet. Cruz is
Yep,
one.
they did. They did call it. Okay. I'm trying to fill in the board on retentions and pickups between Rick Scott and let's see, have they called Missouri yet for Hawley? I almost bet you they have. But
you need to keep him.
Haven't called it yet, but then again, I'm not too worried about Josh Hawley. I mean, he is beloved out there. But yeah, as it stands right now, Ohio. What is going on with the Senate race in Ohio? 82% is reporting in, and geez, it's just a matter of time. Bernie Moreno's got like a 300,000 vote lead on Sherrod Brown. It'll be a Republican pickup.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, it's massive.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time. I mean, there's nowhere. I mean, I'm looking at the major Democrat strongholds in Ohio. For example, Lucas County, which is Toledo, 71% of it's in. Sherrod Brown is not picking up the kind of numbers that he needs. Lorain County is almost done up near Lake Erie, which is beside of Cuyahoga. Cuyahoga still got some vote out there, but it ain't going to be enough to pick this up. Akron, which is Summit County. Yeah, there's not enough vote left for them. I mean, it's just a matter of time. It's like call it a 260,000 vote lead. Ooh, now that I'm looking at the math a little bit better, but it's just a matter of time. He'll pick it up.
Nice.
Now, Pennsylvania, on the other hand, let's see what we got. Kids. This is interesting. I'm popping this up here. That's McCormick and Casey right now. And again, this is Decision Desk. Take it for what it's worth, but it's a real slim lead. Trump might wind up pulling him across the finish line.
Yeah, well, McCormick's popular. People like him. He is a much better candidate than Dr. Oz was last election cycle. Much more polished. I think people, again, as I mentioned, I don't trust him. I voted for him today, but I don't trust him. Something about him rubs me the wrong way. But I hope that he disproves my distrust when he's in the Senate. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Amen to that. Amen. And we're going to bring Chad back in here. How you doing, sir?
Hey, doing pretty well. The last hour or so that I was off, I was with Lord Brentwood, just watching the election and everything, letting my computer cool off. It was getting pretty hot, and I don't know if you guys have been looking at poly market odds, but over the last hour, it has been absolutely insane. And I know I started off the night saying I don't really believe poly market odds because it's just vibes for guys, and I still believe that, but when it starts radically shifting very quickly in one direction, I think that does tell us something and gives us some indication as to how the rest of the night is going to go. Over the last hour, Trump's odds of winning the election on Polymarket have jumped to 90%.
Whoa.
And his odds of winning the popular vote have jumped from 33% this morning to 75%. New York Times projects that Trump is going to win the popular vote. And I hope and I pray that he does, because I really don't want to hear complaints and think pieces about the Electoral College for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
I don't have to deal with that. And when I was talking to Lord Brentwood, he told me something that was pretty interesting, and so credit to him on this read. But the Bidens voted early this morning, right?
and Jill Biden wore a red pantsuit to the polls. And he was so Lord Brentwood said, "Oh yeah, people were joking about how they voted for Biden, or sorry, how they voted for Trump." And Lord Brentwood was like, "Oh yeah, you know what happened there, right?" I was like, "Oh please, they did not vote for Donald Trump." And he said, "No. Jill Biden wore a red pantsuit as a middle finger to Kamala Harris."
Oh, I believe that.
She wore
I
it.
absolutely believe
She
that.
wore it as a sign of like, "You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose tonight."
Wow, that's epic.
Yeah, that does not surprise me at all. Does not surprise me at all. Let's see. Has the Montana race been called? Hang on a minute.
What about Wisconsin as well?
Presidential.
Republicans only need two more seats to clinch the Senate.
Nice.
And as far as the presidential tally, it's 56% of the vote counted in Wisconsin, and Trump looks like, if I'm looking at this correctly, he is holding, according to the AP, he's holding like a almost 2.5, call it a 1.5 point lead on Wisconsin.
All right.
Yep. It's now, like I say, I put nothing past the Democrats' ability to, shall we say, fortify their elections. But
89% chance for Trump presidency on New York Times.
Yep.
They predict Donald Trump will win the popular vote by 1%, and they are predicting 299 electoral votes for Donald Trump.
Can we talk about, just for a moment, and again, nothing is official until it's official. Well, I'll tell you what, before I do that, Motard asked a question. What do you think of Alan Lichtman saying Harris will win by a thin margin?
I have an answer for this.
I think he's retarded.
Well,
so,
okay. Hang on, Chad. For people who don't know who Dr. Alan Lichtman is, would you fill them in before you give your answer on this one?
Yeah, so Alan Lichtman is a political scientist who, along with a Soviet geologist, created this framework called the Keys to the White House. And it is a model used to predict the winner of presidential elections. And it has been, in the past, very accurate. There are 13 keys, and each key is a true or false statement. And if the statement is true, then it is a point for the incumbent party to maintain control of the White House. If it is false, it is a point for the opposing party. So of the 13 keys, there are 3 that he put into Kamala Harris, into the Democrat camp, that I think squarely belong in the Republican camp. And I did a space like several months ago with my friend Jordan where we were going through the framework. And this was back when Biden was supposed to be the candidate. But the 3 keys that he put as in favor of the Democrats were there has not been a scandal that led to like some sort of bipartisan effort and revolved around the president, which Joe Biden's horrendous debate performance that caused him to, get kicked off the ticket. That was a scandal around the president that, got a lot of negative attention and some action from both parties. So I don't know why he has said why he put that in the Democrat camp. That doesn't make sense to me. I was just texting. I gotta check with my friend Jordan. I can't remember the third, but the second was that he said that the Biden administration had a foreign or military success. And I was trying to think, I was like, what was their foreign or military success? And I clicked the footnote to see what it was talking about. And I laughed so hard, my coffee came out of my nose. He claims that their
their foreign success was the coalition of Western nations that Joe Biden built after Russia invaded Ukraine. So here's the math for you. He botched the Afghanistan pullout, which showed weakness, which signaled to Putin that he could invade Ukraine and there would be no serious consequences. And after Putin invaded Ukraine without serious consequences, at least not right away, after 2 foreign failures, all of the Western nations came together and they said, you know what, let's throw a bunch of money at Ukraine. And that was the foreign success.
That's insane. That's a big slap in our faces. That is.
Yeah.
It's an example of when science serves the aims of the scientists as opposed to serving the aim of truth. It's been a problem that science has been dealing with for the past century, actually. So
yeah, it's getting worse now because again, people are going toward, like, if they basically say it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, if they basically say we want the data to support our what we believe, and you want to seek people that you're going to have them tell you want this to have this outcome, they're going to find it for you. It's how it works, regardless on any topic. Any bias will come over because it's based upon money.
No, I totally agree. And plus, you add the digital world to it, and the fact that everyone is in their little echo chambers trying to find information that confirms their belief systems. So you have like several issues coming out. You have the perverse providence in it that you mentioned. You've got the sort of digital world driving echo chambers, and then you have the inherent corruption of science on both an institutional level, which has bled down into how a lot of people perceive science as well. Which is one of the reasons why I think the COVID stuff happened. But it also has to do with political science too. So.
But that's what the AI implications will be disastrous. Also,
I totally agree with you.
I'd invite us even more.
Totally agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Hey everyone.
Sorry.
Yes.
I gotta do a rundown here for you.
Gimme.
New York Times has Trump 87% chance of victory, 1% chance on the popular vote, 1% on the popular vote, 300 electoral votes. They have him predicted to win Wisconsin by 2.1, Pennsylvania by 2.2, Michigan by 2.4, Georgia by 2.6, Nevada by 2.9. North Carolina's already been called, but they have it at 3.2, and they have him at Arizona 4.5. And one of the big outliers of the night that I just want to, even though she won it, Harris only won New Jersey by 7.3. She only won New Hampshire by 3.6.
Ooh, and
by the way,
and for perspective, Joe Biden won New Hampshire in 2020 by a little over 7%. He won New Jersey by 16%.
It's not looking good for her at all.
This country has just shifted to the right big time.
Yeah.
Most certainly.
New Jersey has been calling something.
The third key that Alan Lichtman, I think, erroneously put in the Democrat camp was no social unrest. He claims that there was no serious social unrest during the Biden administration.
What?
So you remember that time when like Palestine protesters turned into Palestine rioters and took over college campuses and looked a little insurrection-y? That wasn't serious social unrest.
Well, they're playing around with the definition of terms.
What's that?
I said they're playing around with the definition of terms.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And here's the thing. He developed the model. So by not being honest about his own model, he's damaging his own credibility and the credibility of the framework. Wow. And so it's like, I understand that he's on the left and he wants to see an outcome. But if you're going to be in the game of building models, building predictive models, you got to be able to put that aside to do your job.
Yeah, this is incredible.
Yeah,
and I think it's a wonderful masterpiece for us to sit here and actually be able to behold all of this unfold and watch it unfold.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Young Turks are calling it for Trump.
you know something's up when the Young Turks call it.
When Cenk Uygur is throwing in the towel this early, you know.
And you know he's so upset he can't. Hey Christian, we're gonna pray for what's his name at Young Turks, Cenk.
Oh yeah, no, I think Cenk's going to have some problems tonight. But then again, I'll give him credit. He's been the one warning his own coalition about this.
Yeah.
He's been telling them, look, guys, Trump's going to probably win. We need to. So I don't think he's going to be as devastated as he was in 2016 when he thought for sure that Hillary was going to win. So, but hopefully that crowd, because by the way, look, they matter. They speak to a lot of people. I think many of us don't realize just how big the audience is for left-wing content creation. I interacted with one tweet from like one left-wing, like Brian Tyler Cohen, I think, one left-wing YouTuber. And then all of a sudden I get these cacophony of tweets and there's like 40,000 likes, 30,000 likes on these left-wing accounts that are just touting DNC talking points. And I'm like, I never see this because I don't interact with this content. So there's an entire section of the country that doesn't hear us, but does hear them. So my prayer is that they're going to cool it. They're going to, resist in a peaceful way, in a way that is conforming to our political processes. And they're not going to pour any kerosene on the fire. Because if they do, then I think that we're going to have an even more volatile situation than we already do.
Hey guys, Gypsy has just provided this following piece of information. Fox News is saying that the Harris campaign is, quote, going dark on them. They are not answering any questions at this point. Look.
Why not?
Well, but okay, I was just about to say, here I'm going to pull the old man card. And Ruben can probably, not that Ruben's as old as I am, but
Chad.
watch it there, Darius. No, I'm going to pull the old man card. Basically, what that's a sign of is that your ship is taking on water and you don't want to tell everybody, hey guys, I can't talk to you right now. I'm over here bailing out water. That's where they're at. They don't want to answer. Yeah.
I said she knows she's about to have to call Trump and concede.
Yeah.
Hillary 2.0, huh?
I said this a few weeks ago in our messages, but if Trump wins tonight, it will be honest and fair to say that Trump beats women.
Y'all something else, man.
And we're gonna get more of the videos of women at the election party crying because they're not going to get their first woman president.
Yeah, this is my blinking owl face on his Trump beats women comment, going like this.
Boy, the memes on that.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I'm not surprised that they're not talking to the press. I mean,
going in hiding. Yeah.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. We're still waiting on any one of the three wise men. Okay, California just came in. It's 11 p.m. on the East Coast. So we will go ahead and fill that in. AP has called it no big shock there. But they've called California. And we're still waiting on some calls from some other states at this point. Let me see. Let me get my list. Let me get my 11 o'clock list pulled up here. It's not a real big one, but it's mostly everything out on the West Coast. So give me 1 second here. Getting to know you. And
it's a great song, Brian.
Indeed. It'd be even better if I weren't singing it. That's the tragic of it. Because somewhere the composers are like, dear God, we did not write that song to have this wotard ruin this thing. All right.
I have to check Facebook to see what the true leftist social media is doing. I'll report back.
It is 11 p.m. Eastern on the East Coast. The following states are going to close. California, the remainder of Idaho is coming in. Oregon is coming in. Washington is coming in. We're just waiting on calls from those states. And folks, Oregon and Washington are probably going to go like that. So I won't be surprised in the slightest. So that's where we are with this. The only other states remaining as far as closing their time zones are Alaska and Hawaii. And this thing's going to be over, but the shouting by the time it gets out there.
Yeah.
And Oregon has been called for Kamala Harris. No great surprise to anybody in that. But, poor girl's had a rough night. I don't mind giving her a little bit of fanfare.
So, Tracy, earlier you were saying that the New York Times was calling Wisconsin and Michigan for Trump. They were predicting that he would win by like about 2 points or so.
Correct. They have him at 60 and like 70%.
Right. So, if you recall, earlier this evening, I was saying that the Real Clear Politics average for Wisconsin and Michigan was like 0.4 and 0.5 for Harris. And so once again, we were being told that polls that have consistently been wrong by 3 to 5, 3 to 7 points were supposed to be spot on this time. And now even the New York Times is predicting that they were off by about 3 points.
Right. And the Google, I'm not sure where the Associated Press, they have him at 6 million plus in the popular vote.
Wow. Yeah, and I Gypsy, I just saw that. Hang on, I'm about to pull it up. AP has made a call. Idaho has come in for Trump. Not a big shock, but you like to see it fill in as much and easily as possible. So give me 1 second, folks, and we'll get that one tacked up on the board. So, where did you go? I need you. Oh, daggone it. Of all the times for me to do that. Anyway, Idaho has gone to Trump. So this is where we be, folks. It's filling in fast. Could somebody give me, while I'm putting this thing back together, could somebody give me a quick rundown on the three wise men?
Let me see here. Wisconsin is leading Trump 50 to 48.
Yeah, Trump is leading there.
Michigan, Harris is leading 51-46. Pennsylvania, Trump is leading 50-48.
Well, what I see on Michigan on the AP is 51 to 47 Trump.
Oh, okay.
Am I missing?
Okay. This is Decision Desk.
Decision? So, okay. Oh, yeah, the indecision desk. Gotcha.
Oh, dear gosh.
They're not covering themselves in glory tonight, guys. There's just no getting around that.
According to the New York Times map, I wanted to kind of note this. Trump is leading with 11% of the vote in Minnesota. He's leading 61% to Kamala's 37%, with 11% of the vote in, which, I'm not sure what to make of that, but this is Tim Walz's home state.
Yeah,
that's bad.
And the Somalis came out for him.
Yeah, that's probably why they did endorse him. You're right. So, but it's just if he, let's say he doesn't even win, let's say he gets close, like within a point or so. That's one of the biggest insults, I think, to the Kamala Harris campaign of tonight. There's plenty of insults tonight, but that's one of the biggest, I think.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest statements about, I think, more generally, the power that certain ethnic conclaves in the country have as it relates to steering the direction of the election. And that's even going to be even more true if Michigan happens to break for Trump on the behest of the Arab vote. And so that'll have implications for our politics because, sorry, go on.
No. Go ahead. I want to pop something up here.
Yeah, it's Decision Desk HQ predicts Bernie Moreno will win in Ohio.
Hot dog. Yes.
He worked hard for that race. So
he did.
Good for him.
Yes, he did. That is fantastic. Absolutely.
I'm sorry, Christian. I did not mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, it's no problem at all. So one of the things that concerns me, so Trump in 2016 ran on a sort of, I would call it Islamo-skeptic platform. He was very skeptical of the impacts that radical Islam could have on American civilization. A few days ago, he visited the most populous Muslim American area in the entire country, Dearborn, Michigan, and he courted the mayor, courted several imams. The imams endorsed him. And my worry is that I have two worries, actually. Number one, I'm worried about the influence of certain imams who have very radical ideas about religion and Sharia exercising influence over American politics. And I'm worried about GOP politicians cozying up to them, especially in states where they are a significant ethnic population, in order to win votes. That I'm also worried about once they're in office having to be accountable to those particular ideologies to stay in office. I think that if you want to be a Muslim in America, that's totally fine, but you have to practice a moderate version of your religion.
Yep.
You can't be an imam that believes that liking Israel is akin to supporting genocide. You can't be an imam that believes that women should be compelled to wear burqas in public. You can't be an imam that believes that America is the great Satan or that Hamas is somehow a hero. You can't be an imam that believes that the Ayatollah is some kind of prophetic hero. And a lot of imams, unfortunately, do either believe that or they are adjacent to circles that believe that. And so I really wish the sort of Islamo-skeptic part of Trump will come back, because I'm worried. It's not really a problem right now, but as time progresses, I'm worried that constituency is going to hold conservative politicians in general, hostage, because they essentially have held Democrats hostage. That's one of the reasons why Kamala Harris is suffering in Michigan. So that's my worry.
Now, that's an excellent point, Christian. That's definitely one of my concerns. I didn't put it exactly how you, and within the framework of how you mentioned it, which was excellent. But I agree 100%. I like to see the support. I was actually curious about their support because I know Dearborn is definitely a Sharia law. From what I understand, it is literally run by Sharia law.
Yeah,
it's just not
very religious place, Islamic place, very, very much so. It's integrated into every part of the culture, every single part.
See, and what that simply means is they've taken over that area, and they're definitely gonna look to expand. Now, under a Trump presidency, is it possible for them to expand that? At least right now, like you said, right now, no, because if Trump sees it, he has a lot of evangelicals around him.
Yes.
Some of which I've come, I don't know them, but I've seen them. And I listen to them. I follow some of them. They're gonna definitely blow the whistle, or at least send him some type of warning or something to that effect if they sense that something is afoot. So, with that said, I'm glad to see the support he's getting, but he definitely better keep both eyes open on them.
100%. And you know, I think it's a good service that we're both talking about this, because I don't think any other live streams talking about this particular problem tonight. They're probably all just gushing over the fact that there's, ethnic support. And that's great, by the way, as you mentioned. But this is a problem. And Trump recognized that it was a problem back in 2016, which is why he called out Muslim majority countries that were hotbeds for terrorism. And he was bold in doing that. He was iconoclastic in doing that. He got a lot of heat for doing that. But that was the right thing to do. We need that kind of energy back, because that's like a sleeper cell that could grow into something that's, unfortunately, that's bad, So,
see, I'm glad. It's another key term you use, sleeper cells. See, what a lot of media has gone away from. Now, Fox used to report on it a lot more, but what they've gone away from is talking about coming across our southern border. That's just one of the entry points we know of. But there have been a lot of terrorists, key terrorists, well-known terrorists that are in this country, and all they're waiting for is a phone call or some type of order. And so that's been one of my concerns. Is after Trump wins, I thought it was. I heard 2 weeks ago the FBI supposedly thwarted an election day bombing. It was supposed to be a terrorist act to happen today. They stopped that. So that's gonna be my concern. Again, sharing your concern also when you brought that up earlier. That's gonna be one of my concerns between now and Inauguration Day, is if someone's gonna be activated, and maybe one person they may use as a decoy to get caught while they're doing something, 2 or 3 others, 5 or 6 others will attempt to do something else in this country. So that's why it's important that we pray and stay aware of what's going on, because this, even though this is transformational for our country, because it's literally transformational, somebody does not like this, and so they can to try to stop it.
Yeah, one of the biggest national security threats right now that more people need to talk about, I agree, Darius, is that Iran has a network, not just a few, a network of sleeper cells across the country.
Yep.
And I'm going to give Biden a little bit of credit. I don't do this because he doesn't deserve it, but they understand that if they were to go all in on the Israel-Palestine thing, and then they were to provoke a direct confrontation with Iran, that would lead to casualties on the homeland. Because Iran has such a sophisticated network here that if America says, let's go to war with Iran, let's go attack Iran, let's go aid the attack of Iran, all the Ayatollah has to do is say, hit this city. And next thing you know, thousands of people could be possibly dead. We have no idea what they're capable of doing. And so that's one of the reasons why I really hope that while preserving civil liberties, that Trump redirects these agencies to focus on the actual threats that we know are in our country, and hopefully rooting them out.
Yep, I agree 100%.
Christian, I just want to inject. I don't know how tightly you've been paying attention to this, but I just want to give an update on some Senate races around the country. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, McCormick, with almost 70% of the vote in, is holding a very slim lead over incumbent Bob Casey. Again, it's a long way to go, but it's steady and consistent, about 70,000 votes right now. Bernie Moreno has clinched. Just to update the map for folks who are wondering about down ballot races, so far, this is everything that we've got called around the country. Now, Chad, I've got to ask you about Nebraska. You've got a senator out there in Deb Fisher, and that woman is fighting for her life. I keep watching that thing, and it's just like back and forth, or she's a touch behind. What's going on out there? Or have you kept an eye on that one?
Not super closely, but I know that with Deb Fisher, she originally promised that she was only going to serve 2 terms, and this is a third term that she is running for. So that kind of thing really doesn't sit super well with people. That's interesting. Sorry, I'm looking at some of the results for the abortion amendments as well, and that's a little odd. It looks like both are winning. Okay, that's weird. Anyways, Deb Fisher. The other issue is that who's running against Fisher? Is it Osborne?
Hang on a minute.
I just heard Lord Brentwood say yes. From the other room.
Dan Osborne.
Yeah, so Osborne, okay, so here's what happened, right? Osborne is an independent. Because in Nebraska, it's fairly well understood that a Democrat's probably not going to win a senator position. Right. So the Democrats figured out if you took a Democrat, kind of like the Tim Walz situation, take a Democrat who's like, seems like a man's man, just run him as an independent, and then try to undercut the Republican vote by doing that. That's essentially what's going on there. Dan Osborne, I will say, Dan Osborne's ads look pretty good. I think his background is a mechanic. I think that's what he said in his ads. Who knows if that's true? Maybe he is like Tim Walz, and like that's made up. But he does run good ads. He's a younger, good-looking guy who's like sort of looks like a normal Nebraskan, talks like a normal Nebraskan. But the fact of the matter is, I shouldn't say the fact of the matter because I don't know him personally, but it does seem like it's all a facade. When you really start looking into it, it seems like it's just a facade for very left-wing politics. So that's the issue. It's Deb Fisher saying she was only going to run for 2 terms and now running for a 3rd, while running against someone who's pretending to be independent but really isn't.
Okay. All right. Yeah, as it stands right now, Senate races that have been called across the country, strictly speaking, the Republicans are at 50 between their pickups of West Virginia and Ohio. We're still waiting on possible pickups in Montana, Arizona, Nevada, and Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania, it's a good possibility they could come out with 53, 54 Senate seats tonight, depending on how everything shakes out.
That's more than enough.
Oh, that's definitely not just more. I mean, it doesn't just give them operational control; it gives them working control. I mean, they can start moving some stuff. They won't have a filibuster-proof majority, but depending on what it is they're working on, yeah, they could be quite all right.
Nice.
So yeah, we're just basically at this point, folks, we're just waiting for some states to be called. And as it stands right now, AP is showing Donald Trump with a lead in Wisconsin of around, call it about 65, 70,000. It's not a huge lead, but it's like 65% of the vote is in. In Michigan, 31% of the vote is in, and Trump is holding a pretty substantial lead. And in Pennsylvania, the big prize of the night, it's about a little under about 180,000 with 3/4 of the vote counted. So if you're Trump right now, you've got to be loving this. It's, again, nothing's official until it's official, but that's where we're at.
Well, hey guys, I got to jump off. I may come back, but if not, it has been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Tracy, where can people find you on social media, dear?
On YouTube at Gen X Marks the Spot, or on Twitter at Gen X Marks.
Okay. And are we on for 6 o'clock tomorrow night?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just shoot me the link. I'll be there.
I will.
Mwah. Love you, dear. Bye. All right. That's Tracy Barkley from Gen X Marks the Spot. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by Ruben Christopher Haynes, Christian Watson, Chad Manley, and Darius Simpson. We're just waiting for some last returns to come in. And has anybody gotten a... Oh, by the way, I'll pass this on to you right now just for what it's worth. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, according to Jack Posobiec, the U.S. Secret Service is amping up security at Mar-a-Lago. They're pretty well convinced how this
just now.
No, not just now.
Okay.
But,
okay.
Yeah, here's the tweet, and this is about a half an hour ago. U.S. Secret Service is preparing to mobilize additional resources to Florida, per White House official. So the White House is recognizing this is going to happen.
Christian, you were talking not too long ago about insults to the Harris campaign that are happening tonight. One of them, I'm looking at Decision Desk. So they called Virginia for Harris, and 95% is reporting she seems to have won by about 80,000 votes. That is 2.3%. With less than 5% still left to report, I doubt that's going to change by a sizable margin.
Yeah.
They projected her to win by about 5 points. And I forget what we said Hillary Clinton won by in Virginia.
5.3%.
So Kamala Harris has gone from the 5% projected to match Hillary Clinton down to 2.3% in Virginia.
And for some more perspective, remember, Joe Biden took that state by 10% 4 years ago.
Boy, this is really not looking good for Kamala.
Well, I mean, let's just for a few moments. I mean, because I was thinking about this today, and this was before we've gotten to where we are now. Everyone can have a second act in American politics. Richard Nixon proved that in the 1960s. Okay, he'd lost to Kennedy in 60. He lost the governor's race. He lost the governor's race in California in 62, and then sort of went out in the wilderness. And then in 68 came back and won 2 terms to the presidency. I mean, there are second acts in American politics, and Donald Trump's proving that tonight. But the problem for the Democrats is this repudiation of her is so thorough and so solid. If she does come back, it'll take years, and I'm not trying to speak ill of her, but she's 60 years old, and I hate to sound sexist, for a woman in politics, unless you're somebody like a Nancy Pelosi in a very unique position in a House seat in San Francisco, if she has any national ambitions going forward after this, it's going to take her a while. She might be done after tonight.
Yeah, she's toxic now, even more so.
Yeah, the only ones that will clout afterwards will be like Mark Kelly, Andy Beshear, Josh Shapiro to a certain extent, as up and coming, kind of middle of the line type of things. And if Tim Kaine gets in there again, he could be a political force. They're going to try and push the party more rightish, centerish, more milquetoast type of thing in 2028, or as early as 2026.
Yep.
If this continues.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, let me ask y'all this, since we're looking forward, because President-elect Donald Trump, right?
Thank you. Thank you. He is the president-elect. I don't care what anyone says. So I'm happy about it, but I'm a little bit worried too.
So let me ask y'all this then. Let's forward looking. Who do y'all see as strong Democratic candidates in an economy where Trump and Vance has, let's say they do everything they promised to do, and our economy is doing twice as good as it was in 2016. The border security is excellent. The culture, the energy in the country is at all-time highs. People excited. People got money in their pocket. Business is booming. Who do y'all think, or who do y'all see as potential Democratic candidates to try to challenge the Republican candidates in that 2028?
Okay, not a viable candidate, but mark my words, they're gonna try to run Beto again.
Beto O'Rourke.
They're gonna give Beto another. God bless him. He's gonna try again. Not gonna go well for him, but he's gonna try again.
He's an embarrassment.
He is. He's terrible.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Go on.
No. Go ahead.
No. I'm still forming my thoughts. So go on, please.
No, I was saying Gavin Newsom is dangerous, is scary. Mark Kelly would be better. Josh Shapiro would be better. Andy Beshear would be better. Again, the middle of the line type of Democrat. Whitmer will want it, and she could demand to have it but that's even more down the more. Let's try another woman, but that part of the party that believes that could push Whitmer to be forced to the top, or Pritzker.
And I don't think Gretchen Whitmer is very likable.
She isn't. But I'm saying that the demented female Democrat that's typically does that, believes this crap, all this demented stuff. Well, then they'll push her forward if they want to. I don't know. It's strange that I think she's bad. She's a total bad candidate, but still, any senator that comes out of this unscathed on the Democratic side is also going to be touted up, whoever they may be, just to put a name out there, because they're in damage control, because they're infield also. Any congressman out there, they're all way left. And again, the field of the young crop in the Republican Party: Byron Donalds, Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert want re-election. Matt Gaetz, and then you got Senate: Josh Hawley. You got all the infield, and then you got the RFK factor: Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard factor. Tulsi could do this, shit. Even like Sarah Sanders from Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the field is so ripe right now in the Republican field, and the Democrats have nothing after this, because again, all they have been on the campaign since 2016 has been Trump is Hitler. And then what do you do after this? What do you stand for now? We're garbage, I guess. I don't know. That's how it's basically going to do. They have nothing. They've lost all of the pulse of the common man. None of it. No no clue of what real life's like. The only thing they think of it as, they think of it as, I'm the wine mom, I'm the workaholic woman that doesn't have kids, or this throwback of Hollywood the way they want to have it, but they change it around, make the guy a doofus and the woman's the know-it-all, and in these shows that they're doing now. But then they project that on a reality, and then it screws everything up when they don't get the box office they want. They don't get the shows they want. They've lost all their influence. This is the whole idea. They have spent 8 years now bashing Trump.
Mhm.
Trump's evil. Trump's this. Trump's that. The people have spoken. What are you going to do now? You're going to change. It's the CNN, MSNBC become another 24-hour hate fest for Donald Trump as president from now on? As they get ratings? It's no one's going to want to watch him anymore. I stopped watching this shit already.
Well,
This is the very first year of watching any presidential election without having a TV on, without watching CBS, ABC, and the old standards. Haven't even bothered watching. I'd rather just go and get to the news, do my own analysis.
Yeah.
And with all of you who, because again, you know what? I trust you all more than I trust them.
As well, you should.
I know, but that's the whole point now. We've transformed this whole conversation, because I've been politically active since the 80s. Well, shit, 70s, like actually 70, early 70s. I remember Nixon.
I remember you teaching John Travolta dance moves for the movie, man.
Nixon, yeah, John Travolta. I knew him back when it was Welcome Back, Mr. God.
Whoa! Hold up, Ruben. Hold up, Lana, honey. Not that I don't believe you. Where'd you get this? Just give me the source. We'll look it up, because we'll put this up here. And one other thing, since I sort of had the floor for a second, Gypsy pointed out something, and yeah, things are going good in Michigan. However, this is from Project Veritas. Eyes on Detroit. It's 11 p.m. Why are all these boxes of ballots still arriving to Detroit's Bureau of Elections via cars with California plates? I mean, fellas, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying.
It's not funny, but it is funny.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like something out of a comedy skit or something.
Exactly. And
they couldn't even rent a local car. Like, you got all the money that you can do this. You can't spend $120 to rent a car with Michigan plates. Like, I'm sorry to be giving them notes, but like, come on.
Well, they want to earn the miles on their credit card. Just kidding.
Yeah. Here's the source on M169's comment. Breaking: Kamala is reportedly preparing a concession speech. This is from Real Mac Report. Research analyst, foreign policy clips. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe he's got
no link.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's got a source. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? So take it for what it's worth. But to answer your question, Darius, who do I think the Democrats bring up next? I think Newsom wants it so damn bad he can taste it. I mean, the guy's been running a shadow campaign for 4 years.
Yep.
Newsom's one of them. Pritzker out of Illinois has ambition, but I can't see J.B. Hogg Pritzker getting along nationally, especially when his state is just about as big a financial disaster as California is.
Crime boss.
Yeah, Whitmer. Oh yeah, talk to John Cass about how big of a crime boss he is. I mean, John Cass, being the wonderful fellow that he is, has a nickname for Pritzker. He calls him Governor Fat Boy. But the two most dangerous Democrats to me are Whitmer, and I'll tell you another one, but I don't know if he's got presidential ambitions. Jared Polis of Colorado. To me, those are the two most dangerous. Whitmer, well, and there's one more I should throw in. Shapiro. I should not forget Christian's governor. I'm sorry that I do that to you, but
he's horrible.
Oh, I agree with you.
Charismatic, though. Very charismatic, very
very.
intelligent, very skilled, but he is morally a dangerous person. He enjoys covering for people that do sexual assault. He's just disgusting. I can't even look at him without having a kind of anaphylactic reaction. Like, I want to throw up. It's just disgusting.
Yeah, he is a major POS.
That's crazy.
You know what's interesting?
Man,
this is something that I noticed several years ago, is that this is really around the time of the 2020 election, was that when Democrats look for prospective presidential candidates, they tend to look at senators. When Republicans look at prospective presidential candidates, they tend to look at governors.
True.
And that seems like a nitpick, and it's not. I think that shows how the two parties have a fundamentally different understandings of what the presidency is. I think Republicans are more likely to understand it as, the executive branch, as separate and distinct from the legislature. And Democrats are more likely to see it as sort of a super legislature, something to go hand in hand with Congress and the Senate, but not something distinct.
Yep.
And I mean, right now, our president was in the Senate for like 150 years, and our vice president was in the Senate for about 5 minutes, just so she could have some national recognition before starting her own presidential campaign, sort of the attempted Obama path, where you're in the Senate for 5 minutes, then you run for president. The thing is, Obama was a good candidate who is charismatic, and Kamala Harris is not, as we're finding out tonight. So it's interesting when you guys were talking about prospective Democratic presidential candidates, and I mostly heard governors, because we're all conservative. We all think about it from a conservative's perspective. Okay, you want to be the executive of the country. Who are people good at running the executive branches of states? But if history is anything to go off of, I think it's more likely that Democrats are going to choose senators. They're more likely to choose a senator who does the bidding of the Democratic Party in the Senate, who has more of an opportunity to spout party lines and party nostrums on the issue du jour, and is going to prove their loyalty to the Democratic Party in order to gain that political capital to get the support they need for a presidential run. Because it's not just about donor support, it's about party support as well.
But in that case, then Kane would be the choice, because Kane just won his Senate seat in Virginia, right?
No, it doesn't necessarily need to be somebody who just won. I mean, somebody in the Senate, right? But I could see somebody whose Senate term ends in 2026, and then they launch a 2028 presidential campaign.
Okay.
That's a short enough gap that I think that's likely. Someone who's ending their Senate run tonight, either because they're retiring or they lose, I don't think a 4-year gap is an opportune way to start a presidential campaign. 2 years, I could buy. Well, I'm just looking at Democratic senators right now, and I'm seeing Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin. Like, I'm just thinking of names that sound kind of familiar to me. Cory Booker, probably not him.
That'd be hilarious. That'd be funny.
Yes, by all means, let's make sure he gets the nomination.
Sherrod Brown of Ohio. Again, like, I'm not saying that any of these people are like fantastic senators. I'm just listing people who sound kind of familiar to me, considering that I can't name that many Democratic senators off the top of my head.
Good for you.
Amy Klobuchar, that didn't work out too well for her.
Oh God, no.
Mark Kelly. Somebody mentioned Mark Kelly. I forget who it was.
Kelly would make a good presidential candidate.
He would,
in my opinion. He really would.
Yeah. Some of these other people just not really ringing any bells. So I think Mark Kelly is probably their best bet. I don't think Elizabeth Warren is up for it again. I don't. Definitely not Bernie Sanders. I'm sorry, he's not going to survive. I'm not trying to be rude. I don't wish ill on the man, but I don't think he's going to survive.
No.
Well, I'll say this much: I do want to see more outsiders run for president, and so I think when it comes to like the next Republican nomination, right now people believe that Vance is the favorite, and maybe he is right now, but anything can change in the next 3 or so years. I would like to see personally someone like Vivek try to run again. I would love to see a Vivek presidency. I think that's something. I think that something that would be a sort of a nice continuation of MAGA, but with a newer face and some fresher ideas. Because, you know, and Vivek's kind of made this clear. He doesn't agree with Trump on every single thing. And there are some areas where he would diverge, but he would diverge in a way that still maintains the spirit of MAGA. So I would love to see someone like him. On the Democratic side, you know, I didn't really give many answers, but I think, and this may be controversial, but I think someone like Pete Buttigieg, just not because he's great at running things, he's not, he can't run even a transportation agency, but because of his rhetoric and his relative intelligence, I think he would be a formidable candidate. I really do. He's young, he's very smart, knows several languages, he debates very well, just looking at this objectively. And those things won him Iowa in his first Democratic primary when he was nothing more than a mayor of an unknown city. So I think with a few more years of recognition, a few more victories under his belt in the cultural arena, he could be someone that's very formidable.
So here's the thing about
go ahead.
Okay, I think Pete Buttigieg missed his moment. I think he was born 20 years too late, because the white gay guys are being left behind by the Democrat Party. I bet there are going to be some retrospectives written about tonight's election about how, like JD Vance said on the Joe Rogan show, a lot of the normal gay guys ended up voting for Trump. I think white Ivy League gays are being left behind by the Democratic Party, not because they don't want to be Democrats, but because the Democratic Party is saying to them, okay, it's fine that you're gay, but you're just gay. You're not trans, you're not non-binary, and you're still a white guy. So I think if Buttigieg was running, maybe in 2016 instead of Hillary Clinton, I could see that. I think he kind of missed his moment. I think he was just a little too young for it, didn't have the clout at the time. If maybe the Democratic Party after tonight is going to try to backtrack a little bit, trying to win back the mail vote, trying to appear a little bit more normal, in which case maybe Pete Buttigieg can help with that, re-imaging. But I think Pete Buttigieg, I think his time has come and gone. And I think after tonight, he's going to fade away into obscurity.
I don't agree with that. I agree with part of what you said. I definitely agree that the Democrats are abandoning sort of blasé white gay men as a constituency, and they're going towards more sort of radical, more niche demographics. But if you're in the electoral headquarters of the DNC, you know that trans people, being like less than 1% of the whole population of the whole country, are not a major constituency. And so I don't think that they're going to hedge all of their bets on future candidates on these niche groups. They're going to pay lip service to them most certainly, and they're going to rhetorically be kind to them. But are they going to elect an entire candidate on that basis? I don't think so. If they did, then someone like Bernie Sanders would have gotten the nomination a long time ago. Look at the past few nominees of the DNC. Hillary Clinton was a milquetoast neoliberal who essentially was disgraced by the progressive wing of the Democratic coalition. Kamala Harris is considered by hardcore leftist and socialist and grassroots activist to be a corporate candidate who's not really an authentic leftist. The hard left actually hates her as much as they hate Donald Trump. So that those kind of constituencies are not being appealed to in most election cycles. And now that they've lost, by the way, Kamala is pretty progressive for a national candidate. Now that they've lost tonight, I don't think they're going to play even more into those sort of radical edges. So I think Buttigieg actually does have a chance if we're looking at this wholly in terms of electoral prospects. Now, if we're looking at this in terms of the culture of the DNC, then I agree. Someone like him does not fit the image, but the culture is going to change along with the electoral strategy. It has to. Otherwise, you're not going to have a functioning party. So I wouldn't write him off. I would keep an eye on him. And, anything can happen in the next few years. Any new rising star can rise up. I mean, people thought a few years ago that Oprah was going to run for president or that Meryl Streep was going to run for president. I mean, it may seem silly, but I don't put anything past people these days and what they latch onto. So who knows? Maybe some stunning Hollywood actress or actor will make a speech at one of these award shows, and that speech will be so politically resonant, it'll encapsulate the spirit of the resistance against Donald Trump, and they will be put at the forefront of the left-wing consciousness, and they will be tapped to run for president. That could happen. That could easily happen. We don't know. You don't know. So I think we should just look at the culture over the next few years to say.
The other issue that I have with Pete Buttigieg is I don't know how much longer he can keep up the gay act because everybody knows he's not really gay. Sorry. This is
Christian, you and I have got the same look, brother. It's like
this is a conspiracy theory that Spencer Clavin has floated around that Pete Buttigieg, and he means it in jest, but as do I. But yeah, the theory is that Pete Buttigieg is not actually gay, that he decided to pretend that he was gay in order to get political clout. But I don't really believe that.
Yeah,
but it's funny. It is funny to throw it as a punchline.
Yeah. You got our attention.
You certainly got my attention.
Speaking of conspiracy theories, gentlemen, I've got to read you something, and this is posted from this is about a half an hour ago from the Kamala Harris campaign. This is posted on Twitter. As polls, and again, this may be just people trying to keep people's spirits up here. As polls close across the country, I wanted to give, and this comes from Jen O'Malley Dillon, the campaign manager for Harris. As polls close across the country, I wanted to give everyone an update on what we're seeing. As we've all known, this is a razor-thin race. That's what you think. Thanks to this amazing team, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt, we've known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall, and we feel good about what we're seeing. Polls just closed in Nevada and Arizona as expected, and it will be a while before we have more information for both states. We'll continue to keep everybody updated. And again, there's more to this than that, but yeah, they seem to want to try to keep everybody believing. Yep, we can still win this thing, guys. It's just
you read that with a pretty straight tone, but just the word choice and the phrasing that they used made that sound like a pre-concession speech.
Could be. And here, ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to Welsh Republic Podcast, a scholar and a gentleman, and one of the best interviewers out there. So check out his channel. Give him a sub if you're not subbed to him already. A genuinely good dude. Good evening, sir. I don't know where they think they're going to pull this out of. Just to go back to the board, we're still waiting for calls on certain states. Wisconsin right now, Trump's got a 100,000 vote lead with about 70% of the vote counted. And by the way, reports are coming in. Milwaukee did not do what the Democrats needed it to do. The Harris campaign was banking on a very big vote out of Milwaukee. They didn't get it. Not even close. Michigan, with 40% of the vote in, and again, it's a long way to go, but Trump is holding a steady, almost 5-point lead. Pennsylvania, 81% of the vote is in. Trump looks 3.7, if I'm reading that right. And if you're the Democrats, where do you, again, maybe she put that memo out for the benefit of, trying to keep everybody's spirits up. I don't see it. I really don't see it. Unless there's something I'm not realizing, I don't see it. So let me ask you guys a question. I mean, we've been focusing on the horse race tonight, and that's an understandable thing. But how much to you guys is Trump's victory tonight? And let's just be honest, and unless there's something I don't know, it's just a matter of time. How much is Donald Trump's victory tonight not just maybe one of the greatest political comebacks in American history, but how much of this is a repudiation of the Democrat and progressive power structure in America? I mean, think about everything that got thrown against this man. 4 different indictments in 4 different jurisdictions, 2 lawsuits to try to bankrupt the man, an assassination attempt, another guy who almost had a chance to make an assassination attempt. The man is, I mean, I cannot think of any other equivalent. I cannot think of any other equivalent to describe everything that Donald Trump has gone through to get to this moment. Your thoughts?
That song that's out? It's called Fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah. That he plays that as well all the time. One of my favorite songs. I think that kind of just epitomizes everything. It's not just a repudiation of progressivism, right? Because the progressivism has been repudiated. It entered America in the late 19th century. You could argue it entered America in the mid 19th century, if you want to go further back. You could argue that the roots of it started back in the early 19th century, but it entered and it metastasized in the 19th century going into the 20th century. And it's been repudiated by many presidents. It's been repudiated by people like Calvin Coolidge, repudiated by Ronald Reagan. But what those presidents didn't repudiate, and I'm not attacking them because Calvin Coolidge and Ronald Reagan are both very inspirational figures, great figures in American history, was the deeply entrenched administrative structure that was starting to grow in Calvin Coolidge's day and had already been entrenched deeply in Reagan's administration and was represented by the George Bush, who was his vice president. And that entrenched administrative structure, I think, has been the primary mover of American policy within American politics for all of these years. So, in my personal opinion, Trump's victory is a repudiation of that above all else. It's a repudiation of that deeply entrenched administrative structure. But it's also a repudiation of the culture of politics, the kind of culture of politics that that our country has been running on. It's a repudiation of the sort of legitimacy of the corporate media. It's a repudiation of the sort of the wishes of lobbyists who wish to direct the election with money. Donald Trump has shown that if you are a candidate that primarily does not need other people's money, you can be independent in mind and action. It's a repudiation of many of the norms that have shackled presidential candidates to a small realm of acceptability where they couldn't really talk about things that hit to the core of what's happening in our country. They could only talk about things that were approved. It's a repudiation of so much that has been shackling the American spirit that I think it's actually going to be the standard for politics going forward in this country. And we should be very excited about that, because I think Trump, and I mean this with all sincerity, I'm not saying this because I agree with him on everything, because I don't, but I think Trump has a spirit of our founding fathers, kind of iconoclastic, defiant, revolutionary, willing to smash things up that are holding you down, that kind of spirit. And that kind of spirit has been deliberately shackled and just snuffed out for a very, very long time,
Yep.
And that shackling has been helped by a pacified culture that has been taught to be consumers as opposed to producers. And that shackling has been helped by so many other things as well, by a system that tries to encourage it. But when you see someone like Donald Trump, it's very hard not to get inspired. I don't care what political disposition you are. And it's very hard not to see that defying the odds in pursuit of a righteous cause is not always a quixotic task. It is sometimes a task that may have a lot of cost to you personally, but in the long run has a lot of gain for everyone else and yourself. So that's what I think the Trump phenomenon is on a much deeper level. It's a repudiation of everything that's been making our politics terrible.
I agree pretty much with everything Christian said. So the only little bit I'll add to that does go back to these, go back to um, what Trump said when he first ran, and what he even said when he ran in 24. Has to do with the deep state or with the swamp. I think what got exposed was the true power structure, the true power brokers that have been behind the scenes this entire time for decades. And so someone comes in as an anomaly and upsets the apple cart and begins to say things only free thinkers or independent thinkers would say, and begin to do things that only independent minded and independently able and capable people would do. And that's break from the system, use his knowledge of how he knows the inner workings of the system, which made him even more dangerous, more of a threat to them. And they recognized that, while at the same time, Trump was able to connect with the everyday person. And so a lot of people started feeling sorry for, I don't know if the word pity is appropriate, but people started feeling sorry for Trump to a degree, because they saw all the attacks for basically the better part of a decade, all the attacks he's endured, and his mindset, his mentality, and his, again, as Christian laid out, his fighting spirit, his fighting mentality, um, his willingness to stand at a tremendous cost to himself and his family. Because we hear about the attacks on his life, but we don't know about the potential attacks that could have happened on his family's lives as well. I mean, so when he signed up, his entire family signed up to be scrutinized, to be criticized, even possibly to be assassinated, kidnapped, whatever the case may be. So this was a tremendous cost to the Trump family, but from Trump's standpoint, for the betterment of the whole country. So I think people I think people see the authenticity of Trump, and that's why he's garnered so much support. So, and that is a big slap or repudiation into the faces of the globalists.
Very true. Chad, Ruben, you want to get in on that one? In other words, what is, if Trump goes on to win this thing tonight, which frankly, although I will mention this, CNN is reporting, and this was about 10 minutes ago. Let me find it here real fast. I reposted this. Hang on. That a bunch of, yeah, here it is. Reporting that a huge batch of tens of thousands of mail-in ballots expect to drop in Philadelphia at 11:55. I mean, in other words, now. So they're not giving up, not without a fight.
Well, remember, that might be in Detroit. Kamala Harris needs to win all 3 of the blue wall states if she wants to win tonight.
Yep.
So even if she takes Michigan, it's not going to be enough. If Trump wins tonight, what I think of is the damage that it will do, the rightly deserved damage that it will do to the propaganda that we see every single day and have seen regarding Trump for the last 9 years. Everything that they have accused Trump of doing, they have done themselves. Which, by the way, if Trump wins tonight, they are definitely going to challenge this election in a way that, if a Republican did it, would be considered, election denialism or something. But it's going to be totally fine and following legal norms when Democrats do it. They have said that Trump is going to bring about World War III. Okay, well, Putin invaded Ukraine under Biden's watch. And they said that Trump was going to destroy the economy. Well, they created 20% inflation. They said Trump was going to weaponize the DOJ. Isn't that hilarious? Trump said, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way. And I think over the last 4 years, people have really seen what happens when there isn't Republican leadership getting in the way.
Yeah.
Over the last 4 years, the country has become less safe. Cities have become less safe. And you can't blame Republicans for that, because name a major city that is governed by a Republican.
You can't.
You can't do it. And the people who live there keep voting for that exact same governance. I really don't understand it. But okay. They vote for the same governance and then they move out, right? But anyways, the country has become less safe, less prosperous. Like, you know, crime even in rural America, where we live, has gone up over the last 4 years, noticeably. You know, we live outside of a town that until about a year ago was basically a dirt road. We got a Dairy Queen. We were very happy about the Dairy Queen. We went to the Dairy Queen on opening night. It was great. But you know, the Dollar General in town, we've heard from people who work there and from the manager that they have serious issues with shoplifting in this tiny town in rural America. That kind of thing was like unimaginable a few years ago. Now it's become very commonplace. Sorry, I'm getting away from Trump.
Well, hang on before you take that back up. There is a call that's come in. AP has called New Mexico for Kamala Harris, and I will go ahead and pop that up on the board real fast. But go back to your point. And
So I think all of the propaganda telling us that Trump would be horrible and awful and terrible for the country really is going to be undermined by the fact that the last 4 years without Trump and without Republican leadership have not been good for the country, from a social perspective, from an economical perspective, from a cultural perspective. And I think that with the comeback of Trump, we are going to see, and I pray we do, see changes that, you know, I pray that we do see crackdown on see more. Sorry, I'm mixing my words. It's late.
That's all right.
I do hope that law enforcement has the ability to crack down on criminals once again. That normal people exercising their rights, especially their First Amendment rights, their Second Amendment rights, I pray that those people will not be locked up and punished for that. You know, it's not illegal to protest outside of an abortion center. It's not illegal to use a firearm to defend your life, or to defend the lives of those around you from someone who is acting in a way that is threatening them. Under Biden's in Biden's America, those things have been illegal. And specifically under Kamala Harris's governance, even back when she was AG of California, you know, she went after pro-life protesters. Biden has gone after pro-life protesters. And that's, I do hope that if Trump comes back, we're going to see really the government return to people their rights to exercise what is assured to them by our Creator. And I've been rambling too long. I apologize.
That's all right. That's all right.
Now, Brian, if I put something in the private chat, I want you to see this. So,
okay.
I remember what Tracy said before she left that she was going to look at some of the leftist responses on Twitter. Well, this is one of them, I think.
Okay. Hang on, let me pop it up here real quick.
So, yeah.
And here we go.
So, yeah. It seems like denialism. Yes, me.
If Nevada and Arizona will likely save the day, Harris still wins over 270. Georgia's don't matter as much. Dems also take the House. Buddy, if you know something that we don't, a matter of fact, thehill.com just said Republicans capture Senate majority. while he's sitting here saying, Dems also take the House. No, you haven't taken the House yet, boys.
Yeah, so this is what it's full, I think left wing Twitter is full of tonight. And if you look at some of the comments, some of them are like, I need alcohol. Some of them are like, if you look at some of the comments down there, like it's a mixture of reactions from the people that are coming. Some of them are being critical. So I just think it's very, very important to see how the other side is trying to process this.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, again, unless somebody knows something that I don't, which again is altogether possible. I don't see where they're going to get this from. I mean, Wisconsin is like knocking on the door right now. They're updating votes all the time. She's not chewing into his lead. Same thing with Michigan. And again, Michigan's got a long way to go. I grant you that. And Pennsylvania, they're almost at 85% in. Where are you going to get it from? He's almost got a 4-point lead.
Well, just print it off or digitize it somehow. Type email.
Don't give him any ideas, Darius. I love you, but don't give him any ideas.
By the way, Brian, Deb Fisher has, I don't know if you put this on there, she's been projected to win her Senate seat.
Okay, well then we're going to update the board. Then that is I'll bet you that's exactly how thehill.com is saying that the Republicans now officially have the majority in the Senate. So with that, here's the current board as it stands right now. And again, there's races still be called. Let me check something real fast before I put that back up there again. I will almost bet you that the Democrats retain New Mexico. Yep. Martin Heinrich has been declared the winner in New Mexico, so that's a Dem retention. And with that, we're down to just a handful of seats, folks. Oh, one more. I need to check Maine, but I'll be shocked if that doesn't. I'll be shocked if that gets flipped. Still haven't called it yet, but I'd say Angus King's going to hang on to that one, so I'll just go ahead and give it to him. But yeah, as it stands right now, the Republicans still have chance. Klobuchar, I'll almost guarantee you she hangs on to her seat. But you've got the possibility for Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and we have no votes out of Nevada yet. So we don't know. But yeah, that is how the Republicans now have control of the Senate, with the potential to really ratchet up the number. That's how big it could get. So, yeah. So Fisher, just out of curiosity, what was the margin on Fisher's victory?
I'm not sure. I just saw an announcement that she won. I don't know what the margin was.
Okay.
They're probably still counting.
Okay. All right. So yeah, that's where we are, folks. It is just past midnight on the East Coast. My name is Brian Trippin on the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by Ruben Christopher Haynes, the Professor Christian Watson, Chad Manley, and Darius Simpson. There have been other co-hosts here with us tonight. Tracy Barkley from Gen X Marks the Spot, Chris from My Morning Mayhem, Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric Podcast. Am I forgetting anybody? It's kind of late. I think that's got everybody. But that's pretty much everybody. All right, we're basically waiting for returns to come in. And if you're sitting there wondering, well, why don't you guys go to bed? Yeah, that's what was done 4 years ago. And gentlemen, if anybody here needs to, you're under no obligation. Trust me.
I'm gonna stay up for as long as it takes, so I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. All right. So yeah, do me a favor, folks. If you happen to be watching this live stream right now, give all these wonderful gentlemen a subscription either on Twitter or YouTube or Rumble or wherever they've got channels on social media. And if you wouldn't mind, give me a sub on Rumble and YouTube. I'd greatly appreciate it. So AP right now is showing Trump with 230 electoral votes, leading in all 3 of the Rust Belt states, leading in Arizona, waiting on votes in Nevada. Let me do some fast math. Pennsylvania's 19, Michigan is 15. hang on. 35. Wisconsin would be 45. Arizona would be 56. And let's just 61 if he were to take Nevada. So he's headed for almost 300 electoral votes. That is astonishing to me. It truly is. I mean, like I said, in the face of everything that man's fought through, and he is just right there. I mean, literally one good push, and he's across the finish line.
Absolutely.
Just incredible.
Let me ask you something. So it seems to me, again, as I mentioned, I'm calling him President-elect Trump already, but
okay.
I want us to entertain something. Let's entertain a very different set of circumstances. Let's say that the exact same thing that we're seeing right now was true, but instead of it being for Trump, it was for Kamala Harris.
Okay.
What do you think the future of the right would be absent in the presence of a Trump victory, absent his presence? Do you think this would have been a sort of totally demoralizing moment where we just give up and we lose faith in the electoral system? What would have happened, do you think?
I think so, just because people, again, 2020 is still fresh on many Americans' minds. So mine included. So I wouldn't say just lay down and give up, but I certainly would prepare for World War III. I would prepare for the DOJ to be unleashed on Trump supporters, conservatives, Christians, constitutionalists, because they've been undermining that the entire time practically. So yes, I would definitely prepare for us to become basically a third world country.
Here's where I'm at. So let me make sure I understand the question. If Trump had not been the candidate, but Harris had still won, what would this have done to the political right in this country?
Oh, no. Let's say, because like things look very good for Trump right now. But let's say instead of Trump, things looking good for Trump, they were looking good for Harris instead, and it wasn't like she was going to win.
Okay.
How would the reaction be, you think?
I think there would be a couple things. Number one, I think a certain part of the political right in this country would be demoralized momentarily. And when I say a certain part of the political right, I'm referring more to the populist conservative movement that is bubbling up inside the Republican Party. It's finding a very big and serious home. Okay. I also think the establishment wing of the Republican Party would just absolutely jump for joy and pop champagne because they would have gotten what they wanted. They've been saying, look, you can't let these crazy kids, these populist conservatives, you can't let them have control of the mechanisms of power. They don't know what they're doing. They'll cost us elections. I mean, look, let's just be honest about it. The biggest loser tonight is not Kamala Harris. The biggest loser tonight is Nikki Haley. The biggest loser tonight are other people in the Republican Party who would never come out and admit it, but they really wanted Donald Trump to lose. True. Why? Because they can get back to normal. They can get hold of the mechanisms of the party again. They can get control of things. They can take these rebel-rousing populist conservatives and, scoot them off to the political desert. Let them wander around for a while they sink in control of all the mechanisms, the money, the power, and the everything else. I think that's what would have happened. The Mitch McConnell, Mitt Romney, Kevin McCarthy, Nikki Haley wing of the Republican Party would just absolutely pop champagne. The populist conservatives would say, okay, we lost. It hurts. Dust yourself off, go drink some coffee, go get a hot shower. We're going back to work. And that's another aspect of this whole thing tonight that I think people don't understand. The transformation of the Republican Party is now, if not complete, it's probably 80 to 90% of the way there. And it's not per se an issue of it being Trump's Republican Party, as it is the conservative populists now have a very strong toehold. If, for example, if you've got Bernie Moreno, who's now confirmed he's going to the Senate, okay? If Donald Trump can pull Carrie Lake across the finish line, which our lips to God's ears. You pull Carrie Lake across the finish line and you hook her up with a Bernie Moreno, then that's going to be a wonderful combination in the Senate, along with some people like Josh Hawley and others who are already there. The House, still got some work to do. But this party is now fundamentally transformed. The Republican Party is not going back to what it was anytime soon. That 90s establishment, wing of the party that's really been the face of the Republican Party for the past 20, 25 years. Bushism is dead. That's just my thoughts on it.
I agree.
Yeah. So, talk amongst yourselves, fellas. I'm just going to take a quick run around the board and see if any numbers have updated. So, 77% is in for Wisconsin, almost up to 50% on Michigan, and they're now at 85% on Pennsylvania, and Trump's got a solid 2-point lead. It's an almost 6-point lead in Michigan. So, anyway,
I think of the blue wall states, I think Wisconsin is probably going to be Trump's ticket to declaring victory tonight. It sounds like Pennsylvania's going to really try to drag out the counting.
Yeah, I agree.
Michigan, I'm not saying that they're importing votes, but a bunch of votes showed up. That looks kind of weird.
Agreed.
Wisconsin is 79% reporting Trump is up by just under 4 points. And even Decision Desk, they haven't called the state, but their estimated projection is that Trump ends up winning by a little more than a point, about 1.5 points. If they call Wisconsin tonight, that's pretty much it. I don't think Kamala Harris really has a path to victory if Wisconsin goes for Trump tonight. And I think Wisconsin will call for Trump tonight. And now that I've just jinxed it, but
No, well, to go to your point, keep in mind, AP is showing him a 230 right now. AP still hasn't called Georgia yet. 93% of the vote is in. In Atlanta, this is a completely valid point. 93% of Georgia's in. He's up by 2. All right. They may as well go ahead and call it. That would be 16 more.
Like 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Decision Desk has already called it. Not that I'm saying Decision Desk is, believe me, after tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that would be 16 more to Trump. That puts him at 246. Wisconsin would put him at 256. Arizona is 11. That's 266. He's got multiple paths to get there. He really does. So, I mean, if you're Kamala Harris, where do you go from here? Seriously, where do you go?
You go to Malibu and you go on the beach. That's what you do.
You draft a statement from your campaign that sounds like you're getting everybody ready for a concession, and then you start knocking back bottles of tequila.
Yeah, he needs to go off to a beach somewhere in California and just stay there. Seriously, she has no national political future. And the only reason she had a political future in the first place is because, she was able to leverage her race in California and because Biden took pity upon her and selected her. He didn't take pity upon her. He wanted to show he was inclusive, so he decided to select someone who had a little bit of color on their skin and was a woman. And by doing that, he basically ensured the demise of the Democratic Party electorally, at least for the next few years.
Yeah.
And so Biden kind of fucked over, excuse my language, the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Seriously, he did. Really, they also messed over themselves too. And you know who I think really needs to feel a little bit of shame tonight? What's his name? Clyburn, South Carolina.
Yeah.
He was the one that went to Biden and said, you need to have a black woman as your VP.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do that, I'm going to make sure you get the black vote. And he endorsed him after that.
Yep.
Biden could have picked anybody. People thought he was going to pick Karen Bass, who may have been a better choice than Kamala. Even though I think she's just as bad. But no, he picked Kamala. And there were consequences of this. He got stabbed in the back by his own party. And now his party is going to be at least electorally unviable for the next few years.
Yeah, and to go to your point, I mean, this is pardon my language, a mutual fucking over. I mean, in the respect that you're right, Clyburn went to Biden and said, "Look, you put a black woman on the ticket, I'll strongly consider supporting you, possibly even endorsing you." Biden comes out and says, "I want to put a black woman on the ticket." So it comes down to Karen Bass. I'm trying to think. There was Kamala, Karen Bass, and there was one other, and I forget now who it is. And Biden, according to all reports, picked someone who he thought was going to be loyal to him. And I remember reading the Time magazine article. Chris Dodd made his good buddy for years. They were in the Senate together. Chris Dodd, former senator from Connecticut, warned Biden, "Don't pick her. Don't do it. It's a mistake." And he did it. Well, it didn't take Jill and Joe long to realize she's not loyal to anybody but herself. And when July 2024 rolled around, she was one of the principal instigators of the move that got Joe Biden out. Oh, she didn't put the knife into his back directly. She just, well, if I may use a biblical example, she was Saul of Tarsus holding the cloaks of the men who stoned Stephen. If you all know the story from the New Testament that I'm referring to, you'll understand the reference. And she's the one that sent Obama to Biden with the message, if you believe Seymour Hersh's reporting, that, you tell Biden either he gets out or I have the cabinet invoke the 25th Amendment. Well, Biden might be old and he might be senile, but he's not completely out of his mind. Realizing what was being done to him, he turned around and flipped off the entire Democrat Party and gave them a very bad position to be in that a half an hour after announcing he's getting out, he endorses Kamala, which forces the Democrats to get behind her, or they've got an open fight on their hands. And they all got behind her.
Yep.
It's a mutual fucking over.
Absolutely.
Again, it's
I hope
mutual.
Mr. Clyburn feels good about himself tonight. Because he's also, by having her be the standard bearer for the black woman presidential candidate, I think he's also hurt the prospects of future black women candidates in the future.
Yeah. I agree with you. Now, we've been asked a question by the audience, by Lana. Is there any data at all on Nevada? I have checked Decision Desk. I've checked the AP. For some strange reason, and the polls have closed in Nevada, so I don't know what's going on. They're not reporting anything at this stage. I don't know if that's some kind of procedural hiccup in Nevada or this is the normal process for doing it, but there's nothing out there at this stage. Not a thing. So, but we'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, there's nothing out there from the Silver State. Nothing.
I seen Nevada. I got some numbers.
Yeah, you do?
You do? What you got?
2% reporting in only. 73% Donald Trump. 26% Kamala Harris.
Call it.
Not yet.
I wish. Icing on the cake.
Arizona right now, it's 49.9 for Trump, 49.3 for Kamala Harris.
What is going on with Arizona? They are like snail's pace.
They are. Yeah,
they could miss stuff over because y'all see Carrie Lake's down 6 points right now, right?
Oh yeah, God, really? she could close that distance, I think, because there's a lot of outstanding vote in like Republican counties.
Exactly.
She could close that easily.
Okay. Let's do that. Sure.
Well,
me too. I hope she closes it. I do.
The projection right now is, who was I saw? Someone said Trump could win Arizona by like 4.5. Well, if that's the case, he pulls her, he'll get real close to pulling her across the finish line if he doesn't do it. So
do you think she's going to win? Possibly.
I think so. I think it's very possible.
I hope so.
Very possible she could win.
I don't see why not. She's been campaigning almost as long as Trump has. Since
I'll tell you what, after she got screwed out of the governor's race out there, she better win something.
Yeah.
She really should.
It's time for justice, because that goes back to Christian's question about if the roles were reversed, Trump loses and Harris wins. People do not trust in the system as it is right now. They don't trust in the media. They don't trust in the judicial system. They don't trust in the government. I know I don't. So this is, if certain things don't go, certain candidates don't all it's going to do is just cause people to have more doubts and raise more questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
What percentage of the people that would vote for Harris are actually informed?
Actually informed?
They think they're all really informed.
Her major coalitions are just there because of identity reasons. So speaking as a member of Gen Z, Gen Z as an example. So you guys, I'm not sure if you guys know, but there's this big singer called Charlie XCX. I don't listen to that kind of stuff. I think that it's crap, but it's very popular with my generation. And so Charlie XCX was the one who basically called Kamala Harris a brat. And the entire origin of that is that a brat's supposed to be a woman that is disagreeable and is rough around the edges and is pictured with like a cigarette in her mouth, who just doesn't care about anything. So apparently that's a quality you want with a presidential candidate, which I don't know why you would even want that. Those sound like horrible qualities, but this is what captured the imagination of a lot of young people. And that's why the whole brat summer thing kind of happened with,
my God.
Yeah, that's exactly why. Because this singer who has this odd idea of what a woman should be thought that Kamala Harris was that and endorsed her.
Well, it's an offshoot of new wave feminism. The whole idea that they get that it's more about body count now than anything else. Which they actually what do you call it again? They actually believe that what Kamala Harris did was empowering.
Exactly. I mean,
no, just to some women out there, the fact that she did Willie Brown is a checkpoint, because they're all about body count now. It's crazy. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. What we determine as a point of she said with Willie Brown, she's put her top. They say okay, that's what they do. But again, that's what some parts of society are teaching with young women about that stuff. And the thing is that, again, what do you do? Like the person who started OnlyFans is a billionaire probably because of this crap. And then the thing is that there's a market out there. Going back to AI, the idea that I think AI girlfriends, they're doing this now. And it's sad, but it's and I don't want them. But again, here's the thing. It's that will mess with your mind, because again, we are only connected now. Think about if you have a Zoom call and then you're Zoom calling with people that don't exist. They're all AIs. It could happen.
That's scary.
Yeah. Sounds like hell.
It is scary. It is.
Exactly.
It is. But that's starting now too. Meta is actually doing much more advancements than Google is and ChatGPT are. Meta is coming up really, really fast with their stuff. And then Elon's coming up next with it.
See,
we have
to do something about that.
I'm all about technology. I just am not about being controlled by it. I mean, to me,
I'll be right back.
Right.
Okay. This reminds me of Terminator. This reminds me of iRobot. This reminds me of certain things, aspects of the Matrix, and any of those old sci-fi flicks you could watch. They've been telling us, they've been projecting to us, that's the type of future we're gonna have. So there was a movie came out a few years ago with Bruce Willis called Surrogates, where they lived in the actual persons lived their life through these machines. All you have to do is connect to them mentally, and then the bodies that look like these people will go out and live their lives. I heard this cartoon called what's this robot? What's his name? Wally or something like that?
Yeah, Wally.
Wally. Yeah.
Yeah. Wally.
Back in the day, 2007, 2006. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about it recently, and then when somebody told me about it, I said, "Oh yeah, I want to watch it just because I want to see what story they're telling us." Is that you have a bunch of people who are sitting on their tails, and the robots do everything for them.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, that movie was actually, funnily enough, that movie was actually created by leftists to critique. They thought they were critiquing capitalism because, the idea was that the earth was like polluted and that's why all this new stuff is happening. But what they actually were doing is they were actually critiquing, the kind of futurism that some people want, because that kind of excessive, expediency will breed complacency. It will breed laziness, as you saw.
Yes.
Will breed a lot of bad things. But this is, by the way, one of the things that the Trump coalition, this is actually my prediction. The Trump coalition is going to be one of its bigger challenges because Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, who are very big backers of Donald Trump and both friends of JD Vance, they're both, I think, on the cutting edge of transhumanism. I think Elon Musk is actually a open transhumanist. I think that he said once in a TED Talk that he wants to transcend and extend the limits of consciousness. Well, he wants to fundamentally, in his view, enhance what it means to be a human being by augmenting it with technology. He's a transhumanist. He doesn't talk about it very much because a lot of conservatives don't like that, because a lot of conservatives are like, well, if you try to do that, you're playing God, which they basically are, by the way. That's a very valid critique. And JD Vance, to his credit, is a very old school, traditional, blue collar kind of Christian American. And that kind of philosophy doesn't really fly with those kinds of people. So I think the Trump coalition is actually going to kind of have to clash on this issue. Like, what is the future of technology? Are we going to put a lot of emphasis on having AI dominate every part of our lives? Are we going to begin changing the definition of what a human being is by augmenting man with machine? And Trump is going to be in a position to have a substantive impact on those policy questions. And I hope he pushes it more so to the point where we praise progress and we like it, but we don't take off the guardrails to the extent that human beings become products of the technology as opposed to using it for our own benefit.
Right. And the thing is that this is what I do. And I see the possibility so that can be done in a very special way. When it excuse me, sorry. When it comes to what Elon's doing, thank you. What he can do is right now, the AI infrastructure in China is growing very, very rapidly. So if we set a foothold here and become a leader in AI here, it's like a space race. It's like a nuclear arms race. It's the AI race. And again, we could employ a lot of people, get a lot of people done, get them STEM, get them to be technologists and managers and help to expand this out. We can have an AI revolution, design better engines, build them here in America, design more fuel efficient cars, planes, this and that, using the technology to benefit everybody. And we can do analysis very, very quickly of the our natural resources. And we can basically do the whole raking of and clearing of using robots, to cut the trees down, go in there, do the analysis really quickly to do it, to help man to become stewards of the land. And that's what, again, basically we should do is, hey, you're an environmentalist. You care what this is your plot of land. You take care of it. You live there. You're there forever. Boom. You win because you get what you want. I would love that to be that kind of thing. And that's what, and then it comes with health. Hey, we'll give you this land here. And if you want to do it all organic, do it organic. And then this will be our organic land. Who wants this? Kansas, you want to do this? Boom. And we set it up. Let it open these land to do farming, do it new road construction techniques, just to be every little state because like microcosm, and have it set up to have that people can do things. It's a new evolution of thinking. A lot of things that I've been thinking about for a very, very long time. With Trump winning, imagine to have. I've known Trump as a Democrat, and he became a Republican. And it reminded me of Ronald Reagan, how he was a Democrat, became a Republican. And I admired Kennedy. He was already assassinated but I read about him when I was very young. And his RFK, his Jr., when RFK, and then when he got shot, I don't know, I was alive, but it was very, very young. But again, those things impact you, those types of moments of life. We've lived through all that. And we're here now where you have RFK Jr., you have Tulsi Gabbard, and also the fellow Democrat, Elon Musk, a man that came here, started PayPal, did, Twitter, changed the game, and basically does it because he believes in freedom of opening things up. He does it with his Tesla. He puts all the specs out there. And that's innovation. That's what we want to do. And it reminds me of a good, how'd you say it? Donald Trump is like a good, or not as wacky as like a Howard Hughes type of figure back in the day, or anybody flamboyant, Huey Long, if you want to go back even further a little bit that, but yes, exactly. Yeah. And because again, it's that populist aspect that's coming back. And it's again, history repeats itself the 80-year cycle. And we were living through this idea again. And what Trump is about to do again, to have all that coalition, that dream team to get forward, let's hit the ground running. There's a lot that we can do. Bring everything back here, have it focused in the states, work with the states. And again, Trump, I think he will. He's going to basically say, you know what, we're all this together, and he's going to walk across to the Democrats. He's going to basically walk in there and, hey, let's all do this together. If you do that now, it'd be earth-shattering. It'd be because here's the thing: he can say the following. And I know he's done it. It's one phone call. It's over with Ukraine and Russia. One call. It's on with Iran, and then to top it off, I'm going to call Nancy and Charlie in. We're gonna take care of this right now. We're not going to have any more problems. We got to make America great again. Well, what are we going to do? And he does it like that. He has nothing to lose, but it's a brilliant move because that's how he is. It's now all about, because again, who is it? Tulsi Gabbard was questioned one time. Oh, what are the talking points that Trump gave you? He doesn't give me any points. He doesn't. And he jokes that he wants to rein in RFK in certain oil things, but RFK with the food. Again, that's the biggest thing also, the scam of food and pharma. Get rid of all that. That's going to blow everything away. Bring it back here to America. Make America great again in that regard. That's what he's going to do, I think. I just hope it, hope it all comes through, and hope they just know that he's not going to do what they say he's going to do. You've got to get over it. And he's going to blow his mind if Trump's going to come out and say, let's do this together.
And I think he's gonna do that. He's already proven that. Again, we actually have his track record to go by, just like we have Kamala and Biden's track record to go by. Every single thing, as Chad pointed out earlier, every single thing they said Trump would do, they did.
Yeah.
So he says he's going to pick up the phone and call Putin or call Ukraine or call President Xi, whoever. If he says, when I become president-elect, this is what I'm going to do. Which he is, Christian, president-elect.
President-elect Trump, let's go.
Since he's president-elect, he's going to pick up the phone probably tomorrow, probably Friday, whatever, and he's going to call them to shut down the war talk. He's going to be anti what the leftists has called him out to be. That's what I believe about it, because he's already proved it. Now, and then he also says this, and I hope people are listening. He says, I know, because RFK Jr. kind of recounted it in his conversation with Trump. He says, in your first term, you put all these people in place. You put this person, this person, this person. Trump said, that's because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to govern. I'm a businessman. These people were suggested to me. That's why I put them in place. But he says, I know what I'm doing now. I know who the good players. I know who the bad players. So this is why his cabinet the group of people he has right now is totally different. These are not traditional. A lot of them are not traditional politicians. Some of them anyway are not traditional politicians. They are going to literally shake things up. This is what the globalists are afraid of, because what's going to happen is that the people are going to be empowered again. Watch this country go flip upside down for where it's at. I believe this country's on pace. Once it's official with Trump, and we start moving in that direction, I believe we're going to see a total reversal of what we've been facing for the last 4 years.
And gentlemen, if I may inject for just a moment, we were trying to get some idea of the reaction from people on the left. Well, our favorite turncoat leftist, Anna Kasparian, I've got a clip. I have not heard this yet, but I'm extremely curious. So with that, folks, enjoy as we're waiting for numbers to come in.
I feel like there's a lot of cope going on. I'm going to keep it real. And the fact of the matter is, Kamala Harris chose to try to convince disaffected Republicans, all three of them, to vote for her by campaigning with a neocon, campaigning with Liz Cheney, a deeply unpopular politician who was voted out of her congressional seat because even the Republican Party has changed in regard to their views on neoconservatism. You know, the big cover up in regard to Biden's mental health, that was a giant mistake by the Democratic Party, and they're suffering consequences for that. We have to be real about this, guys. We just do. And you know, magical thinking isn't going to help the Democratic Party. They're not going to win with magical thinking. They have to come to terms with the mistakes that they've made, and it shouldn't be a close election, but it is. And it's not looking good for Kamala Harris.
So I don't know if we. Okay, I want to touch on something that she just mentioned, and I was talking about this the other night with Chris from My Morning Mayhem, and Ruben's going to remember this when I bring it up. After the Democrats got shellacked in 1988, they formed something called the Democrat Leadership Council, and out of it came some centrist policy ideas. And from the DLC came an Arkansas governor by the name of Bill Clinton, who, with a little bit of good luck and a lot of political skill, picked off an American president who at one point in his presidency had an 80% approval rating after the first Iraq War. Now, that was 30 years ago. Fast forward to where we are today. If Donald Trump, and again, it's just a matter of time. If Donald Trump wins this thing and takes with him a sweeping victory in the Senate and the Republicans retain the House, can somebody please tell me who in the Democrat Party is going to be able to pull them back to the center? Because I don't think it's there. No, I'm serious about this. They need, and Kasparian is right. The Democrat Party needs to have a serious soul searching after this race is over with. Look at themselves in the political mirror and say, okay, let's quit blaming everybody else. We made our own mess. We caused our own political demise in this election when we should have just romped. Now here we are on the outs. We don't have the presidency. We don't have the Senate. May not even have the House. We've lost the country culturally, at least on certain issues. You know, at what point do they say, what did I do wrong? There's nobody in the Democrat Party that can do that anymore. People like Kyrsten Sinema, Joe Manchin, others, they're gone. They have been, Robert F. Kennedy could have if they would have listened to him. They didn't want to listen to him. They ran him out. They ran out Tulsi Gabbard. They ran out Elon Musk. How long before the Democrat Party just dies under the weight of its own decay?
Well, I think that this is, you know, the other side of the coin in terms of the Democrat Party's strength. The strength of the Democrat Party is that they can get their members in line with the snap of a finger. You know, as soon as someone in the Democratic leadership decides, you know, this is some legislation that we want to support, this is a slogan that we're going to start saying, the entire Democratic Party starts doing it in 5 minutes flat. They can get their members in line. But the problem is, if you can whip your members into shape that easily and that quickly, that is not an environment where you are going to have people who think outside the box. That is an environment where you're going to get a lot of yes men.
Agreed.
And now they're in a situation where they have only yes men. And like you said, there's no one left in the party to actually take a step back and say, okay, I think we messed up doing these things. These were mistakes. Here's how they were mistakes. And these were the impacts. How long does it take for them to sort of find their footing again? My more cynical side says that the media and the press are always going to be there for them. And, you know, I think that that's true. And I think because of that, they're going to find their footing relatively quickly. I still think that it's going to be a few years. I don't want to get, too ahead of my skis on this or anything, but I think the Democratic Party is going to be a laughingstock by tomorrow morning.
Let me play devil's advocate for a second.
Sure.
You said they'll always have the press and who was the other party? The press and who
There's
else?
the press and the media.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
But doesn't that make the media enablers? Yeah, they'll always have them. They're kind of like that buddy that's like, you're drinking too much, and you hang out with this one buddy who's just like, come on. So long as you limit it to 4 or 5 beers, who cares? You're gonna be fine. And I agree with you. They'll always have them, but the press is stopping them from hitting rock bottom. They need to hit rock bottom as an institution to start because look, I want 2 healthy, vibrant political parties in this country. Yep. There needs to be an exchange of ideas. The iron sharpens the iron. The problem right now is you've got one political party that's in the midst of a transformation. The transformation is almost complete. You have another political party that needs to change, and they won't do it. They are desperately clinging to the power structures that they have enjoyed for decades, regardless of which institution you're talking about: academia, politics, the media, culture, Hollywood, etc. Okay? They need to have a come to Jesus moment. They're not there.
No.
And they're not going to be there so long as you've got their enabler buddy in the media saying, you're fine. It's just because the American people are a bunch of dunderheads and idiots. They don't understand how smart you guys are.
Our favorite, Harry Sisson, tweeted out, Lord Brentwood sent this to me. It's really depressing to see how many people voted for the felon, rapist, fraudster who lies constantly. Many Americans failed their fellow Americans tonight. And another tweet, America failed women tonight. Trump bullied, assaulted, and stripped reproductive rights away from women across the country. And instead of standing against it, many voted for it. We have failed our daughters, mothers, and sisters. Okay, so
enabler.
Well, you have to remember, Trump very well may win the popular vote by the end of the night.
Yeah.
And so, he's not even taking a step back to reflect like, oh, wait.
Hey, hold on 1 second, fellas. I'm sorry. I just had my TV on Fox. Brian, if you want to catch Fox, it looks like Harris campaign co-chair is making some type of announcement.
Okay. All right. Hang on.
I apologize.
No. I appreciate that. Hang on. Let me see if I can.
I'm actually going to turn in late night and earlier when I was speaking to someone off camera, that was Lord Brentwood. He was showing me some of the results for some stuff here in Nebraska. It looks like the pro-life initiative on the ballot has more votes. They're still counting, but it looks like it has more votes than the pro-choice initiative. Weirdly, they both might end up getting majority. They both might end up getting majority. So I don't know what happens if they both pass. But that's the update there. So thank you very much for having me.
I'm glad to have you, my friend.
Tonight. And good luck to those of you staying up until this thing is called, because it might be pretty early it might be like 6 a.m. So
at some point, anyway, I'll stay as long as I possibly. Well, no, he just hang on. Let me do this real quick.
Ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around.
All right, hang on, folks.
Around the same time of night and said, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight. You'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. they're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some movement.
Up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
Okay,
What about Kent County?
We're gonna take it back.
Closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids.
Yeah, this feels like 2016, fellas. This really does. They're coping at this point.
Yeah,
they're just plain coping.
Yeah, it's not going to work this time, but yeah, they're definitely playing that game again.
I mean, look. No campaign, I don't care whose it is, wants to go through what she's going through tonight. But, and again, I would need to look at like Rich Barris's tweets and quotes and stuff like that to see, what vote is outstanding, how much of it is outstanding. But I mean, I've been looking at various data people on Twitter tonight, and they're of the conclusion Pennsylvania's gone. I mean, yeah, there's like 12% of the votes still left to be counted, but it's gone. It's done. She has no chance to win Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're just, and these are data people that just crunch numbers.
It's true.
Just straight crunch numbers.
Looking at the New York Times numbers right now, and they just don't look good at all for her.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
Oh, yeah. I mean, same thing with Wisconsin. Same thing with Michigan. I just don't see where. I just don't. I don't see where she goes. I mean, he's holding a 210,000 vote lead in Michigan.
And they still call it.
And yeah, but then again, it's 57% of the vote is in, according to the AP. I can kind of understand why they wouldn't call Michigan yet. Okay. But still, you'd have to have a monumental break of the remaining 43% to pull this, to get her even in Michigan.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a 6% lead. I mean, Trump didn't even do this well on election night 2020. Biden wound up winning Michigan by like, I want to say 2.5, if memory serves me right. I mean, and again, we don't know if this is going to be the final margin, but if it does, that's like an 8% swing. It's incredible. Just plain incredible. And I mean, Wisconsin, much like Pennsylvania, it's just a matter of time. If Milwaukee's not going to come in and you've wrung all of the vote you can out of Dane County, which is University of Wisconsin-Madison, where do you go get the rest of it?
Right. Hey, Brian, the Fox just called Georgia for Trump.
Okay. All right. Then that means the AP is not too far behind.
New York Times also called Georgia too for Trump.
Okay. Okay. And we've already got it on the board via decision desk. So
maps filling in. But I wanted to kind of point our attention to something. In New Jersey right now, Trump is only, with 90% of the votes in, Trump's only trailing Kamala Harris by 4 points.
Wow. That's incredible.
Are you saying it's a possible another reversal?
I don't think so. But I think this should scare the bejeebies out of the progressive establishment.
Yeah.
This Trump did a big rally in New Jersey that brought out a lot of people. According to what I saw Rich Barris post, he's winning counties that he lost before in New Jersey. Like, this is you guys know me. I'm not a polling expert. I'm a philosophy guy. I'm a history guy. That's my thing. So I'm not going to try to speak outside my expertise. Having said that, in my layman's opinion, this seems to suggest to me that a candidate like Trump has the ability to provoke a political change in a place like New Jersey. And in the future, that could be a prospect, pickup prospect for the GOP. That's what it suggests to me. Now, again, I'm not a polling guy. I'm a philosophy guy, so take that with a grain of salt.
Hey, Christian, how much did you say Trump was behind Kamala in New Jersey?
According to the New York Times, it's at 4 points.
4 points?
Yeah.
Let me give the audience some perspective. In 2020, Joe Biden won New Jersey by 16%. Let me say that again. In 2020, Joe Biden beat Donald Trump. I mean, it's 15.8. You may as well call it 16%. Basically, Donald Trump moved the needle 12 percentage points in New Jersey 4 years.
Wow. That's amazing.
It's 51-47 right now.
What's the percentage on New York State?
Let's see.
Just for
New York
grins and
State,
giggles.
it's 56-44.
In 2020, Joe Biden won the state of New York by 22 points.
Wow.
That's not 22 points right there. 56-44.
That's what? 56-44. That's a 12-point swing. That's 12-point difference. That's a basic 10-point swing from 2020 to 2024.
That is,
and I bet you we could go right down the line, state after state.
That is extraordinary.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely ridiculous.
This is why voting, even in those safe states, matters. This is exactly why.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It shows how vulnerable they are if the right people come out.
Right.
Yeah. And you got to give the Republicans a lot of credit here. I mean, they went after low propensity voters. And Christian, I found that clip that you sent in private chat.
Yeah.
God, the look on this girl's face is just like
they look dejected.
I feel bad for her. I feel absolutely awful for the poor girl. We'll play it real quick. So with that, check this out, folks. Wait a minute. I mean, look at that look on her face. Which, granted, I've been there, but oh Lord!
Imagine playing that song, Montel Jordan, I think, to this very sad event.
Wow. Yeah.
Sad, seriously.
Yeah.
That's a great song. This is how we do. I love that song, but it's I don't think that Kamala needs to be playing that song. Though,
no, absolutely not.
That's the wrong song for this occasion.
Ooh, you got that right. Oh, and by the way, for anybody who's interested, Kamala is winning Minnesota, but only with like 2.5% of the vote.
Damn.
It makes you wonder. It really makes you wonder.
This is horrible for them.
Oh, and we may, and since we're talking about political futures, Tim Walz, man, I almost feel sorry for the guy.
Didn't he disappear for like the last 2 weeks?
More or less. I almost feel sorry for him. I mean, there were rumors floating around that his wife, Gwen, was pissed off with Kamala on the grounds that Gwen felt that Kamala had ruined her husband's political future. Because if there was a Senate seat that opened up down the line, he might think about it because he's term limited as a governor. He's done. But still, he's done too. At least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I don't think Tim Walz has much political capital going forward, especially after how embarrassed he's gotten through this election season with all the weird gesticulations and the odd mannerisms and the terrible performance against Vance. I think he's going to go out to pasture eventually soon and just sit down somewhere.
Yeah.
Hey, make sure you get him some tampons too.
Well,
he's basically like a character that Chris Farley would have done in his prime.
God.
An old man wig and go.
I almost feel bad for these people because this is just a massacre of monumental proportions.
Well, see, but they set themselves up for this. They came out. You call Trump and his supporters Hitlerists and
right.
Nazis. Okay, you basically demonized demonize your opposition to the point where you was trying to turn one side of the country against the other in a violent manner. It'd be different if this was old school mudslinging. One of y'all brought that up earlier. This was old school mudslinging. Hey, we're gonna be cool afterwards. Something I can see that. But they went to the highest level where they were sitting there saying basically that Trump and his supporters are nation destroying people or parties or individuals. And so they deserve to get this. Again, when I say they, I'm talking about those who have actually promoted those ideas.
I agree.
Some of their followers who have been swept up in this witchcraft, this spell, basically. I feel sorry for some of them. Yes, I agree with you on that. I agree. I feel sorry for some of them who were swept up like that little girl. I'm sure she just following her parents or her aunts or whoever, and they was sold a bill of goods that okay, we get the first black. Well, she ain't black, but the first black woman in presidency is gonna be wonderful, like they did with Obama. Okay, I mean it's a game they playing.
Yeah.
So I don't feel sorry for the main perpetrators.
That's another reason why I'm actually happy she lost, because I don't want to hear. I don't have to continue with the falsehood that she's the first black president, black woman president, because she wouldn't have been. She wouldn't have been, and I would really. And normally I wouldn't care, but they would have tried to make it like a breaking a glass ceiling, 2 glass ceilings. I'm like, no, that's not what she would. I mean, I think there are any number of capable women that can do the job of president. And she's definitely not among them. Like someone like, back when she was around, I liked Carly Fiorina, if you guys remember her. I liked her a lot. I liked her stiff spirit. I liked her conviction and everything. I thought she might have been okay. There are any number of people. I think Tulsi Gabbard would make a great president. I don't agree with her stated positions that she had in the past. She's probably changed them by now. But I think she'd make a great president. I mean, there's many women that I think are capable of doing the job. But a lot of them just aren't in the position right now to actually get the presidency.
True.
Right.
True.
Right.
By the way, has anybody seen any updates on Arizona? Because they haven't.
I've been checking.
They haven't moved. Is there something going on out there that they're not reporting, or they got a problem, or you may know?
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything either. I hadn't seen anything. I did just see, Brian. I did just via Twitter. I just sent you something. It's about Kamala Harris. It's very interesting. After you play it, then I'll share my thoughts on it. But for the team, but for the panel. But if you check it out right quick.
From Ace Smart. Is that what you're talking about?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, give me a second to get this thing pulled up. Hang on.
Yes, Ace Smart. Yep.
But also, let me just real quickly. So Nevada, and so there's some news coming out of Nevada with the 16% of votes in. Trump is leading Kamala Harris 56% to 42% in Nevada.
Wow.
16% of votes in. So
no.
That's funny. This is
now,
really brutal.
Hey, Orange Man bad. This was it is.
Yeah, to quote the late but legendary Dale Earnhardt Sr., this is what you call an ass kicking.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is just ugly beyond.
That's putting it lightly.
All right. Here is a clip, and we'll check this out.
I need y'all to watch this, because I guess these little kids in India are at the wrong rally too, because they praying to Jesus that Trump win in India.
Let's be destroyed. In the presence of God, and let's pray for President Trump, family, team, and USA. Let the Spirit of God be poured upon President Trump. Fair elections be conducted. No rigging. All Christians come and vote for President Trump. Angel presence with Trump and team. Angel powers help him. Angel protection with him. Every evil be revealed and destroyed. Let every power of darkness be destroyed.
You still think they got a lesser of two evils, huh? Well, tell them babies that's praying to Jesus about this lesser of two evils. They ain't praying for her, and she's from India.
All right, that's an interesting point.
He's hilarious, man. He's funny.
Yeah,
Goodness.
somebody sent me that a while ago. I'm like, she from India, but her own people ain't playing for her. That's the kicker. I mean, if those were Donald Trump supporters praying for Kamala Harris against Trump, we know that would be blasted all over the media.
Yeah.
So that's very interesting. So I thought it'd be funny too.
Yeah. Very true. Very true. Ruben, you doing okay? You doing okay, brother?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Ruben,
I know. I'm
Okay.
trying to think. I'm still here.
Okay. All right. I mean, look, don't.
Yeah, I'll let you know. It'll probably be. I'm just still thinking.
Okay.
Well, again, I'm probably the most pessimistic here. I still don't know. I still think that there are nefarious things that are going on. So I'm just very, 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 guarded with everything. I'm always guarded now.
I agree. They just say, I just don't believe they're gonna win it this time. I don't.
That's why, but it makes me want to fight more because again, shit. Gotta fight more.
Yeah. I mean, I want to take a quick peek at where the Senate races are right now.
Well, it looks like if we took the Senate, then didn't we?
Well, we did, but I just want to see. I mean, for example, Mike Rogers in Michigan, he is locked in an absolute knife fight with Elise Slotkin. According to what I'm looking at here, and this is from Decision Desk, I mean, it's just like nip and tuck between these two right now. I mean, and again, it might widen out, and we don't know where this is going to go yet. That's Michigan.
What about California Senate?
Oh, they call that for Schiff almost immediately.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Pencil Neck is in the Senate. Jeez. Tragically.
I hope he gets removed.
And let's hear it for the power of the stash. Eric Hove is beating incumbent Tammy Baldwin right now by about 2.5. Yeah, about 2.5. Almost 90% of the vote is in. So he might be on his way to an upset.
California and New York are just such weird cultures.
Yeah.
I think there's nefarious activities going on in those places. Remember, those are like a Christian said earlier. Those are places like that are very strong Democratic strongholds. So I don't believe for 1 second that there's nothing that the voting system is honest. I don't.
I want to show you guys something, and I know we've all had our qualms with the Decision Desk tonight. Take a look at this.
Oh God, not again.
This is Pennsylvania.
There's a clear. I mean, he definitely has a clear lead.
No, that's not my point. Look at the dominance all over this state.
Oh,
Allegheny, you would expect Allegheny because that's Pittsburgh to go, blue. You would expect Philly, and again, Trump got his butt kicked. But on the other hand, he kind of limited his losses in the collar counties around. So I mean, you've got that going for it. Outside of that,
that's a red
Cambria, which again, Trump is barely losing Cambria.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't surprise because they've only got like 21% in. And remember, that was the county where they had all the problems. They extended the voting hours till 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't surprise me if Trump winds up taking Cambria. But I mean, if he does, I mean, Lehigh he's barely losing Lehigh. Lackawanna, barely losing Lackawanna to Harris. I mean, here's Erie County, which is a big, big vote. Trump has absolutely dominated Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
this is incredible.
Like I said at the beginning of the stream, this is a pretty conservative state, with the exception of a very minute parts of the state. This is a pretty conservative state. So I'm not surprised. You go to anywhere in this great state of Pennsylvania, you go to like Lehigh Valley, and you see these towns that are nestled in the mountains, these old still towns that have a lot of rustic blue collar people. You go to the other side of the state, around Pittsburgh, you have a lot of towns that literally they're in valleys. So like the mountains are so tall, and the towns are like just like little dots in the valley, and it's so beautiful. And there's like a river that runs through it. You go there's the state's full of people that are very, very American. Then you can go look at the founding of Pennsylvania. William Penn, was perhaps one of the most tolerant of the 17th century colonists. Pennsylvania still had some religious discrimination back then, but Pennsylvania kind of set the standard for the rest of the nation on how to respect religious liberty, and that was a significant thing in its time. So this is really, I think it's really a state that has a very important part of our country, and I'm happy that it's the one that will likely be part of delivering Trump to the White House.
And it looks like, barring some unexpected surprise, Dave McCormick is going to upset Bob Casey.
Yep.
And
he's popular. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's on. I mean, it's not called yet, but I mean, and just for the sake of argument, consider the following. Going back to our map, let's just assume for a moment that the Republicans wind up taking the following states. Pennsylvania, Michigan, they'll get that one. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, Kerry Lake pulls it out here, and you know what? I don't think Sam Brown's going to do it out in Nevada against Jackie Rosen, the Democrat. Look at that. That is what you call good old-fashioned, full-on butt kicking. That is, again, which, by the way, I haven't even checked on that. I haven't checked on that Montana race. Tim Sheehy against John Tester. Give me a second, fellas. I'm been a bit remiss in my hosting duties. How dare I? I gotta say, running the board on this one's been a lot of fun. It really has. Ooh, that race is tight in Montana. Hang on, folks. Just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Sheehy, according to the polls, and again, there's a lot of votes still outstanding, but Sheehy has a very slight lead, but there's still a lot of vote outstanding. We'll see. And Tester's a tough out. He really is. But if the
Trump gets Alaska.
Okay, there's no great shock there, but all right, we'll fill that in on the board. We'll take it. And with that, I'm showing him at 250 with a handful of states yet to call. Oh, yes, she did win Nebraska too. So there's that. But yeah, this is where we're at right now. It's just it could be any combination. It could be Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. It could be Wisconsin and Arizona. It could be Michigan and Nevada. Where do the Democrats get a path and pull this out? Where?
A few keyboard strokes.
I guess.
I want to give them no ideas. My bad.
No, I understand. I see what you're saying, but they're whistling past the graveyard at this point. I mean, again, I said that in 2020, and then I woke up the next morning and all hell broke loose. But where? Where do they pull it out of? I don't know.
Yeah, opening the praying, man, because this is ridiculous.
And AP has now officially called Georgia for Trump. Well, okay. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. It's probably, if I had to guess, history's going to repeat itself. In 2016, they called Wisconsin first, and then Pennsylvania was called right after that. It would not surprise me if the same thing happens all over again. It really wouldn't.
And I follow.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, how far along ago we in Wisconsin now? What I mean, the percentage of the
Wisconsin, according to the AP, 86% of it is in, and Trump is holding a 4-point lead.
Okay,
it's like just a touch under 200,000 votes.
So, the New York Times has moved Trump's chances of winning the presidency north of 95%.
Wow.
And their electoral college estimate is 306 Trump to 232 Harris.
I can see that. I could really
which
see
is
that.
which is 2016.
Wow. That's amazing. You might as well just go on call it, y'all. Get over with it.
Yeah, they should just call it by now. There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, and again, the Democrats are notoriously good at chicanery.
Yes,
There's no chicanery that gets you out of this.
And right now in Michigan, Donald Trump with 65% of the vote and is leading Kamala Harris 52% to 46%.
Say those again.
In Michigan, Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris, according to the New York Times, 52% to 46%.
Yeah, that's what AP showing roughly the same thing. A little less the percentage of the vote counted.
Yeah, call it out, folks.
That's if that number stays, that's a massive lead in Michigan. That's
bigger than what Trump won it in 2016.
Jesus.
Well, hang on. Let me go look.
Yeah.
I mean, let's start doing some historical comparisons.
He's leading
here.
in Wisconsin 51% to 47%.
Wow. Call it, y'all.
They should definitely call it by now. There's no way.
Yeah, they try to. You know what they're probably waiting on? They're probably waiting on most of America to go to sleep again.
Oh no, don't say
Not this time. We learned our lesson.
I'm telling you.
People are watching this like a hawk now. Got lawyers on the ready, all kind of people out there.
Shoot, I remember coming home 6 o'clock. I said it was around 8 o'clock. Trump was in such a massive lead. I said, you know what? I'm tired. Let me go and take a couple hours nap, and then come back up around 10 and finish watching. I get up, I look at my phone, and it has this alert on it, and it shows Biden is basically neck and neck. I said, what? Remember, I'm just waking up, and I'm like, what happened? So I get up, come in my living room, and I'm sitting watching TV, and I'm seeing the steal happen in real time. I was like, no, they didn't. How did Biden catch up? I'm talking, he was like 300,000 down.
Mm-hmm.
In 2 hours, Trump had barely moved at all. All those votes coming in, most of them was for Biden.
Let's just do it this way.
Fool me once, shame on you.
I'll just do this off Wikipedia.
Yeah, there are people that are paying attention to a facility in Philadelphia that apparently a bunch of ballots are being delivered to, and there's like a lot of people. Steven Crowder's talking about it. The RNC's looking at it. So I'll send a link. The people are really taking this seriously, man. This is funny. This is pretty funny.
That's what I'm talking about.
People are staring and at this stuff.
Donald Trump won in 2016. Donald Trump won Michigan by 0.23%.
Ooh, wow. And now he's 6%, you said?
It's a 6% lead.
Yep.
Wow. That's a massive.
Yep.
Wow.
It's amazing. Amazing.
Yeah. To give you some perspective on this, Wisconsin, he won it by a little under 1%.
Wow.
Pennsylvania, a little under 1%.
Wow, then over 5% swing.
Mm-hmm.
His popularity has only grown.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, this we are certainly watching history in the making.
We are.
And just to update everybody on Nevada, 75% of the vote is counted out in Nevada, and currently Donald Trump has a almost 3.5 point lead.
He's probably going to win Nevada.
He's going to take Nevada.
Call it.
Which, by the way, in his 2 previous presidential runs, Donald Trump has never even gotten close on Nevada.
Wow. Oh yeah, this is first time winning it.
Yeah, this will be his first time winning it. Just to give an example, go back to 2016. He lost it by 2.5 points to Hillary. In 2020, he lost it by, again, about 2.5 points to Joe Biden. He's never won Nevada.
So that's over 8% chance.
Call it 5% swing.
It's 5% swing. Okay.
Yeah, 5% swing.
That's crazy.
Yeah. 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 There is nowhere to go. None.
So would y'all call this kind of a shock and awe in the political sphere?
In a sense, although a lot of people wanted a total like Reagan-esque landslide. And I think that would have been true shock and awe. This is more so like you're beat up, you're getting beat up, but like every punch hits a different part of you and it gets worse and worse. Like every hit gets harder. That's what's happening right now, seriously, because every time I look at the map, it gets more brutal for Harris. It's just
so you think she would rather just a landslide whooping beat down than to keep getting pummeled?
Yeah, if I were her people right now, I wouldn't want this anticipation. And many of them don't want this anticipation from what I'm saying. I would rather just have this landslide. We know the result. We can cry later. But it's anticipation. They're holding out hope for these ballots in Philadelphia. That's what they're saying on Twitter. They're trying to see if she's going to be able to pull through. The New York Times is saying, well, she may be able to drive up the vote total in some Democrat areas, even though they're saying that Trump's going to win the presidency. So this is like a brutal, very slow beatdown. Mercy. It's unfortunate. I'm not really. Actually, I'm not really. It's not really unfortunate. Actually, it's quite fortunate. Because Americans, I've always had hope in my country, always. But I especially have hope now because I think people can finally see. Yes, the consent of the governed can be tampered with, but more often than not, the consent of the governed works if the governed know what to do with it.
Hey guys,
I think that. Sorry.
I got a funny one for you. Oh? NBC just reported that Trump won the home county in Minnesota of Tim Walz.
This is
and the pummeling keeps coming.
See what I'm talking about there? See what I said? It's just like you get.
This is Ali Frazier, the Thriller in Manila. This is just somebody's taking Walls of Harris and beating them with a fugly stick.
Yeah, I would like to see a look on their faces.
And by the way, the Senate race out in Nevada, and I'm really crossing my fingers. Sam Brown, the Republican candidate, is basically about 1.5 points off of Jackie Rosen, and this guy was written off for dead months ago. God, I'd love to see Donald Trump pull him across the finish line.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like now it's down to like 1.2. More numbers are coming in, and oh God, I'd love to get him. Love to get him in the Senate. Great backstory. Army veteran, suffered horrible injuries, and by all accounts, is just a good, decent guy. God, I'd love to see him pull it out. I really would.
And what percentage of the votes are in?
71% in Nevada. There are some counties that are not reporting it, like Elko, Lander, Churchill. I mean, obviously the two big counties there are Washoe and Clark, which Washoe is Reno and Clark County is Vegas. I mean, if he could just improve his margins just a hair in either one of those. But I mean, depending on what the votes are in Elko, Churchill, and Lander, he might pull this thing out. She's not leading him by much. It's like difference of 13,000 votes.
Wow. So yeah. Wow. So yeah, he got a lot of opportunity.
It's possible. It is genuinely possible.
Come on, keep swinging, y'all. Come on, keep swinging.
Yeah, it's just mercy.
No mercy.
You ain't wrong, brother, but
no mercy.
My buddy
except for the deceived followers.
Whoa, wait a minute. What is this?
Project Veritas.
Fellas, check right now and see if Pennsylvania's been called. I just got a text from my buddy Smiling Jack.
Oh, let's see.
Check Christian, check New York Times for me if you would.
Yeah. Not that no, New York Times has not called it quite yet. They have it simply as a very likely Trump.
All right. AP is the same way. They're not calling it either. Hang on. I'm going to ask him about this. Talk amongst yourselves for a second.
So some people are already saying that Kari Lake will not be a senator. I don't know why they're this is like a left-wing account that I'm looking at. I don't know why they're saying this. Because there's no data right now that would seem to suggest to me that she's out of the race because there's only 55% reporting. But they're already trying to prematurely prematurely write her off, which makes no sense to me.
That goes back all that false calling earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. So Chad just said that Fox just called PA.
For Trump, then.
Yeah. Apparently, they're trying to get back their reputation from a few years ago.
Well, Fox apparently is not the only one. And again,
Decision Justice called PA.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Now, didn't they say that if you get Pennsylvania, you win the presidency?
I do believe, my friend, that is exactly what they said. That is exactly. Hang on a minute, because I think I've got.
Hey, guess what? Also,
Trump, that's it.
Yeah,
he says he won.
He did it.
That's it.
He did it. He did it. Yeah.
Hey, Trump is expected to speak soon. I see it on Fox.
He did it, man.
I will keep an eye on Fox. As soon as we see it, we're going to it.
He did it, man. He did it.
He Woo!
Did it. You know, I had.
Man.
The only graphic that I didn't have the time to make was Trump wins the presidential election, but I know the piece of music I want to use for it.
All right. You're gonna do the Eye of the Tiger. You're gonna do.
No. Actually, Ruben is going to appreciate this perhaps more than anybody else. Now wait a minute. I've got him at 269. What else are they giving him?
No, Decision Desk has him at 270.
Really?
Yes.
He should be past that too. I mean, based on these numbers.
What am I missing?
Because Fox is showing him at 267.
I've got him at. Are they giving him maybe Maine or something?
No. So you haven't. Well, Maine too. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Now I see what you're getting at.
Yeah. Maine 2nd district.
Okay. That's it.
Yep.
Woo!
It's official.
Woo!
Oh my goodness.
Yo.
Yeah. Holy cow. Hang on a minute. I know the exact piece of music I want to use. I just wish I had the graphics set up to do it.
CNN's still not showing anything yet.
Of course they wouldn't. Cheap bastards.
They salty, y'all. They salty.
But even though I don't have a graphic set up for this, Darius, do me a favor. Keep an eye on Fox.
Okay.
I'm doing something real quick. So okay. While you're doing that, and actually this will be kind of appropriate. Oh yeah. I'm not going to I'm not gonna put this in the foreground, but I will, gentlemen, give me just a second here. Give me 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, in perhaps the most stunning comeback in American political history, in the face of 4 indictments spread out over different jurisdictions across the country, 2 lawsuits in an attempt to bankrupt him, 2 different assassination attempts against all odds that no generous God would have ever allowed, Donald John Trump has been reelected President of the United States, becoming the first man since Grover Cleveland to become president in non-consecutive terms. There it is, gentlemen. Look at that map. I knew, Ruben, I knew if anybody would appreciate that, you, my friend, most certainly would.
It's funny.
It's over. It's all over. Oh, thank you, Lana. I genuinely appreciate that. I've been like I said, I just didn't have enough time to get the final graphic. Trump wins the presidency, but it's official. It's done.
Woo!
Remember, we were calling him president-elect an hour or so ago.
That's right. Tell him, don't, Christian. Don't tell him.
We already knew. But no, this is a moment. No, I'm actually. This is a moment we should all be thanking God right now.
Amen.
Seriously.
Thank you, Lord.
Seriously. Thank you. It's emotional. It's so many things.
I do my best in moments like this to not like lose my stuff, but I'm not gonna lie, fellas. I could sit here and cry right now. I really could.
Me too, but I'm holding it together.
Way to go.
I'm holding it together.
Because history, y'all, the fate of this country was hanging in the balance. That's how serious I believe it was.
My God.
So I see the Grover Cleveland comparisons coming in, and I think that's great. Grover Cleveland was an amazing president. I think he actually was the kind of president that should be the model for all presidents, because Grover Cleveland fought against the machine in his own day. He fought against the Tammany Halls and the lobbyists and the special interests that wanted to overextend their power through perversions of law. And he said, no, I will not use the presidency as a tool to advocate for special interests. I'll use the presidency as a tool to defend the Constitution. So Trump has the ability to become just like Grover Cleveland in his next term, and I hope that he does. He's really he's not talked about very much, but he's really a great president, sincerely.
Yeah,
really
we're at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage at Mar-a-Lago to address thousands of supporters on a night triumphant. The man has absolutely earned it.
Yes.
It's over. It's all over.
This has been a long fight, for me personally. Since 2021, following Trump and some others behind the scenes, this has been a long, drawn-out battle.
Yeah.
Hey, check the chat. It's not. It's funny.
Tagged you on a tweet. I don't care if it's fake. It's funny as hell. Okay, Lana, we'll see what this is. Give me a second here, folks. Oh God, this is funny. Hang on, I gotta put this up here. Apparently, ladies and gentlemen, President Joe Biden has responded to the victory by
He's asleep right now. I don't think he's.
No, actually, he has responded. It's very succinct. And
it's bad.
It doesn't use a lot of words. Boy, does it get the message across.
Oh, that's bad. Oh no, that's not what I thought you. That's not what I thought it was going to be. The Babylon Bee put out there. Joe Biden calls Trump to concede the election.
Woo!
Oh my God,
it's beautiful.
Time to celebrate, fellas. Time to celebrate.
Oh,
I'm not celebrating it.
But remember, Brian, we called it an hour ago. So just don't. The electronic front porch has the prophecy. Just know that.
Yes, we have the receipts, baby.
CNN is still not
clip
calling
it. Clip it now.
Exactly.
What did you say, Ruben?
CNN is about to. They haven't called it. They have not called Pennsylvania yet.
Of course they wouldn't.
They haven't called Michigan yet.
Of course not.
I don't trust
And let me see.
They're the sinning network.
They haven't called Wisconsin yet.
The bells are ringing across the country. The cries of joy are going up. And a matter of fact, everywhere there is to be seen, people have something to say about this moment. And you know what? Check out this scene.
I love it.
Oh my God.
Love it.
Sorry, I saw that. It was so hilarious.
Oh, that's just
too funny.
priceless.
It's too funny.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, it's the American redemption story. It's basically like it's like Lord of the it is like Lord of the Rings, or say it's or even the Star Wars original trilogy. A New Hope, he came in and he did something he wasn't supposed to do. Then the Empire struck back, 4 years of, the walking zombie. And then, and now the return of the Jedi, or the return of the Master, but he's learned so much. Because basically he's bringing his entourage. It's basically him and the Dream Team coming in.
MAGA Avengers.
Yeah.
Let's start doing everything. Let's start doing innovation, real innovation here. That's what gets me excited.
The Hill.com headline: Donald Trump wins presidency for second time, completing improbable comeback.
Say it loud, y'all. Say it loud.
By the way, hello, Recluse. Recluse is someone from my audience. Thank you for coming over and watching us. Hello.
Oh yeah, I'm Recluse. Thank you so very much. Oh, honey, let the celebrations begin. Shout it from the rooftops.
You should be very happy.
Yeah. We win. My God, we win.
Yeah, buddy.
Woo! Yeah, we're basically just waiting for President-elect Trump to take the stage. Fox is still showing at 267. They've given him Pennsylvania, but I'm trying to figure out what are they not accounting him mains. Come on,
Probably
guys.
not.
Put that board back up there. I want to see this. I mean, this is incredible. This is an incredible night.
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
I'll be right back, fellas.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, brother. We're just waiting on President Trump to take the stage, and we're still monitoring numbers, of course, because I'm anal retentive like that. But yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
The only question now is, do the Republicans retain the House, and how big a majority do they get in the Senate? That's the big question.
Yeah, I'll be look. It's great that we have Trump now officially reelected, I would be even more happy, if someone like Carrie Lake gets elected to the Senate.
Amen.
Because
Amen.
Carrie Lake can be someone that not only would be 100%
She could help.
supporting
She
the
could help
MAGA
big
agenda,
time.
but also I think she would be willing to, buck the party leadership and actually go outside the box and do things that are very rebel-like, which we need. We need that. We don't need people to just fall in line and follow the establishment. No, we need people that are actually going to go out and do things for the right reasons. So I hope she wins. What's happening in Arizona right now is a national tragedy. It's an example of what not to do with elections. You shouldn't have a Snell's place going and not have like the same percentage stuck there for 2 hours straight. It makes no sense. So hopefully things change there in that state. They deserve better. It's a beautiful state. I mean, it's one of my favorite states in the country. Arizona's beautiful.
Ruben, your thoughts?
I'm still I don't know why I'm still not believing everything yet.
I understand, brother. I understand. I can't believe Fox News called Pennsylvania. I really can't.
So I'm just still iffy, but I want him to win because I want to basically do all these great things. So it's like the dream coming true. Because again, I've already said this. Because again, like my disability got accepted because I applied for everything, and my payments start in February. So I'll be paying a good amount of money every month for the rest of my life. And then trying to heal up my body. And I made a promise that, I'm going to make America great again by doing everything I can for myself moving forward too, regardless. But this is basically, I want to make sure it's true because it's my dream come true, that I want to basically do everything I want to do. Like I want to move toward Pennsylvania eventually because Haya wants to go there. She wants to go back home. And I want to know that Pennsylvania is not a deep blue state that's going to basically, turn, us in for not doing things with our children, setting up the school or vaccines and all that stuff. Not that anything's wrong with it. I'm just saying it's your choice. But, a place where you can have your freedom. Like I want to go and live on an Amish land, just a very simple life and just live that life, but then do right for myself. And for her, and it's an opportunity for the future. So that's what's so good about it. So I'm glad. I'm glad if it's coming true that it is. But right now I'm just cautiously optimistic because again I've seen the horrors of how'd you say it? I'm a student of history. So as Christian, you probably know that if you could see the same patterns happening, like what they did in the Senate of the Roman Senate. Or even worse, more atrocities that they've done and other governments have done that can lead us down to a dark path. That's what I want to avoid. And I want the goodness to take over, people to return to good of heart, caring about Americans. And I hope this election shows that so that we can all move forward with a positive message, making America healthy again, strong again, get rid of all the bad food, and then drinking clean water and be stewards of the land and help everybody out that way, bring back the jobs here.
And by the way, quick update. Sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen. Nevada Senate race. Sam Brown, the challenger, the Republican, is 3,000 votes down to Jackie Rosen, and there is about 28% left. He could wind up squeaking this thing out. There's one county out there that has not reported anything yet. That is Lander. Elko has come in really heavy on behalf of Sam Brown. Same thing with Pershing. Churchill's come in real heavy. Yeah, I mean, depending on what's remaining out there, he might squeak this thing out. And also, by way of another update on a Senate race out in Montana, Tim Sheehy now has a solid lead on Tester. 32% of the vote is in, and we are awaiting Donald Trump to take the podium at Mar-a-Lago. So this is extraordinary night, just extraordinary. Oh my goodness! Yeah, yeehaw is right, baby. Yeehaw is right.
You don't
Amazing.
know. I'm texting folks left and right and getting responses back because, like I said, I've had people some of which have been on the brink of tears, expressing to me how serious this election was to them, and they was praying and hoping that Donald Trump would win because of the pain, the economic pain they've experienced, and a host of other, several other things. Whatever their issues was, parents having issues with justifiably so this indoctrination of transgenderism and all this other stuff. So, and some people concerned with the wars. So it just depends on what your trigger point was. But people are going to be so outside of the people who are swept up on the other side of the aisle. You have a lot of relieved people, like some of our guests have said, they can breathe easier now.
Yeah, I will be very interested to. I mean, because I think it was, what was it? Maybe about an hour or so ago, the Harris campaign was saying, go home. There's still votes to be counted. We're checking this thing out.
Yep.
And has a concession call been made yet? Or are they?
No, they're not even. CNN is still reporting 246, 187. They're not even changing anything. Let's see what else we can see. Doesn't seem. Yeah, I'm stretching. I see positive, of course, but again, there's nothing official yet.
Yeah, folks, we're just basically waiting for the president to take the stage. So that's where we're at here.
Glenn Beck has said that Trump has won.
Well, Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump.
You think? I tell you what. I don't know what's going to happen in the House. I think that's going to be a knife fight all the way through. But I'll tell you one thing. Trump's going to be coming back to Washington, D.C. with a very, very heavy coattail and a lot of people owing him favors.
Holy shit. Mark Cuban just tweeted to Donald Trump. Congrats at real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to you, Elon Musk, as well. Godspeed.
Wow. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, again, you know what they should both do? They should reach out to him. Again, that's the bigger man to do it. Both of them should go into have Mark Cuban in there in a meeting, and then again, he threw out the olive branch to just take it, baby.
Oh, Sam Brown is only down by 400 votes in Nevada.
And what percentage of votes left?
That was Fox. Hang on a minute. Let me do this another way. Give me a second here, guys. Yeah, we're basically waiting for President Trump to take the stage at Mar-a-Lago, and we will go to it just as soon as he's up there. But give me a second here. Hang on one second. I'll do it off of another computer. What a night. What an absolutely incredible night.
Guys, I love this because I remember, like I said, I remember the last time I went to sleep and woke up and I was so disappointed. I stayed up all night with my friends here to see a victory, baby. See the victory.
Grover Cleveland smiles. Everyone's like, say Grover Cleveland.
Yeah, no, Grover Cleveland's great. Seriously.
I know. But again, the idea, don't know they're trying to find the lady who screamed at Trump's. Oh God, it's like, I'm looking. I don't see it as real yet until I see it that is real. I don't know.
I hear you. Hey, well, don't take too long, CNN. Don't take too long.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't you dare take too long. Fox is reporting. Let's see what we got here. Come on, fellas, roll through there. Hang on, I'll give you an update on. Oh, you should see the faces down, the folks down at Mar-a-Lago right now. They are just, my God, the joy is just, they're ready to party, and you can't blame them.
Oh,
my
no.
God, you can't blame them. Call it 77% of the vote is in. Brown is just, I mean, he's either barely got a lead or if he pulls that one out, I mean, I'm not kidding. That poor guy was written off for being politically dead about 2 months ago. If he winds up coming back and beat her, that's amazing. Just amazing.
I got some additional news for y'all.
Hit me.
Fox is showing Trump 277, Harris 226.
Okay. I'd like to see what their map looks like. I mean, not that I'm objecting. Oh, that's it. Okay, then what did they give him? Because they had him at what, 264?
Oh wow.
Okay.
So it's 10 points he just got from what it shows here.
Then that must be Wisconsin. I'll bet you anything that's Wisconsin.
Really?
Well, if he was sitting on 267 and it's got to be Wisconsin.
Okay.
Hang on, they're rolling. I'm rolling through the bottom of their.
It shows he got Indiana.
Yep.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, there it is. There it is, baby. It's killing them to say it.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states.
Oh, by the way, in Iowa, hey, Ann Seltzer, I got news for you. Trump won by 14%.
Wow.
Take your 3-point Harris lead and stick it.
Woo!
Sorry if I'm a little bit salty right now, but
don't be. Don't be.
Oh, my word. My word. What?
CNN still hasn't called it yet.
Of course not.
I know, but I'm. Oh, Jesus. Is it real? Just kidding.
Yeah, shut
It's
up.
real,
Ruben,
fella.
I love
It's
you.
real.
Shut up.
I don't know
Hey,
yet.
if we was in person, I'd either punch you or pinch you, whichever you want.
Oh man, firefighters are hugging on women down there. People have got their arms up in the air. So I mean, I'll put this up here. Let you guys look at it. I mean, while we're waiting.
Darius, if you knew what I've been through for the last 4 years, yeah, you would have. Yeah,
that's the scene, folks. That's Mar-a-Lago right now.
I'm with you, fella.
Yeah.
Party, y'all.
Oh my word.
Now, what I want to see also is some of those other countries like Europe. Some of those other countries, I heard it was in Europe or somewhere else that I think in Britain, where there was a lot of supporters out there for Donald Trump as well. I want to see what they're doing.
So Fox calls it. I can't believe it.
I know.
You
You
know that had to kill the guy who heads their decision desk, because let's remember, it was Fox's call on Arizona that started everything off 4 years ago, leading to the entire election debacle. Is that Tucker? Is that Tucker?
Where at?
I don't know. Down no, it's not. It's not Tucker Carlson. Never mind. But yeah, no, that's Mike Lindell.
Mike, that's a champion too. Mike Lindell's a true
yeah.
Mike's a true champion.
My buddy Smiling Jack texted me a minute ago, said the House is going to be close. We'll see. I mean, I'm not disputing what he's saying. I'm not surprised at all.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, 2 of the 3 wise men have now come home. The only one left is Michigan. And if history is any guide, it won't be much longer before the third wise man joins his brothers. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, he already flipped 3 states from last time: Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin.
Yep. And just to give you a quick update, according to Decision Desk, 75% of the vote is in on Michigan. Trump is holding just a little over a 3-point lead.
Call it.
What?
Call it.
Oh, and Mike Rogers, the Senate candidate, again, he's in a political knife fight with Elise Slotkin, but he's holding a 1.4% lead. Again, 78% of the vote in.
Man.
It's so crazy that CNN is still not calling it yet.
Yeah, they feel his hurt, man.
That's what you call the primal scream of a dying regime. If I may quote Steve Bannon.
Yeah, y'all, it's been
every person who was persecuted for peacefully assembling on January 6th in 2021, they're vindicated tonight.
Dude.
Every grandmother who was targeted just for exercising their right of free expression, they're vindicated tonight.
Yeah.
Every person that was targeted just for being associated with Trump in general, they're vindicated tonight. This is a vindication on several levels, and I'm trying to process all of this. Because again, I an hour or so ago, before they called it, me and Darius were like, this president-elect. But now we actually have the proof. It's not just in our minds anymore. It's actually president-elect. And now it's like it got a whole lot real.
Exactly.
It got a whole lot real. So it's just so many lives were changed just a few moments ago.
Yeah.
So many lives were changed.
Yeah.
I'm just we did our job as Americans. And I'm happy to have been in Pennsylvania and to have contributed just one vote, but to have contributed to this overall rejection of what we've seen for the past 4 years.
Right. That's excellent points, Christian. I definitely agree with that. The families, the people that are in the DC gulag, as they call it, some of the people who actually committed suicide under that pressure and duress, the families that were broken, the lives that have been dramatically changed, the jobs that were lost. I mean, all of that stuff. It consummated into tonight. Vindication's taking place. Now, if you want to talk about reparations, or at least in the current society, reparations, it's time for some reparations.
I agree. People need to be awarded money. They need to be awarded more than that, recognition for what they've gone through. They need to be in congressional hearings, investigating the people that ordered them into jail. There needs to be so many things done. There needs to be a very thorough, fine-tooth comb that goes through the agencies that persecuted these innocent people, in my opinion.
I agree. And I think that's going to happen. Me personally, I really do. I really do. Because Trump, one of the things Trump did say is, because he kept getting asked about that when he did make a statement about the January 6th, for example, he said, those who did not break the law, and I'm paraphrasing, those who didn't break the law, I'm going to pardon them. Why? They didn't do anything wrong. I mean, many of us seen different pieces of footage, video footage, that the mainstream media would not show to show that anyway. Point is, I believe justice is about to be served.
Amen. Amen, my brother. Amen, my brother.
Man, this is so sad. Hey, listen, I know what it's like to be called a coon because I supported Trump. I know I've been called outside my name and stuff.
I've been called worse than that.
And gentlemen, I've got a piece of updated news. Sam Brown has slipped into the lead in Nevada. Now, it's not much of a lead, but it's starting to go down the way I thought it would.
Oh, wow.
There's other votes that's still hanging out there, and Trump's may pull him across the finish line. We might be picking up another seat out of Nevada.
Oh, wow.
77% of the vote in. He's got like a 0.3% lead on Rosen.
Wow. Boy, talk about a turn of events.
And now if we can get Kerry in, oh, goodness. Let's get that girl home.
Yeah, we sure do need to. I still show, for her, I still show only 51% has been reported, and she's now less than 6% down.
It'll happen. Well, I mean, once they actually start counting votes again, for God's sake.
What they do, shut it up for the night?
I don't know what's going on out in Arizona. I can't figure it out. I cannot figure this one out for the life of me.
Now, this reminds me of 2020.
Oh, 2022? Let's talk about the governor's race where they screwed her over.
Yep, exactly. They're doing it again. That's what's happening. They're trying to do it again. Because she's a mini Donald Trump. She got so much support. She's been campaigning for at least, I think, 3 years or so. Got so much support. And of course, with Donald Trump's backing you too, he's got over 200 wins for every person that he has endorsed.
Yeah. You know, I have a question, and I'd like your gentleman's honest reaction to this. In the quiet of where he is right now, what's going through Donald Trump's mind? No, I'm serious about this.
The last picture I saw of him, he was talking to Dana White like an hour ago. So I don't think he's in a quiet place, if I was to guess. But my guess is, I don't know. This is someone that has experienced adversity throughout his entire life, even before he became president, having to deal with the bankruptcies, having to deal with all other kinds of things, and then getting into politics and having to deal with all the lies and the smears directed towards him and his family. I think this is someone that knows the system, that knows the game, and after a while has become kind of numb to it and simply wants to do what's best for the country. So I think there may be a feeling of satisfaction, maybe vindication, but I don't think he's like us. I'm not sure he's like, oh, I won. I think he's just more so like, I've got work to do. And that's how we should be. Because, yes, we can celebrate tonight, and this is a great night. But as I mentioned, the next 74 days are going to be something else.
Yep.
Well, and here's the thing. I mean, and I'm not trying to dampen enthusiasm here, but there's one thing about Trump coming into this presidency, this term, as opposed to 2017. He's got a national debt that is just spiraling out of control. He's got a Congress that does not have the will to cut anything. He's got one regional war in the Middle East, and he's got and one war in Ukraine that he's got to bring to some kind of a conclusion. You know, I do not envy. I mean, Donald Trump is probably one of the most talented individuals politically you'll ever see, and probably one of the best executives you'll ever find. But I don't envy him the job he's signed up for in this case. I really don't.
Okay,
You know?
Let's talk about that real quick then.
Okay.
The debt. He's facing two possible solutions. If you talk about canceling the nation's or addressing the nation's debt, two options is what I see. One, Donald Trump has been through a few bankruptcies of his own through his businesses and has done successfully. So I would think one, he already talks about drill baby drill, so he's already got a plan to begin to generate income for this country. So drill, baby, drill, become energy efficient again, independent again, and then negotiate our debts with our debtors. Or number two, you go to war with your debtors and see if you can overcome them. And I believe he's going to go for option A.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, now is the interesting transition between campaign promise and political reality. In other words, what can Donald Trump get done? And I'll make an argument. There's a line in the movie, Steven Spielberg's movie Lincoln, where Daniel Day-Lewis, who earned his Oscar, absolutely earned his Oscar, says, "Buzzard's guts, man. I am the president of the United States, clothed in immense power." That is what Donald Trump, and no one's going to want to admit this, but the man's coming with a mandate.
Mm-hmm.
A personal mandate, a political mandate. I mean, the first time you can make an argument, oh, okay, this is the American people giving the middle finger to the establishment. No, this time, Donald Trump ran on a very clear agenda of things he wanted to do. Not only did he win, he's going to bring with him, at a minimum, a very Trumpy United States Senate. If they are able to hang on to the House, and it's going to be tight, but if they're able to hang on to the House, man, he could wind up doing a lot of stuff, and there's not a lot the Democrats will try and slow him down. They'll try and slow walk his agenda. They'll try and do everything else. But they can't say he hasn't got a mandate.
Right. And that's why the globalists are afraid of him.
Mm-hmm.
Because his mandate, again, goes in total opposite direction of what their mandate is, which was to destroy our sovereignty, make us serfs, destroy our economy, et cetera, so we can become a part of this global community. That's something I know a lot of people don't want to talk about because it sounds very conspiratorial. But it's the only time it moves out of the realm of conspiracy is when people start experiencing it.
Yep.
So what we're dealing with now is what a lot of people didn't point out in his first run, because they kept saying, "Oh, he said drain the swamp," and he didn't do it when he was in office. People still forget there are a bunch of unelected people in very powerful and very secretive, and in some cases very open places that you do not know. So we may vote for these public servants, but we have no vote on the people they choose and the people that have been chosen by others.
Yeah.
So this time around, maybe he's going to be able to clean out a little bit more so he can get a whole lot more work done.
Yeah. Yeah.
And on top of it, goes back to your point earlier, Brian. He has to be able to address the media, because the media was a big part of destroying his image in the minds of the people, which goes to Christian's point, where you have a lot of people on the left side whose minds are going to be blown or melt simply because they were sold a bill of lies.
The meltdown on Twitter is just going to be extraordinary.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I haven't even seen it yet, but I'm guessing it's going to be pretty ferocious.
Oh yeah.
Scott Presler's pretty happy right now too, by the way.
Huh?
Scott Presler's pretty happy too right now, by the way.
That boy deserves a medal. That boy absolutely deserves a medal.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe it. I can, but I can't.
Yeah.
And when political scientists write this one up someday, and political historians, this is going to be one of the most amazing tales ever. And I'm not saying that to hype it for more than what it is. That's just legitimately true.
It really is.
It will be a tale that nobody ever thought. I mean, has anybody heard yet if Kamala has made the phone call, just out of curiosity?
I have not heard anything yet or seen any headlines or anything.
Wow. Yeah, Sasha Stone, who's one of my favorite commentators, has a simple 2-word tweet: "Love wins."
100%.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Mike Harlow, they tried defaming him, they tried impeaching him, they tried imprisoning him, they tried assassinating him, and he still won.
That says so much.
Truly does. Truly does. Truly, truly does.
All right, guys. I'm probably gonna head to bed.
I understand.
It's been a blast, and I think this has been a very momentous night. I'm happy I was able to spend it with you guys as well. It's been very good. Regardless of what anyone thinks, this is the best party on the internet when it comes to election night. So,
thank you, sir.
Hey, man, enjoyed it, Christian.
No, brother, we understand. And where can people find you on social media? Where can they help you? And brother, thank you for being here. Your contributions tonight have been absolutely fabulous. You've been a joy to be here. You really have.
You can find me on Twitter at Official C Watson or YouTube at Pensive Politics. After Trump was announced that he won, I actually have been working on an outline for a Grover Cleveland video. I had planned to do that video months ago, but now I'm going to especially do it because people are making the comparison. And I think that Grover Cleveland is just really a phenomenal president that more Americans should know about. So I'm going to do my best to make sure they know about him and know why he was so great and why I think Trump I think in many ways, not in every way, but in many ways, reflects that kind of spirit that Grover Cleveland had. So,
nice.
But yeah, guys,
let me know when the video come out. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's gonna come out probably what's today? Wednesday, Thursday, tomorrow. I'm taking a small break today because I've been doing like 2 videos a day the past few days. So I'm gonna take a small break today, then tomorrow I'll come back and start doing some more work. So yeah, but I appreciate you. It's been great, Darius. It's been great, Ruben. It's been great. Brian, been great, Brian.
Yeah. My name is still Brian. I'm just messing with you, man. It's all good.
But
a hat tip to you, sir, from everybody on the electronic front porch. Have a good night, my friend.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Be good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage at I think it's Mar-a-Lago, or either that's the convention center, one of the two.
Yeah, convention center.
My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is Ruben Christopher Haynes, Darius Simpson on one of the most historic nights in American history, and we have lived to be a part of it.
Woo!
Donald John Trump has been reelected president of the United States, the first man since Grover Cleveland to be elected to non-consecutive terms to the presidency. Just extraordinary. Just extraordinary. We're waiting for President
Carrie
Trump.
Lake, love it. Carrie Lake.
What about it?
Donald Trump just won his 3rd presidential election.
She right.
I know.
She ain't wrong.
I know. I'm playing.
She is absolutely not wrong. God love her.
That makes
I don't
sense
think
to me.
you can.
Shut up, Gowdy. Oh, by the way, who are those 4 Fruit Loops that have been out there commenting on behalf of Kamala all this time? Harry Sisson's one of them.
Oh, God.
He's a
No, I'm going to send them a tweet that says, normally I'd be gracious. For you 4, I've got 2 words. Suck it. No, I've been wanting to shove it up their asses for the whole...
Oh, God, he just posted something.
Oh, please, tell me what it is.
American decency was destroyed tonight. We used to be a nation that expected our representatives to be mature, professional, experienced leaders who made us proud. Now we are a nation that permits someone like Trump, who bullies, mocks it, to thrive.
God.
You know, Harry, nobody is keeping you here by force. You can move.
He's from Singapore anyway. He's not American.
We'll go back.
Yeah, really. Be gone, you vile little ass pimple. Yeah, we're keeping an eye. We're keeping an eye on things. We're basically waiting for President Trump to take the stage. It is 2:10 a.m. And gentlemen, by the way, especially Ruben.
Oh, yes.
God love you. You, dude, I can't thank. I mean, and Darius too. Everybody who's been here tonight. I can't thank you guys enough. But Ruben, you've been here from the moment that the gun went off, and
hey, it's fine. I just want to make sure this is true. It's just like before I go to bed, I don't want to wake up in a nightmare.
Well, when Fox News is willing to say it's true, yeah, I'm just basically surfing Twitter right now just to see.
Let's see what's up. I just hope all those people who see it like they did in 2016, that if Donald Trump wins, I'm moving. So I hope they live up to their word.
Oh, wow. Here's a stat for you. And this was on CNN. And this is on a tweet by Eric Amanati. Jake Tapper is shocked by a map. Now listen to this. That shows Kamala Harris did not outperform Joe Biden in a single county. Not state, county.
That's funny.
She may have won the states, but she didn't outperform Joe Biden doing it. Not in a single county. Let me make sure I'm looking at this right.
On the east side there. Literally nothing? Literally nothing. Literally not one county? The House, we're not going to know for weeks. But it's possible that Donald Trump and the Republicans will have a trifecta as they did in 2016. In which case, the bulwark, against whatever overreach there could be, and whatever those depredations might be, and I think you're going to have a tendency to overreach if they do, is the kind of thing that's democracy between elections, which is the work of civil society, it's the work of the fourth estate, it's the work of institutions, it's
All right, I saw a curtain move. Maybe that's a sign. Sorry, fellas.
We good.
All right, somebody's walking up on stage. What is this? Okay, we may be about to get the 2-minute warning here.
Yeah, I'm setting it up, I think.
I think they're setting up.
Let's do it.
Oh my goodness. My goodness. My goodness.
He may have a president-elect sign already done or something. You never know.
Don't know. Do not know yet.
47 bitches. Just kidding. What? That'd be funny.
Yeah.
Candace Owens says this. She says, "I've never wanted to watch The View more in my entire life. When does it come on?" You know what?
God, no.
I want to watch The View too to see what them girls had to say.
Oh, it is so bad.
It would be so epic if the show started and not one of them come out.
The thing is that Trump is not going to. I don't think Trump's going to go out until CNN calls it.
Really?
I have a feeling CNN hasn't called it yet. CNN right now has Trump at 266 and Kamala at 188. They haven't called Wisconsin yet. They haven't called Arizona.
Well, Arizona, they probably won't call tonight. But I mean, oh my goodness. The only things according to Fox, the only thing we're waiting on now is Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona. Everything else is called.
Right. And that's why, but CNN hasn't called it yet. And I know that CNN is going to basically just not call it and probably throw to just keep Trump not from saying anything.
Could be.
I don't know.
And Tom Fitton, he says
they want to throw it off.
Yeah, Tom Fitton says Harris, we're talking about Kamala Harris, hates democracy. She refuses to concede tonight.
Yeah, we are just waiting for Trump to take the stage. There's a flurry of activity around the podium that's set up at the convention center, and it may very well be that Trump is is getting ready to take the stage. James O'Keefe just tweeted out to Elon Musk, "You are the media now." Well, I don't know about all that. But,
hey, they are. They.
Well, I'll say this: X is what he means. What he means is that basically, you get both sides on Twitter.
Yep.
In my opinion, you do. You get both sides. And again, the idea that if I to be true, to be fair, when I go on, I get my news from X. I go to X, and then X will have an article, and I will read it. I never go website to X. It's always X to website. And it's been, like that for, ever since I got my account back. Ever since Elon came back, it's like that changed everything for me personally. Because, look about it, shit. Right before 2020, I got sick and I didn't know what was wrong for the longest time. And then then I found out what it was. And then my wife passes away. Then my mother's gone. My father's gone. And then I fell in love with somebody, but then they went insane. I lost everything. And then this is and that's up to 2022. And then 2022 on, it's like been, just a hard life, but I'm still fighting on. And I basically made the decision. It's like at the end of the year, last year, that's about a year ago. I guess it's up to me to be on my own, fight the good fight until I met Haya. Now I have something to live for. And this
Hey, speaking of Haya, where's she at? I didn't see her in the comments.
She's in bed. She's asleep already.
Oh, okay.
She worked as an election judge.
Really?
Yeah. And then when I had to leave, I was saying goodnight to her.
Okay.
Because she basically was very, very tired. Yes, definitely. Yeah. So then basically, having her in my life, and then and then the biggest news that happened yesterday. I talked to her father.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you're smiling, so it sounds like the conversation.
Well, yeah, because basically he is inviting me for Thanksgiving.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead, Ruby.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go there, and just that's why, it's important to me. So,
well, man, congratulations on everything you've been through to make it to this point. A lot of people going through a lot of struggles and stuff, and some people choose to become victims of them, and some people choose to become victors of them.
Right.
And you are victorious, so you definitely have it does not hurt a person to pat themselves on the back sometimes. So good job.
And I'm sorry, gentlemen, excuse me. I just saw it crawl across the screen. Sam Brown, the Senate candidate out in Nevada, now has a 7,000 vote lead on incumbent Democrat Jackie Rosen.
What?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. It's spreading out.
Go ahead, Mr. Front Porch Conservative. Calling it.
Well, not calling. Yeah, I'm just passing on what I'm seeing, and I'm telling you right now.
Well, you said that might happen. You said
it might very well happen. Yeah. And now, like I say, I want to get him, Sheehy, and Montana. There's several Senate races that have not been called yet. Just to give everybody a quick update, Michigan has not been called yet. I don't think Wisconsin's been called. Montana has not been called. Nevada, Arizona. There are 5 more potential pickups for the Republicans. Oh, wait a minute. I just got a text from a buddy, Smile Jack. Kamala is refusing to concede.
All right, stage 2, y'all. Celebrate tonight. Get ready for another fight tomorrow.
Well, then that explains why. Hang on. I'm going out to Twitter to see if I can find something. God, that feels good to be able to say.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a tweet here from Matt Wallace. And Matt Wallace is, just to let you guys know, he works with Elon Musk, various things he does. According to him, Kamala is pitching a huge fit while aggressively drinking and yelling at the staff. She's refusing to come out on stage and concede the race to Trump. That was that was a couple hours ago. Never mind. That starts to explain part of it. Okay.
So you say she's knocked out? Just kidding. Oh, alcohol.
Now, didn't they say that Donald Trump would have a problem conceding or something like that?
Well, and that sort of begs the question: does that make her an election denier?
You know what, Brian? Great point. I believe it does.
I mean, I saw a tweet that asked that very question, so I can't take total credit for that idea, but the point's valid. I mean, is she an election denier?
She is.
I mean, hey, also, do you guys realize how much fun we get to have for the next 4 years rubbing this in the Democrat? Hey, can't be denying an election. I mean, what about democracy?
Right. Got to protect democracy.
Yeah, to borrow a line from Red Eagle Politics. Trump has a 5 million vote lead in the popular vote. He is over currently 51%, according to Fox's estimates. And again, that number's gonna, California's gonna come in, etc. But the fact that he's got the popular vote and the Electoral College, with the potential to add on even more votes than that.
Wow.
So
it's just historic all the way around.
Indeed. Yeah, extraordinary night. I mean, I think, can you guys see what Fox, the crawler that Fox has got up there, as far as like numbers that are coming across?
I see Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
Pennsylvania House.
Okay. Yeah. They're running. I mean, they're running numbers right now. We're just basically waiting on President Trump, and there's Nigel Farage. He made it over from Great Britain.
This is the Nigel Farage. Now, that's another warrior too.
Dr. Robert Malone is in the crowd.
Yay.
Yeah, this is a gathering of the family.
Yeah. These are the power hitters here, boy. These are people who were attacked by this mainstream media. Christian was talking about earlier too. These are people.
Robert Malone, thank God. Yeah.
They was highly attacked. They were censored.
Head of the CDC. What would happen to
Man.
And Mike Rogers is still holding a very commanding lead on Elise Slotkin in Michigan. They have not called, the race has not been called yet, but she's running out of real estate. And I don't know if you guys can see it on screen. Sam Brown is holding just about a 9,000 vote lead on Jackie Rosen, the incumbent in Nevada. Again, a lot of votes still left out there, but she's running out of real estate. If she's gonna overtake him, she's got to do it soon.
Nice.
I know. God, come on, Lord. Let Kerry get in. Let Kerry Lake make it in Arizona.
Amen.
It's now we need her out there. We absolutely need her out there. It is November the 6th, 2024. A race that people said it would take several days to call. A race that people said would be marred by fraud. And I'll tell you what, I will argue one of the keys to victory is the fact that Michael Whatley, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, and Laura Trump, a team of fabulous lawyers, they were on standby everywhere around the country. Something came up, they were on it. They just jumped right on it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they was clamping down real quick. Stuff going in Pennsylvania. These ballots that showed up out of nowhere and they were incomplete or unregistered or something like that.
Yep.
They was handling it.
Yep. Absolutely.
And I believe you mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. Oh, here's Trump.
What?
At least on Fox, I'm sure they just showing Trump right now. He's getting ready to walk up on stage.
Okay, here we go, folks. Let me know if everybody can hear this.
Our tradition.
Something tells me we may hear some Lee Greenwood.
You think so?
Well, we should. I mean, Lee Greenwood.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's listen in to who will be the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
All right, I'm going to drop the volume on that because, I mean, yeah, granted, I'm 7 or 8 hours into this live stream, but still, I can just see YouTube being a bunch of a-holes and deciding to copyright strike me at this moment.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not in the mood to have that happen.
Yeah, we don't want that to happen.
No. I really wish we could have got Hung Cow over the finish line. Would love to see that guy in the Senate. But still, a great night. There is a family of individuals, and a close association of friends that have to be more satisfied right now than could possibly be imagined.
Yep.
These are people who have cried tears, bled blood, literally, figuratively as well.
I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is I would have given a lot to be backstage when it got called, to see the looks on their faces, the relief, the joy, the tears, more than likely. Oh, and to have that woman as first lady again, hell yes.
Oh yeah, yes. They so disrespected her.
I know. Mike Johnson, the current Speaker of the House, hopefully he's going to retain that.
Now, on my side, the song just finished. I think.
Okay, they're almost done. Yeah, Donald, enjoy it, brother. You earned it. God knows you earned it.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, we're just basically waiting for the music. Okay, here we go, folks.
Very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to
Make America Great Again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
That's amazing.
Yep. Record-setting night.
Thank you.
USA. USA.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Hot damn.
Whoa.
I was worried about that.
Hot dog. Here we go.
Thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Hell yeah.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
40 years old. There are some who would argue he might be the future of the Republican Party.
Man. Could be. He holds these values. He could be.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice vein, we call it the ice vein. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, And I saw that rocket. I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. We have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and
a little bit longer than me.
take it.
Just a little
drop
bit.
the volume on that a little bit. And it's not that I'm trying to take away from the moment, but it's going to be quite the speech. So let me bring my colleagues back in here. And okay. Sorry about that. Sorry, Ruben. I had to, because of the way my computer works, I couldn't.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay. Gentlemen, I tell you what, let's take some closing thoughts here, and we'll bring this train into the station. Darius, I'll start with you. We'll take it out.
Well, this has been a journey, to say the least.
Amen.
And I know we get ready to shift gears and go into phase 2.
Mm-hmm.
Preparing for the inauguration, but it's definitely a satisfying victory. Left no doubts, and I'm just excited. I am excited for the future. I know it's gonna be a little rocky as we get towards the inauguration and whatnot, but I'm absolutely excited for what's about to happen for this country.
Yeah.
because it's time. It's time for the country to breathe. There's been too much tension and uneasiness and stress for a lot of people, and so I believe we're going to see a revitalized America.
Very true, Ruben.
I hope it holds true. I'm still monitor everything, but again, make America great again starts with the most important thing: your own first steps. So regardless of what the outcome is, you have to make every day the best day of your life in America, and look yourself in the mirror every day and keep pushing yourself. And that's what I'm saying here. So it's like an inspiration. This is inspirational life that Donald Trump has shown us. And it's a life that will, forever, people will talk about this for American history. What has occurred here in the last 8 years.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And for my part, we have witnessed the greatest comeback in American political history. Mm-hmm. Forget Nixon in 1968. Forget whoever. This will go down for so many reasons as the greatest comeback in American political history.
Yes.
And I want to thank you, gentlemen, for being here and being part of it. This has been an extraordinary run. And for the audience who's still here tonight, God bless you guys, and thank you very much. Gentlemen, let's go ahead and bring the train to the station. Ruben, where can people find you on social media, and what can they do to support your efforts?
You can find me. Thank you very much for this. I very appreciate it. Again, I'm still in awe. I'm still not thinking straight with everything going on, but you can find me. I have a weight loss channel called My Weight Loss Quest about my health condition, myasthenia gravis, and help with what I'm doing every single day in my weight loss journey because I have a tumor on my belly and gut. And then I talk about my regular channel and like Ruben Christopher Haynes is just talk myself every single day, what's going on in my life and what I'm doing. It's basically a vlog. And again, this election has made me, or this whole process has made me look out to make America great again in my own personal life. I also have a channel on Rumble and an X. I do Substack. Find me out there. I do articles. I'm basically start to stand up and do something for America. That's my mission in life now. But find me at Ruben Haynes at all of our platforms. Thank you.
Darius?
You can find me on Real Talk with Darius on YouTube and on Rumble. At _King Darius12 at Twitter. I'm on Instagram. I'll give you that one later. But anyway, it's been a long night. But you can find me on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter.
Yeah. For my part, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm known on social media as the Front Porch Conservative. You can find me on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitter. Please consider subscribing to my channel, both Rumble and YouTube. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for being here with us tonight. This may be the longest live stream I have ever done. Now it's going on almost 9 hours. But and the next time I do a presidential election night coverage, I can work the bugs out of it. So there you go.
There you go.
It's an amazing night. It's been an amazing run. When Donald Trump declared that he was running in November of 2022, just after the congressional elections, everybody thought this is crazy. None will ever happen. And the fact that he's fought through so much to get to this night is just extraordinary. Good evening, you sexy thing. If I were there right now, I'd give you a hug. Anyway, hey, I've got good taste.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong. I mean, shit.
That's the visual in my head.
Yeah. Anyway, I want to thank everybody. Thank you guys so much. I will not be doing a live stream on my channel tomorrow. But I will be on Tracy Barkley's channel. Gen X Marks the Spot, 6 p.m. Eastern. We will be reviewing Excalibur. So with that, we're going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you guys ever so much. We love you. God bless America, and have a great night.